Hello.
I'm sorry.
I said hello to the world. I think the smoke is getting to my brain.
That's fair.
Or I'm just
Is
tired. I
the
had a
gate back
monster
up or
today, but I don't know what's not
you
helping.
had a monster? Mashy had a
You
I
had a
monster?
had the
monster, huh?
I had the juice one. The one that's not
Yummy.
carbonated.
Yum. What makes you think carbonation is less bad?
It upsets my tummy.
Oh, okay, well that's fine.
Shout! Why didn't it shout you out? It always auto shouts you out.
I'm not a streamer anymore. Internet's dead. I've given up streaming.
No.
It's been one day. I've given up.
Apparently, it's just something that happens.
Yeah.
I love
Hex
that
had to go
clip. I haven't
and
seen that one
complain for like
before.
3 months when he was
When did
having
you
issues.
play Lethal with Rin?
4 scores and 7 years ago. Oh, I'm not seeing the.
Oh
Where's
my
the
god, the
videos?
same. That's so weird.
There's the videos. Oh, it's just
That's
lethal.
so weird. No, they were both lethal.
That's
And
funny.
we were both dancing in oh my god.
That's funny.
That's so funny. Me and Suga being combined
I love that
into
we
one
got our
entity.
models into there. That was so fun.
Yeah.
Shit was funny.
This music reminds me of Tom and Jerry. It's like the fucking mariachi or something.
Yeah.
Oh my god. It's like a 2-year-old clip.
Hi,
Wow.
Shark.
That's an old clip.
How do you disable that thing where
What?
with the with the redeems and only being able to do it once per person as opposed
you
to
have
once
to
per
just go to the
stream?
redeem and make it one redeem. Or one time redeem.
Well, I have it set up so 1 time per stream, but not 1 time per person.
Oh.
So someone can just come and type.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3,
Like
and
me?
just be like, yeah, that's fine. Yeah.
Like me?
Is that even possible to do? I don't know.
Let's see. Content. No. What is it?
Creator dashboard.
For viewer rewards.
Viewer
channel
rewards,
points. Manage
rewards.
channel points. Okay, so if I wanted someone to be able to...
Oh, okay. User per stream.
Per
1.
user per stream.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the bottom
That's
one.
how you do it. Okay. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
Never fucking... Where is it? Oh, there it is.
Why can't I climb this freaking mountain?
Alright. You guys want to be on stream?
I'm fine. I'm live already.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm live, everyone.
Weird.
Meg, hi! Do you want to share chat? It's fine if you don't.
Sai.
Oh.
She was asking you a question.
Oh, yeah, sure. I was setting up.
Setting up. I need to bookmark you. Oh wow, AI overview. Silent Dude is a content creator and a streamer whose digital presence is primarily linked to the 7TV emote platform.
Where are you reading this?
That's so odd.
Where are you reading
There's
this?
another VTuber called Silent Bell. It's spelled the same.
Oh, that's funny. Hello. 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 Discounted. Progressive insurance.
How are you, Meg? It's good to see you. Trying to. That's not the fucking That's not the right person. Please.
Hey, I will
So am I
calm
not
down now.
supposed to do this?
I'm great. I am trying to do multiple things at once. I just got off work. There's like wildfires.
Don't throw for like 5 minutes.
Start.sh. Hi, pumpkin.
Huh? Start.sh? What? What script you running?
It's silent.
Hi, how are you?
Hi, how are ya? I'm really eepy and the heat is really slowing me down. Oh gosh, it finally cooled down a little bit today, but it's still freaking hot. And not only is it hot, but now there's smoke in my lungs.
I
Where
Just
am
kidding.
I? Wait a minute. Who are you?
Who are you?
Oh, right. I was trying to get to this Scoot.
It's working.
I was trying to get to Scoot.
Oh my god, I missed.
Did you join my thing?
Come here. Oh,
You did join my... You did not join my thing. Wait.
come here, you little hedgehog bitch. You bitch.
Be
Whatever
nice
you
to the
live today.
hedgehog.
No, I'm killing all of them.
Knock knock.
I need their organs.
Oh yeah, for the electric.
I hear
thing.
you.
Oh, Silent's not here.
No, but I hear him in his Discord or in his channel.
Oh.
He was having mic settings.
Oh. I'm sorry about the heat, Shark. I hope you can cool down.
Why are you running? Hello.
Right, and then we set this up. Output
Thank you, Splatterina.
day 3.
I want to fight the Free Pal Alliance, and I want to fight Fenglope because I like Fenglope. What level is Fenglope? 25?
I need my Fuji.
Fuji, 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 Fuji.
Fuji.
Why am I climbing a tree?
38 Mammoth Rest.
Are these mammoths fighting each other?
They might be.
And
Do they fight each other? They
Are
do.
so-
Why are they fighting each other?
Let's see.
They're the same species.
Oh, and then the restart. Yes.
Oh no.
But welcome everyone. How you doing? We are
Ooh,
gonna play
come
some
on,
Palworld
give it to
today.
me. Give it to me, give it to me, give it to me, give it to me, give it to me. Please, please, please. No! Ow!
And obviously Mashi is live as well.
Come on.
Hello.
Give me the goods. Hey, I got a mammarest.
I got one from an egg. I thought that was
Oh,
pretty
nice.
cool.
I got one at the expense of others.
Alright, so bad news is I lost my good burb and now I have shit burb. But I still have 2 burbs.
Working on it. I'm working on it.
What burp did you lose?
I'm gonna give you a
I don't
present.
know, it was like a level 22 Nightwing.
You're gonna not want that bird after I give you
But-
this new bird.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, it was a Nightwing? Nightwing, not good burp.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it
Well,
was
I have your
Nightwing,
bird.
It was my best.
Nightwing belongs in the den.
bruh.
Can I have
Nightwing is
Peter
very breedable in 1.0.
I think I have
What?
enough. I'm mostly just
You heard me. You want to smash Nightwing with everything.
Oh my god, get
Why?
off me.
Just together, it's just
Because
What?
the breeding.
What's happening?
We don't throw bricks here.
We don't throw bricks here.
More egg.
Why are we all bricked up then?
I'm not bricked up.
I'm not bricked up.
Oh, bricked up, you're bricked up.
You're not bricked up, you're bricked up.
Highly
Oh my God.
brickable.
Boss! Oh my fucking God. Come on.
Okay. So, where are we at?
Okay. Oh,
I'm
what
back at
do you
base.
think you're doing, little guy? You're gonna die.
Yeah, I was just testing if I actually got to this tower
Hi,
or not.
Luna. I didn't notice you went
Didn't
live.
do
How are
anything
you
yet.
in silent? Good.
Hello.
We're here
Get to
with-
work. Oh my
we're here
God,
with
this massive
Silent
thing
and
crafts.
Shizzle
That's
and
crazy.
Pumpkin, and
Ah,
we're getting towel.
Now I can actually read chat.
that's important.
Chat is very important.
Pumpkin,
Chat, you're very important to me. I love
unfortunately,
you.
is having internet issues, so she's not live.
Sorry. I'm here in spirit. Who's
Yeah.
spirit?
It's like you're just like giving me a back massage with those ghostly hands.
Who are you talking to?
What?
He's talking
Oh.
to you.
Oh, I thought he was talking about the fucking weird cat thing in this game because it has
Well, I
hands.
am.
Oh, it
It
has
looks like it gives you a
hands.
massage when you're crafting something.
Well, I am,
Here,
but
come here.
you're like the logical extension of that because you always have them. They're like
I'm
your favorite.
touching
I
you
know.
from the ethereal. I did say that if I died, I would haunt you.
Mhm.
What was
I'm
it? What were we
experiencing
Yeah, it's gonna be
a
like
little
that.
bit of
It's gonna be like that
lag.
one deleted scene from
from
Ghostbusters.
Ghost? When you fight? No, not. Wait, what? No,
Don't
you
worry
said
about
he did pottery. I thought about the ghost scene.
Oh yeah, okay, Ghost. Yeah,
Yeah, when you said you did pottery, I was like, this fucker.
I know the scene you're talking about.
Where, you know, the horny pottery scene for no fucking reason.
I do not have a
Getting
wheel.
your fingers all wet with that pottery.
I kind of
Yeah,
want a wheel now
exactly.
though.
Oh, I
Need
thought you meant like a
one
fucking
more
car wheel. Like a fucking wagon wheel. And I'm like, why
No,
do you
like
need
a
a wagon
pottery
wheel?
wheel.
Yeah, I know, a throwing wheel.
Yeah. Yeah, I never really got good at throwing. I have done it a few times, but
Oh shit.
like my art teacher in high school was absolutely insane about it. He was really good.
Did I accidentally...
He would
Oh.
sit there and throw every day. Okay, what are we doing? Are we exploring more?
Yeah, one
I need to
second.
go. Oh, I still need to get this tower.
Are you fucked
Is there
in your
one?
head?
Huh?
Are you fucked in your head?
I am so upset right now.
What happened?
Did you lose?
You
Did you lose
can't
the?
drop key items. Oh my god! I'm gonna
Oh, what was it?
fucking-
What,
A
what'd you grab?
fucking harness! I just spent forever getting...
Oh,
What? It just disappeared?
It just landed on the ground and disappeared into the fucking
What
void.
kind of harness was it?
I'm so utterly upset. I'm gonna go fucking kill more hedgehogs.
okay. Next time we
I'm-
make one, I'll pick it up.
Yeah, I know. I
Yeah,
forgot.
yeah.
Okay,
It's okay.
I was hoping it would just be in my inventory because I already
Yeah.
had one.
Yeah, the key items are a little stupid. I don't know why
It's
they
fuck-
did it that way.
Ooh.
It's like straight out of Zelda, I guess. But I don't know why they let you craft multiple, and then also have multiple. That's kind of weird.
Yeah. Oh, I gotta go kill more. Huh.
What do you gotta kill? Oh,
I need electric organs. I
then
need, how many did I?
to the desert.
Why do I
Oh.
keep freezing?
Oh, I'm just going over here to the yellow area and killing thousands of hedgehogs for the price of a harness.
No, not the Sanix.
Yeah.
The gold Sanix.
Killing every last socks I see.
Wait, I need the EXP.
Do you want to come? Why aren't
Oh, and I
you?
probably also need more things in my party. Let me just... 1 second.
Why is it getting colder?
Because it's night.
I know
It's
it's
cold at night,
night, but I
remember?
thought I had good armor for the night. But apparently, the spot I'm in is like way colder than.
Yeah. Oh my god, Zephlolabelol, if you don't get the fuck out of my way.
Zaboomafoo?
His wings are too big and they get in the way of me shooting things.
Oh.
The Mumafu?
Zaboomafoo? Who the fuck said I sounded like Zaboomafoo?
Moose did.
The moose? Motherfucking moose.
Wait, does Zaboomafoo even talk? I thought he was just on...
There's a funny laugh
She
that he
made a
does.
monkey laugh.
And
Oh, okay.
Moose says it sounded like I sounded like it. Fuck that man. Oh my god.
He do know what's up.
Stop, Chilla, you're killing all the fwax.
Mother Fwacker.
Mother fwacker.
You gotta make the ring of mercy.
Booty. That's a booty, or that's a tits. That's
Oh
tits.
my god,
That's
you
not a
son of a
booty,
nutcracker.
that's
Get in
tits.
my pocket right now.
For research purposes, where?
Bruh.
But JJ can't have a wiggling butt emote.
Oh, chat.
Oh.
That's
Are you guys
SMH.
sharing chat?
We're sharing chat.
Yes.
But we can have table. Table's good.
Sorry.
Kez got a table emote.
Booba. You have triple Z cups? Holy shit.
Whoa!
Yeah, that's
Whoa!
pretty
Kez
good.
has D cups?
Whoa!
Holy shit.
Whoa, I'm getting shot! Oh my god!
Kez. Where do I get
I've
some
been
of those?
spotted! Oh!
Honey,
Huh?
should I have triple
Well, these are
Z
level
cups?
40. We gotta go. I'm sorry for killing your
Okay.
cows. I gotta go. I'm sorry for killing your cows. I didn't know. Don't kill the
You-
cows, you guys. Don't kill the cows.
Repeat? What, Mashi?
Should I have triple Z cups?
Yes.
Oh my god.
That's disgusting.
That's what I've been wanting all this
You
time.
don't want that at
I
all.
can't wait to suffocate you with them.
Wait,
Oh.
hold on a second. Maybe you'll get the special cups.
Special cups?
Where are they at? No.
That's triple Z.
Where they at?
It's about 10%. Can we get the cups?
I'm way down and I cannot use my glider when I'm
Someone is plotting a raid against you.
I cannot.
We're eventually gonna get them.
Pumpkin had no
No.
booba! You have
Yeah, I
no
don't have
boobs!
I'm flat
No, you have the
chested, I got
biggest
no
boobs here.
Bruh.
Oh no. Freaking losing. You're losing it.
Nobody here has seen my tits, let's be real.
Can I?
Huh?
Huh? She's all just in the room.
I'm sorry, what?
Excuse me?
You wanna repeat that?
Can I see Pumpkin's tits?
Wait, who said that?
I'll let you see Hawk's... Never mind.
What? You'll let him see what? What?
Nothing.
Whoa! Is that my home?
Okay, you're just hanging out killing things.
Who?
You.
Honey, did you
Oh,
abandon?
I'm going
That's crazy,
home.
Mashy.
The place where I
What's crazy? Wanting to see my friend's boobs? That's not crazy.
That's the only reason why
that's-
she was sad that I didn't go to
That's
Chicago.
crazy.
Yeah, true.
She just wanted to scissor and look at my tits.
That's not why!
Sure.
Just hearing you say that, I'm sorry, I'm kind of unhinged, but I'm not streaming with Ren. I should be more unhinged with her.
Yeah, definitely.
She is when she's not streaming, you guys, don't worry.
I try to match.
I'm like this
who's-
because of her.
I try to match whoever energy I'm with.
Yeah, but we're each other's energy.
I don't know what that means.
You know we were meant to be together.
Marked it.
Let's see. God, I could not be more pissed that I just fucked this up. Oh my god, Ingot! I'm gonna fucking bust in a bad way.
And not in the good way.
And not in the good way. I'm gonna angry buzz.
Do I have to be in your chat to use it?
Yeah.
Probably.
I cannot believe no one has got the scoliosis cups yet.
Scoliosis cups! Because they're so big? What the fuck?
Mm-hmm. They're debilitating.
Who let the man out of the cage? Why is he roaming around? Let this man out.
Hi, JJ. 140 stream streak. Look at you go.
What's going
Streaking?
on? Oh, a raid is approaching. Yeah, we're fine. They're gonna get their fucking asses kicked.
They are. Kez has error connecting to Web Ava service.
If you don't get your goddamn fiery ass over here at the goddamn fucking blow
I do
torch,
not have
bitch.
infinite stamina.
What are you doing?
Maybe I should live here.
Blow ass in the no.
The ground isn't as level as I would like it to be. But...
What are you blowing? What's going on?
They won't do the furnace. They're pissing me off. Get to work. You know what? You know what? You know what?
Pick them up and throw them.
Around? I did twice.
Did you make the podium so you can turn
no
off?
pen for you.
I don't think we have the
Get to
podium at the
crafting.
autumn base.
Yeah, we do.
Oh.
I just made it.
Oh, you just need it.
I put one in the center, but I don't know if someone deleted it or not.
I might have.
Completely.
I was moving stuff
Destroyed.
around.
Go. Fucking do your
How
job.
dare you?
Ooh, you're
How
pissing
dare.
me off, you stupid little firefox. I swear to God.
How dare you?
It ain't doing it.
Chisel, I would like to have your help
This thing.
With?
Wait, can we do things together if we're not in the same guild?
We cannot.
Been replaced.
What?
You
What
guys
do
go
you
go on
mean?
adventures
Oh, there was a
together.
visitor at our base. Get him out of there.
Yeah, they're gonna die.
Hold on.
Oh no.
My
Ed.
Wumbo's about to kill these bitches. Come
There
on,
might
you
be a
guys.
mod that
Time to
allows
murder.
it. Look at that.
Okay, I want to go see the tree. Where's the tree? There's the tree.
Oh! Oh my god! Oh my god! It's fantastic. Oh my god! That's so cool.
Wait, I can see what you're doing.
Dude, this is so fucking rad. This is the best bird. This bird is the best bird. Dude.
It's called Nightwing.
Rah! Dark Ball.
No, what Nightwing is the bird I currently have.
Oh, get fucking eradicated.
Eradicated.
Discombobulate.
Oh my god, have you seen the video where they just keep saying discombobulate?
Discombobulate.
Discombobulated.
Discombobulate.
And he just keeps talking. Oh my god.
What do I need to do?
Oh, you got the totally super secret bug cups. What the?
Moose!
Holy shit.
Moose.
Yo, what's up? I heard you got me something, Moose, and I don't know what it is.
Pumpkin. Silent pumpkin.
I just got a little
Huh?
I just got a little message saying that you have a surprise for me.
What is in my pockets that's so heavy?
No,
I
you're just happy to
literally
see me.
don't know. Why do I weigh so much?
It's
It
the
could
thighs,
be
okay?
wood, it could be ore, it could
Okay.
be
Listen.
something.
Oh, there they are.
Is it
Kez got them.
ingredients?
Kez got the scoliosis cups.
Oh my
Has
god.
gamer neck and scoliosis, doot gaming bazookas, bazongas,
Wow. Damn.
cups.
This one? Donde está? Okay, there
I
it is.
got the god cups. I love
Crazy
this kind
work.
of gotcha. Gigi, are you hungry?
I have 5 of these? Probably not.
I did feed him a little. Don't feed him too.
Oh my god.
Okay, what the hell do I use bait for?
To be a master, I guess. You know.
Solenne. I can be,
Silent, my boy. Silent is not here at the base right now.
I can be there.
Wow,
One
Moose,
second.
you didn't even say hi to
Just,
me. That's cringe.
Just find a thing
He's here in the base.
right up here.
Hi, Moose.
No, he didn't say hi to me either.
No, he
Oh.
did.
Never mind.
Literally, I am the only one left out.
Damn, that's crazy.
Sag.
Sag. Wait, was I going the right way? Oh, yeah, it's over here. Oh, there it is.
Anubis statue.
It's time! Okay.
Because pumpkin, I'm supposed to yell your name.
I did yell his name. That
Hi,
is true.
Siri. Hope your day is as wonderful as you are. Thanks, Siri. You're so welcome.
Hi.
Okay, I'm going to the main base.
Isn't this the main base? Oh.
I'm saying hi now, Mashi. Hi.
Moosicus.
Hi. Musicus.
Ubidicus.
Vanguard
Ooh,
charm.
what is
Ooh.
this?
So there is a way we can build with each other. We just don't put a PAL box down, and when we're done building, you put a PAL box down, and then I'll
Well, I
claim
don't
it.
want to
Oh.
build with you. I want to fight with you.
Actually,
I'll fight with you.
Wait, how did you
Um,
make this?
Yeah, we could do that.
Is this a technology?
ooh, a
I thought you
Vanguard
wanted to do,
charm.
like, base
Oh,
stuff.
thank you for getting that for him.
Oh,
He
it's not
dies all the
fixed.
time.
Oh, okay. I will succeed. In maybe not dying. Maybe. Wait, aren't these supposed to be eggs? Oh, wait. How many eggs we got
That's
going?
so odd because I'm also missing a bird.
Yeah, well, I'm missing a king packet too. So, I don't know. Wait, are we missing everything that starts with a K? Whoa, whoa! Whoa! Whoa, what's happening? Stop catching shit on fire.
Wasn't me.
I don't
Wait, you got a
believe
flamethrower?
I did that by mistake.
I did that by mistake.
Oopsies.
Oopsie.
Aw.
Anubis!
Oh, the sneak preview. Goddamn. Bye.
Why is an Anubis?
Moose just shows up and gives me shit and then leaves. Shows us Anubis.
What's it like to have a fucking boyfriend that likes you? Damn.
Don't even.
Wait, where?
Cora,
What?
hi! Hi, Cora. Cora.
Silent, come here.
I'm gonna go fight the Free Pal Alliance.
Yeah, don't go away too far.
Oh, are you crafting that thing?
Yeah. Did I? Did
Want
you grab it?
Ashy?
No.
I think I could take it, but if
I swear to God, if it
friends want
happened
to
again on
join-
accident,
Oh my
I'm gonna go kill
God.
myself. I'm actually gonna go kill myself. I gotta go.
If
I was
No,
pressing
we're
E
going.
for so long and accidentally pressed it again.
Bumpkin.
Let me just get, what level is it?
Can
Which
I
one
wait?
are
Hold
you
up.
at?
Can
I'm
I do
at
this?
I'm at this one.
Is there? Can somebody just? Can I?
Yeah, I can't even get it, so.
What are you trying to do?
She was trying to make a saddle to give to.
I can't get it out because I can't put it in my key items.
Oh yeah, once you claim a saddle, it's
Which is dumb.
yours.
That's so stupid. Like,
Yeah, it is.
this is my third time doing this.
Wait, don't kill it!
What saddle are you making?
I'm trying
Yeah,
to
I
make
fucked up.
a fucking.
Damn.
What is this thing? The hell's here?
The saddle.
Sorry, the what?
Hell's
The hell's
here.
name?
Hell's
I have killed so many hedgehogs in the name of this fucking saddle. It's actually
There's no way I'm
Oh.
gonna get this
depressing.
bronze.
Hell,
He's
Zephyr?
too high level.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm gonna go kill some more.
Have
poor
anyone else
creatures.
want? Oh God!
I'll come with.
Oh God!
It's okay. I have
I need-
almost
God!
enough. Which area is it? Is it over here? Is it ahead of me? It's south. So is it this?
Actually, I'll put some eggs in.
Yay! That's better.
I
Freaking
can't believe
work.
I've done this 3 times.
Yay!
Or 2
Thank you,
times.
Moose.
Dark eggs?
Did I go the right way?
Heavyweight and
frozen.
impatient. Does anyone want to do this Free Pal Alliance boss with us?
How did I go so far?
Spa?
Okay. Did you
You're
join?
going to the spa? Set egg.
How are you, Kura?
Is that an egg? Ooh, nice. No, you son of a nutcracker.
Who is she? I want to marry
Alfredo.
her.
Long.
Is it a Pokemon?
No, it's a
Who put wood in
lady.
the egg chest?
Whoa, 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 whoa! Why are we?
That's
What's
fine
happening?
shit.
Oh,
Oh, she's snuggling it. Oh, she's pissed. Lily and Lylene. Oh, I think I've seen. Have I seen her before? I don't even remember. Oopsie, I did not mean.
What about Peggy?
am I lagging out? I am. Goodbye, friends.
Oh. Bye.
Bye, I'll miss you.
I have way too much shit.
These things. Why are these things level 45? What? The boss is level. Oh, are they fighting her? Oh, that's your level. Okay, that's your level. I was very confused. Thank you, Moose.
Alright, what kind of ammo does this take? Coarse ammo? Okay.
I have one of those, I just don't have it equipped.
Nice musket.
No, kill those bitches.
It wasn't working. No, it wasn't working in here. It finally worked at the end there.
Kill every last one of these bastards. Come back here. Come back here, little guy.
What do you need for the Cypher? Well, you need electric organs? Is that what you're struggling with, Pumpkin?
I'm not struggling. I've just made 2
You're
saddles
struggling.
already. And
Yeah, that's struggling.
Listen, I
But
didn't
little-
mean
upgrade
to
my
the next
gun if you want a
time.
gun.
I was pressing E for so
That's
long
okay.
that I forgot I was still pressing E and I clicked it again.
Maybe I do want a gun.
Like I think I already
no free
have
things
enough.
for Mashi. She's got to make her own gun.
Yeah, I am happy with my crossbow for now, but why isn't it working?
If everything's handed to her, she won't have fun.
True. Oh, I can make a clinic. No, Fox Park's Christ harness. I have the purple one. I thought I crafted the...
Ow.
Yeah, I have the purple crossbow.
The expedition? I've never done an
I
expedition.
feel bad for having to
do.
disassemble a lot of pals.
You just...
Let's disassemble the pals. Is a wild way of doing it. Wild way of saying it.
Oh, even better. They're murdering.
Oh, those syndicates.
Oh, fluffy pal.
Yeah, kill those syndicates. Yeah, get them. Yeah, kill those people. Kill those men. Good
You have to
job.
like pick a good team for the
job.
expedition.
What? It just has to be above 50%.
Health?
Above 50% success rate. I just did like
just
an auto
assign, send every.
assign.
Yeah, it'll send all of your highest, like, combat level.
Oh, I get that.
You can literally
at
send
37.
every pal you
Oh.
have up to 100.
Yeah, just auto assign or auto send.
Oh my god.
They're going. And they just
Okay.
walk in there, they just disappear forever.
They come back.
Never to come
They're
back.
gone.
Oh,
Never
No, they're
again.
gone.
Never.
Yep,
It's
they're
over.
gone.
Ever, ever.
It's
If they die in there, they're gone.
If
They
they
die
die,
in
they
there,
die.
they die in real life.
They die, they die.
If he dies, he dies. Okay.
We're doing-
Third time is, in fact, the charm.
Just don't press E.
Don't click it, Pumpkin.
I-
Let me build it. Let me build
Yeah,
it.
you should build it. Or I'll build it halfway. How about that?
Nope. I'm building the
Okay.
whole thing. Let me do
Okay.
this. Okay, where's it at?
I'm not there. I just finished murder. I'm coming home.
I just finished murder.
Oh, okay. Ah. Exciting.
Search for clues about next tower. Okay, what's the good bird?
What's the good bird? What's the
What's
good
that?
word?
What's the good bird?
The one that I have that I like so far is the Zillifer. Zillifer.
Cypher.
I don't think
Zipper.
Hellziffer?
Hellziffer.
Hellzephyr.
Yeah, Hellziffer.
Where do I get a hell zephyr?
It's like the Zephyr. It's
night.
like my
At
favorite
night.
train of all
At
time. It's like totally into
night.
trains. At night.
Taking out the trash.
I'm coming
at
home.
night.
To a place where I belong. Can you grab some cloth off of the table? Just kidding. They're all done.
I actually stole it. 1 second.
There you go. I don't need it. Okay, there you go.
You sure?
There you go. There you go. Where'd it go? It's building.
I'm going.
There you go. I'm not touching.
Pumpkin can get a Ragnahawk, by the way.
What's a Ragnahawk?
Maybe it's better than the Helsifer.
Okay, well, so far, I like my Helsifer.
Ragnarok?
A Ragnahagadaback.
Ragnahagadaback. My favorite Pokemon.
My favorite Pokemon.
Oh, I need some hydration.
IRL?
Yeah.
Oh my god. That's really cute. I can give...
I just like hold down
I don't know
the
why
F
this
key
reminds
with something.
If... So
Is it
far,
even
I've found
possible?
Rin twice in this game. And I feel like the Catrice reminds me of Rin for some reason. Mostly because I just gave it glasses.
You gave it glasses?
I gave it
really
glasses.
cute.
So
Rin
now,
glasses?
Rin glasses. I don't know if it's Rin glasses. Does Rin have circle glasses? No. I don't know why this cat reminds me of...
No.
Alright, if I don't touch my desk, we're fine.
There's this other Pokemon that also reminds me of Rin, and it's this just big purple cat. Which is gone. Okay. Oh, there it is. Oh, the Grin tail. Because it has a twin tail just like Rin does.
Gigi, stop. You have to eat your treat. You can't have food until you eat your treat.
The one I
It's
sent.
not a treat.
It's his medicine.
You sent it where? What do you mean the one you sent?
Oopsie, I did not mean to.
Oh, that one, the really pretty bird with the super photogenic. Yeah. Yeah.
Now I have hydration.
Oh. Oh, you know what? I'm gonna choose to be civil. Not civil. Appropriate.
And it is time to acquire. I have it.
Okay, Chillette. I'll just let you go.
I have gotten.
Go, Chillette.
E-saddle.
Kill the men with guns, Chillette.
Kills a tick. Yes! Yes!
Success, I have it.
Yay! Okay, so you have the saddle, now you need the bird. And the bird is right here.
Disassembling pals in the disassembler?
That's pretty fucked up. Get the bird from the box.
I got it.
Oh yeah. Now saddle that bitch up.
Wait, no, I picked the wrong one. Wait, which one? This one.
It's the bird.
Not Scutless.
Rewrite. I'm gonna put some.
Travel point.
Oh my god, he's so freaking.
He's so fast. It's so good. And attack with him. Just your regular mouse button.
Oh. Oh. Oh my god. Okay.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
Uh-huh.
So he's fire type.
Uh-huh. But
Maybe also
it took
dark.
electric to
this
make the
shadow ball
goddamn
type of
saddle, so I'm
thing.
not really sure why.
He's definitely got Shadow Ball. Sorry, Dark Ball.
Dark Maul.
He's got
Dark
he's
Maul.
got
Jar Jar Binks.
he's got generic.
Dark
Jar Jar Twinks.
I can't. I really can't.
Hot milk!
Yo, hot milk?
I'm gonna eat some chicken. Let me know if you need any. I need help. I need that chicken you're eating.
Yeah, bring me chicken. I need help.
I'm regret not going to Texas Roadhouse.
Okay, I am trying to get things.
You've never been to Texas Roadhouse?
Come here, come here.
I think I meant Outback Steakhouse, right?
Okay.
Or is it Texas Roadhouse?
Did you grab it?
Texas.
Well, it depends on where you
Texas
are,
Roadhouse.
because in Texas,
Did you
it's
grab
just
it?
Roadhouse.
Oh my God.
Roadhouse. I'm not in
Did
Texas.
you grab the thing I gave you? It's not
What
in
is
my
it?
inventory, and it was on the ground. It was a set of armor.
All I have is pelt armor. I don't have. Oh wait, I
What?
have cold resistant metal armor.
There should be a red one though. I swear to God, why? Where did it go?
Mm,
I put it on the
Did you put it
ground.
away? Did you put it away?
No, I literally just dropped it and I heard the noise. Why is everything disappearing?
Maybe Moose picked it up.
But it happened right here. It happened. It just happened.
I kind of want to build a
Um,
base here. This is a nice little spot. There's a bunch of ore
What the
deposits
You
and
didn't put it away?
trees.
I
I don't
don't.
know if you can
Did
build
I?
in there.
I can't
You have to
it's
build
right
like on
there.
the
Okay,
outskirts
grab
of
that
it.
red one.
I don't think so.
Okay.
You'll have to see if you can put a bell box in it. But it might be too close
It's
to the
nice.
fast travel point.
Look at it.
Then I could just ditch this one.
Yeah.
There's
So now you have
berries, there's
upgraded.
trees galore.
It's better.
Butter.
But in here, please.
Where are you
Thank
at?
you. Hot milk?
I'm at
Wait, I
this
swear
little
to God I
island
put this
right
away.
here.
I don't want this.
Oh, there.
Pressure
Okay.
should be difficult. Slightly increases a pal's defense. How do I use it?
You want some random
Hi,
pelt
Norman.
armor?
How are you?
What do I enchanted item? Where do I put enchanted items? Seems like not a great place to put it.
Is this the
Oh,
most...
you can.
Wait, I forgot.
I want this out of my pocket.
How-
I'm gonna panic.
Okay, it does...
As
Yeah, there's
Pumpkin,
like a
she wants
circle.
the
You have to
weather
look where that
resistant
circle
charm,
is.
please.
Wasn't able.
I don't know. Do I want that? I don't have any charms on, so.
Which side?
didn't
Oh, this
unlock
side
that
seems good with the rocks. And the berry bushes. But there's ore right here that I want too. Is it?
Do my pals also eat from the food bag?
Yes.
Yes.
Hot. Okay, cool. Alright. Are you ready to go on
Yes.
adventures? Okay, finally. God bless America. I don't want this in
Can
my
I have
pocket.
it?
I'm completely adventurable.
What, Mashi?
Does this
Oh
seem
my
like
God,
a
you're
good
so
spot,
slimy.
maybe?
Oh, look
Yeah,
at what I
that's what
found.
I'm looking at.
I'm trying to like
I got a cow.
match it up.
Okay.
Or just put it right here. Just put it
What
right.
kind of Pokemon do I want to fight with me?
I think you're chilling.
going to the dunes?
No, I'm in my way. So stand on the side and have it
sure.
like the big box going this way.
Trying to find.
So you want the arrow pointing at the wall and try to like have the PAL box facing this wall right here.
Sure. I guess this is fine.
But you're gonna have to step at it from the side.
Bring
This is not-
bring a ground type. I think Demud is a ground
Here,
type.
I'll show you. So like
Yeah,
A ground type?
Like
Do I
that.
have a ground
Yeah.
type? I have a fire type.
like this.
You got a Demud? Oh yeah, I
The
probably
The
got a fire
arrow
type
well.
also.
facing the church.
I
the
could
arrow
get-
facing the wall. But you
All I
can't
have
stand in
are-
the box. You have to turn
What's
it to
a
the side and
pink-
step
Oh
to
wait,
the
they're
side.
all
So you have to
they're all in
stand where I'm
expedition.
stepping, and then
Oh.
rotate it, facing
I
up,
still have
and
some.
make the arrow face the wall.
Whoa, I'm gonna actually.
And make
bring
sure
this
the
guy.
arrow is like right here.
Check this guy out. Look at what I
We're
have.
not going
Because
to.
this is the middle.
Look at this guy.
Yeah, this is the guy that killed me in one hit way over there.
Well, now he's on our team, so don't worry.
fucking trauma.
Okay, where are we going? Lead the way.
I wanted to go to the
You'll
tree.
have to go over more,
The tree.
unless you don't
okay,
care about it
well,
being
tree.
centered.
The tree.
Just wear your highest level gear.
Mhm.
Yes, you do, Pumpkin. I gave you gave
Ellen,
one to
just wear your
Silent.
highest
Oh.
level gear.
Well, yeah, I just
Yo.
gave him higher level gear.
Like
Well,
that?
what's the gear ratio?
It
Are
says
you not
it's
able to wear the gear I gave
overlapping-
you?
It says ground slope is too
Yeah, because you're
steep.
too. You're too. Oh, I see.
Oh, I
okay.
don't know where
I guess
my-
yeah, I'll have to
I
go
can
right there
wear
then.
Yeah, this is the closest I can
Just
get
wherever
it.
you can.
Also,
Oh.
also I got the moose medallion. So
I'm missing my fire, my heat. armor for some reason.
You want all these? You want
But
all
the
these trees,
biscuits,
huh?
Whatever. We don't need it
I
for the
want
tree,
trees
probably.
and I want the ore that's over here, right here.
You want all these trees, huh?
Yeah. Oh my god.
All your trees
Oh my
are belong to me.
god. Oh my god. You're gonna be so heavy.
Oh, well,
It's all on the ground. You gotta pick it up still.
I'm not gonna pick it up right now.
Oh god.
How do I see the range?
Just look at your circle. It goes to right here where I'm
Shadow Ball
standing.
moves so
Does it go right
slow.
here?
So slow.
Yeah.
I think I see the blue.
Come on, give it to me. Come on.
Yeah, it's going way over them.
Thank you. Okay.
That's
tree.
perfect. Yay.
Yeah,
Oh,
there's
like, look
some,
at his
there's
resistance
some
for
fast
heat and
travels that I
cold.
haven't had here.
Look at his resistance?
Yeah, I've got nothing.
Why do you have nothing?
Well, I think it's the opposite. I think it's... it doesn't matter... It doesn't matter what climate I'm in.
Why?
I think it's the other way. I think... Yeah, the moose metal. No, the,
Oh, did
it
you
doesn't matter
fast
what cold
travel?
I'm in, the temperature that I'm able to endure
I
doesn't
sleep.
matter anymore, if you look at my meter.
Oh.
Okay.
So, like,
Why?
there is no cold or is no hot relative to my character now.
Why?
Just because I'm that friggin' awesome.
Are these
Okay,
gonna keep
whatever.
That's the moose
respawning?
metal.
Oh.
Yes, as long as you don't build on where they respawn.
Well, then, yeah, I fucking want
So
that.
I probably
What the
shouldn't have
fuck?
destroyed them all, because now you have to wait for them to respawn so you know where you can build safely without
Yeah, I was trying to
replacing all
figure
the
out how you
trees.
make it.
Oh, how did you get behind me? What the fuck? I thought you were already there.
So I
I
cannot
was
build,
just getting
can
stuff.
I?
Where's...
I cannot.
Wait. Are we... Okay.
You definitely want the moose metal.
Oh, do you have it? You have
It's
two?
the Vanguard Charm. I don't know how you make
Hello?
it, though.
Hi.
Do you want one?
Can't,
Do you have one?
I have one.
can't build.
on-
Oh, no, then... No, it's yours. Keep it.
Oh, okay.
Is there a way to kick the old Mashi
But
out
yeah,
of
it's called the Vanguard
server?
Charm.
I did.
Oh, you got the blueprint. That's right. Okay, yeah.
I want to go grab...
Wait, does it still show it's in the guild?
I kind of want to
No.
just grab every... Oh, we should have got key. We should have brought the
I know
keys.
you kicked her out of the guild, but the server.
No, yeah,
Who did you kick out of the
I
guild?
removed the
The old Mashi.
Oh.
her local save.
Damn, this bitch flies so fast. Am I missing one? No, it's right there.
Yo, insta kill.
I need to make
love
me
how
one of
good this
these.
guy flies. I love it. He's so good at flying. I'm going the wrong way. I'm going the wrong
break it.
way. I'm gonna fucking
I'll break
lose
it.
my marbles. Because he flies so fast in the wrong direction.
That.
You the
Like
shadow
it.
burst. Do you have to be on top of them? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Oh, there's a hacky thing over here. Did you do this hacky thing?
Hey,
What's this?
trader.
Trader.
I'm gonna sell all of this wood that I just got. 898 coin.
Oh, honey,
There's
do you
two
want to
things
see my
over
new
here.
hat?
There's like there's a thingy right
One
Yeah,
there.
second, I'm in the
have
shop.
I look like a lesbian.
You are. Oh, is this a mimic?
Oh my god, the shadow ball moves so slow.
Come here.
My
Come
hat,
here, you little
chat!
shit.
Look at it go bloop, 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 bloop.
Damn, why
bloop,
this bitch
bloop,
move
bloop,
so
bloop.
fast?
I love it.
Oh
I
my
don't
god,
need
the
any of
mimic
this
moves
stuff,
so
do I?
fast. Fuck it, I ain't playing that game. You can suck a duck.
Yeah, I tried to catch one earlier. It did not work at all.
Oh, these are funny looking guys.
Oh my
Oh, no, never
god.
It goes bloop, 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 bloop,
Oh.
bloop, 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 bloop,
Uh-oh.
bloop, bloop, bloop. Ice join. Wait, Ice joined and she disconnected, or was that an old join? Oh
No,
no,
she left.
she left. Her internet.
That's a lever.
Fucking internet. This is why I'm not streaming.
I'm just catching fails.
That's fine. Oh, I just disappeared on your screen. That's really funny.
Be on top of it.
Look how fast she builds, honey.
Why can't I join?
What's her handiwork at?
What is
her
happening?
handiwork is how do I see?
That's
I
what
got a pill.
determines.
6.
In your
You
party.
kill pals. I'll be back.
6?
Oh
Yeah.
my god.
Holy crap, how did you get her?
An egg.
Egg? A dark egg?
Mm-hmm.
Breeding or a wild egg?
Just wild.
It's crazy. I'm gonna have to
haven't
look for
started
dark
breeding
eggs.
Yeah, I've been looking. I've been putting all the dark eggs in.
Wow, she cheating like Ice cheating.
Nuh-uh.
Ice starts playing and a ton of lucky stuff starts to spawn.
Like shiny?
Yeah, they're lucky. They're not shinies, but they have the lucky perk.
What's the lucky perk do?
It's bonus damage, defense, and work speed. It's a really good perk.
Yeah,
Are you able to gift me a
shotgun?
pal?
The shadow ball still
No.
hasn't hit.
Because I want
I don't think I can.
a Zephyr. I want a Zephyr. Pumpkin didn't tell me where you get them.
I don't know where they are. I got mine because it raided me. It raided my base.
Can I build in this church? Looks like it's within range of building. Pal. I want a Zephyr.
Do no damage.
Is it cooler outside? Because God have mercy. Not really. Oh. Fudge nuggets. Why?
Oh, Ice is back.
Yeah, freeze his ass. Alright, now electrocute his ass.
I'm here. Just kidding, not yet. Oh my god.
Okay.
I might have to get up and go get more water. I've completed my coffee and now I'm on to my water. Okay. Oh, I'm right here. Cool.
I'm waiting for Pumpkin to get back.
Hi.
That doesn't seem like a
Oi.
great...
I'm going to this thingy right here.
I have to go all the way around the church to get to the bed. That doesn't seem like a great spot.
Need more food slots.
I don't even...
I need a bigger bag.
Maybe this way.
Okay. Oh, there's the desert. I didn't realize you're so close to the desert. Oh, holy pixels, Batman.
I am
Hello?
now a murderer. Oh god.
Oh my god.
We're getting out of here.
Scared the shit out of me.
Ice.
What the hell was that?
Hello.
Oh,
What was who?
Ice.
Ice baby.
Nice man.
Where are you, my dearest
Insufficient.
boy?
Brother, I dragged them in.
Insufficient materials.
Oh, okay. Are you still fighting that guy? Do you need help?
Oh,
Oh, I see.
kind of the whole syndicate's after me.
Okay. Oh, because you were trying to kill something that they owned.
Yeah, because I'm kind of a murderer now.
Uh-huh.
Just a little bit.
What the fuck? Stop throwing. Why is it that creatures that don't specifically have like a distance thing will just start spitting mud at me? Like a distance attack. They'll just start spitting mud.
It's because they're aggressive.
One shot's a
You entered their
syndicate with a fire
territory.
arrow. Get fucking wrecked. Where are you? Are you still ooh, an egg.
I may have attacked a messenger of love.
Are you? Why would you attack a messenger of love?
He's a messenger of
really-
hate.
I didn't know any
hate.
better. I didn't know any better.
I'm here. Hello. I don't see you.
Hello.
Where are you? I don't see you. I literally don't see you.
What?
I don't see you. We're in the same. Oh wait, your
You found
stream's behind.
Shizzle's
I
base,
forgot.
Moose?
There you are. Did you get that? Did you get that? No. Did you get that tower yet?
I think so. Yeah, I just picked this up. I'm pretty sure.
The one at the edge of this cliff over here. No, behind.
Oh,
No, behind you.
behind.
Not that way.
Oh, that one.
No,
Yeah, I
no,
didn't
no,
know.
no, no, no. Yes, maybe.
The one at the top of the hill.
No, this
I
one.
don't need
Or on the cliff?
an Anubis statue
This
because
one,
I have
where
an
I'm
Anubis
at,
statue
my dearest
here.
Yeah, that's
boy.
where I'm going. That's where I'm going. That is where I'm going.
I'm such a silly dum-dum.
Oh my god, I'm stuck. Oh my god.
Just silly dum-dum.
Yeah, there you go. Okay.
Splatterina.
You got this one already?
Tower gate.
Okay, you're just gonna get that one. Wait,
Nice,
tree.
your
Okay, we're
pals are
still heading towards the
suffering.
tree. I'm gonna go get this thing.
It just shows you flying. I think you're about
silly
to
mashy.
DC
Am I
again.
disconnected again?
You're literally flying through the sky for me.
Well, I mean, I am a
Pumpkin
bird.
in the sky.
Yeah,
Oh
but-
no,
no.
you're
Fly
no,
twice as
you're
high.
doing the you did.
It's literally just your body. Those thick thighs. Just
I'm
flying through
fine.
the
I'm still here. I'm still here. What do you mean? I'm still here.
This game's a little buggy. Just a little bit.
Yeah, just a little bit.
Just a little.
Yep.
Yeah, we're gonna. This is our stress test day because there's a lot of people on.
I'll stress this day on my bad internet day. Sounds like a good idea. Ooh. Ooh.
Yeah, we get to deal with all your
Oh,
TCP
that's a.
respawn.
Oh, fuck your ego. I'm gonna kill you.
Oh, whoa.
Murder this man.
We mash?
Actually, wait, don't.
Oh, no? Okay.
Yoink. Kidnaps your soul.
Let's see. We got a new one?
Yoink. Nice. Oh!
What?
Do we get ancient technology if we just kill them? Because I got
First time
ancient
boss
technology
kills, yes.
for
You got
crafting.
some? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Wait, take this. Take this.
Wait, who's this? Oh! Oh. What am I taking? I'm gonna talk to this man real quick. A scary, scary man.
The wispy. The wispy.
Buy give.
Give?
Oh, what are you? Oh my god, you're so cute. I don't know what you are, but you're mine now. Come grab the other one.
Oh, all my fiber went
The
to
Elgrove?
fucking...
Yeah, I bought one. Didn't I buy one?
Oh, dude, this guy had a...
I bought him. I bought everything except for the last two things. Sorry.
It went to my box.
In the box. I upgraded. What do I want? Do I want
Let's
see.
stamina?
I
Yeah, I do want
need-
stamina. Stamina is sexy.
Mining.
What am I taking?
What pails in the box? Don't worry about it.
Okay.
Fire.
It was just the Wispy thing.
Hmm.
Planting.
I was like, you don't have to go around.
Oh, I see. Oh,
We just
that
go
thing's
up.
so cute. I can
Avatia?
kill it.
Attila?
Oh, isn't that the thing that the Meshy wants?
Aloha. Solenne?
Uh-oh.
Solene?
Wow.
Where'd my arrows go?
One dark ball.
Arrows.
One dark ball, 5,000 years from now. Ow!
Yeah, well, it'll eventually
Lord have
hit, I think.
mercy.
Sorts.
Ow!
Oh,
Lord
my
have-
shield.
Ow!
My shield.
Wood and stone
got it?
and ores.
Maybe? Maybe? Yes.
Ooh,
Do I have someone who
Nice.
will...
Oh, who's that? Is that Moose?
it's Moose.
Hi, Moose. The tree's this way. We're going to the
Going to
tree,
the tree.
Moose.
handiwork?
Is there a
Not
thingy?
handiwork.
Okay. Oh, wait. There's a
Transporting.
thingy right here. I'm gonna get it real quick. My dumbass was like, "Oh, I wonder if I could catch a Meowth." Literally, no. I literally cannot catch a Meowth.
Is Kez still in chat?
Yes.
Kez.
What is that? What is that? What is that? There's something cool down there. Ooh, yoink.
Kez may went to bed.
Okay, that's
Esme
fine.
in
That's
the
fine.
bed, eh?
I need someone to transport all this wood. Why aren't they transporting
kids
the
over there.
wood?
Oh, you didn't want to get this fast travel right here?
Oh, wait, where?
You're
I need to
far
get-
away now. I said I was
Oh.
going back for the fast travel. And there's also a cute little village over here. Wait. is this
Oh,
someone-
that one.
Oh, wait. Is this Moose? Wait, whose is this? This is so cute. Whose village is this?
Or is it just a...
Oh, it's Shizzles! Hi, Shizzle! Oh, this is so cute over here! Damn! It's all
Oh,
organized
there.
and shit. Wow, it's almost like this guy plays these types of games.
Yeah.
Holy shit, what the fuck
Egg.
is that? That's cool! Look
Okay,
at this
I gotta
Gooner
come over there then, I guess.
Pokemon. Oh, I found your next Gooner Pokemon side. Oh, it's gone. Oh, whoa! Okay, she's
Such
kinda
is life.
cool. Not gonna lie. It's a Lunaris. Why do you look like Mercy from Overwatch?
It's overkill.
It's
a collab armor.
Oh, fiber will go in here too.
I just wanted to go
God
see the
damn it.
tree.
I know, I'm sorry. Side quest, I'm
Fiber,
sorry.
No,
You guys are gonna die going to the tree.
Fiber.
Where? Oh, hi. You should come
Hi.
look at this Gooner Pokemon that Shizzle
Yeah,
has.
let's see.
Which one?
Lunaris.
Fiber is wood?
Mashi's jealous.
Yeah.
Nah.
Shizzle.
Uh,
Show Sai your Gooner Pokemon.
my Pokey what?
Your
What game are you
pal,
playing?
your Gooner pal. It's weirder if I say that. It's weirder. When
Hey,
it's
I
like
mean,
this.
the game lets you sleep with your pals, so...
That is true. Sigh. Look at that fucker.
Let's see
It's
what else
definitely
I
the
have.
dice.
Yeah. And also, doesn't Shizzle
It's
look
like a
like
cross
Mercy?
between you and... Wait.
Actually, Mercy and Orphara. Wait, are you a robot? What the fuck?
Yeah. That's,
Why are you a robot?
It's from a game called Overkill. It's a collab
You get it
armor.
from your research points.
Oh. Oh, okay.
That's
Or
from
with
the...
your
yeah, it's
research
the...
points.
Alright, to the tree.
We're gonna die at the tree.
Why?
Apparently,
I want to go to the tree.
I can't go to the tree yet.
Why not?
I want to go to the tree.
Moose says I can't go to the tree.
Why not?
Don't tell me what I can't do.
Honestly. I'm gonna get to the fucking tree. Now that you told me I can't get to the tree, I'm going
I
to the tree.
want to get to the fucking tree. I'm gonna get to the fucking
Get to
tree.
the fucking tree. What do you think you can fucking tell me what to do? I can kill you. You can go to the base, but you can't do shit there. I don't care. I just want to
How do I
go
see what
all over the
these-
world. I just want to travel, okay?
I must experience
Okay.
How do I see what pals drop when they're in the thing? The pen.
the tree.
So go to sort.
Sort.
Yeah,
Oh,
go
wait,
to your
who's-
sort up top.
Oh.
And then sort it by farming, and then it'll put the ones that can be in the farm
Grazing.
under the work
Grazing.
suitability.
Not farming, grazing.
Yes, that's the same thing.
Oh, God.
Grazing is farming.
Why? Who are we fighting? No! No! No!
You're not on your first
if
page.
you hurt my
Oh,
goddamn
you don't have farming
motherfucking
selected.
bird, you stupid bushy, I swear to Christ.
Go to your first page.
Fishy.
Don't touch me. Oh, there's another bushy motherfudger.
You'll have to let the
Boss
thing
music is
scroll
done.
down, but
It's
Birthing
better than
side.
Bosch.
Bashi?
I want to be the guy.
Oh my god, don't
You
touch me.
guy.
yeah, do mud is a good one for
Doom.
I need fiber.
the high quality
Ooh.
fiber. You have to cut trees,
Cool.
or put it in a
Oh,
put wood in a grinder.
You're higher than me. I don't want to deal with you.
Wood in a grinder?
I found
Yeah,
Yeah,
or the mill or
Lunaris.
whatever it's called.
Yeah.
I found where the Lunaris are.
Is that these? Oh, you're there.
There's one right here.
It's level 37.
Yeah, I can't get it. Only level 34.
That's a giant electric egg.
Gigantic.
Joints?
A joint?
Gigantic.
Joint.
Oh. Weed?
Smoking a joint?
Smoke it.
Joint?
Smoking a pancake?
A pipe and a grape?
I found the bushies.
The bushies.
The bushies.
Yeah,
Bong and a
the
blitz?
bushies. The samurai.
What was Jerma saying?
Pretty
Isn't
good.
that from,
Pretty good.
Isn't that from,
Pretty good.
I was
Good.
about to start shooting
the
Moose because I
server-
thought he was a syndicate.
Did the server just die?
I don't know. I'm
Mm,
still
pretty
there.
fine.
No, I'm on it.
No, I'm on.
Wait,
Can't pick
for
up
it.
this egg.
Wait for it. We won't know
We're
for
all
like
about
20
Right, like-
seconds.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we're all about the DC.
When
Can't pick up egg.
Pumpkin's just
Oh my
gonna
Oh, that's
it's just
fine.
gonna fly off the
Again.
berm and just float around, no clip everywhere.
Ooh, I think I just
Egg.
got a Rayhound egg.
A ray.
A Ray- a Ray-
A ray-
a Ray- I can still hear Gordy's voice.
Yo,
Is that a mimic?
where's DJ Jetski? Where do you need him, dude? Is he in chat?
DJ Jetski. Oh, that's right, your friend. Where did you go? Where did you? Oh, leaving me behind.
I'm not just looking for eggs.
Oh, that's fair. Got some for
I
you.
need all the eggs. You know, scramble them, mash them, stick them in the stew.
Oh, I would prefer
What?
fertilized.
These pals aren't transporting my goods
Must have been
fast
over here.
enough. Maybe I should put a chest
Egg!
right
There you
here.
go. There's an egg.
Egg. Oh, that's
Go
a
get
nice
it.
egg.
Go get it.
Can I pick up egg? Is
Get the fucking egg! I love how you
Okay, I
landed
got
on it like you're gonna fucking roost it.
that should be a
this
thing.
egg.
That should definitely be a
You
thing.
can
You should
roost
just
the
be able to
eggs.
run around and just sit on eggs.
Huge rocky egg. Hell yeah. Oh, there's a never mind. Are the chests shareable? Like, if there's a chest, can you grab it too? Or is it gone?
No, it's
No.
gone, I think.
It's my chest.
Oh, egg.
Where did you go? Ooh, what's that up there? Ooh, what's that? Have we touched that one already?
A piece of candy. Oh, wait, way up there?
Oh, alright. That's fair. Pumpkin, let me come talk shit
Yeah, I've
too.
seen it.
Let me come. Oh, Moose
Yeah,
wants
get
to
in.
join.
Sure.
Get in here.
I once
Moosey
again
just-
disconnected.
Oh,
This is Bernie
no.
Sanders asking you for better internet.
Once again, asking for better internet.
Oh, shit. Hello.
Hello.
Returned.
Hello, Moose.
Moose!
Moose.
Moose!
Moosicus.
Moose!
Mooserino.
Mooserino.
Okay, my babies all have beds.
Hi,
See.
Pumpkin. Moose.
Moose.
Be nice.
Hi.
Uh-huh. Is that
Uh,
working better now? Can you hear me?
I can hear you now, at least. I couldn't hear you at all
You're
before.
a robot.
Oh, I didn't even hear robot, but I also disconnected,
I-
so... Oh, God! Flashbanged by the Iceland! Fuck me! Fuck, I just came
I
over
think
this hill
my-
and just saw
My internet
the
was
light!
I don't want this man to be in my way.
Ditto.
Can I catch him?
Reconfiguring all the internet backbones. It's,
Bye. Oh! Yoink! Oh, I'm out of money! I could have bought the nuts!
How do I craft
Wait,
a
I can sell.
furnace or two?
we sell those.
I'm gonna sell you. What can I? Oh, I can sell you all of these. I really don't want these. I'm gonna sell you all the ones I really could not give a flying fudge about. Yeah, you know what? I don't need these puff bolts. That's a lie. I really like them. I'm gonna keep the puff bolts.
Growth
I don't care about
acceleration
this.
bell schematic.
I don't need those. I could not. I don't care about the deer. I don't care about the hounds. I don't.
My splatter.
I'm gonna sell. Okay, well, here we are. I'm selling you a.
Are you talking to that weird guy under the bridge?
My internet.
I'm not. Oh no, I'm at the very tippy top of the mountain.
Oh, okay.
No, I'm just selling people.
Drops electric organ.
It's fine.
Drops
It's fine.
wool,
Sell.
That's normal.
cotton candy. Digs
give.
up items.
Buy. Yes. Yes. Ooh. No. I want that one too, though. Please. What more do you want from me?
$800.
$800.
$800.
Hey,
What?
$800 is $800.
That's crazy.
True.
Look! Just kidding. You can't look. I bought a Lunaris.
Oh, I need you. Fuck your cotton candy.
Did they got
I
another
need
one?
that guy.
No.
You can the dungeon I'm in. You can find. What is happening with my fucking internet right now?
Dude, same.
Mm-hmm.
That's hot.
I don't need this, I don't need this, I don't need this. We don't really, oh man, I feel bad for
Pumpkin
selling
fall.
the frogs, but actually, I'm just gonna sell the cheap ones.
So
Can
if you sell the ones with the red icons on their head, they sell for more because they're alphas,
I? Ah.
like the boss monsters and shit.
Hmm.
What the heck is that?
Oh, I ain't got no money.
So take your broke
I'm not-
ass home.
I'm goldless. Oh, but you missed this egg. You're over
I'm
here
just-
fucking trading
Don't-
stonks, and I would pick
don't.
up this egg.
That's okay. I bought you the Lunaris.
Oh, that's for me?
Yeah, of course it is. You're the gooner.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I definitely need one of those. I need all the psychic attack. Wait, is it psychic?
I don't know.
Is it like a Mew?
I don't know.
But like with thighs?
I don't know.
It's
Oh,
just
okay.
Mewtwo.
Oh, okay.
Mewtwo is Mew with eyes. That's the only difference is this.
Mewtwo with thighs is crazy. Oh,
And
I
a
could
tail.
buy
The only
this.
The only
How much do I
difference
need
is
to-
the
And a tail that has a horrible
That's
hitbox
kind of
in
cool
melee.
too, though. I kind of want all of
True.
them.
Wait,
You can
Holy
have none.
shit! Yo, I got a dragon.
A
I wish I could.
dragon.
Yeah, bought a queervin.
Oh, you bought a queer. That's cool.
A
A queer
queervin.
bin?
Yeah, I bought a queer man off the internet.
There's a if
Oh, I've
there's a
already
want,
gotten
there's a
this
seller
from Thailand.
from Thailand.
Drain? It's a good import. Surprised it made through customs.
Are you surprised?
I don't know, it's a little corrupt, it's fine.
Yeah, a little.
Just a wee bit. So are we going back on the mountain?
I mean, I'm going to the tree.
Oh, okay.
Well, I'm gonna go to the. Ooh, egg.
Egg.
What level are you? 44? Just kidding. Mind my own
Okay.
business. Oh, it's
You- you
cold. Oh, it's cold.
can
I can't
catch
go there
up.
because I don't have my. Oh no.
You can catch higher levels than you.
Not well.
It just depends on what kind of balls you got. Just have bigger, better
I
balls.
got balls.
I can't go there because it's too cold.
Have
Yeah, you
bigger,
got-
better balls.
Bigger, better
You got the red balls, right?
What?
Not the blue balls, but the red ball?
Well,
Yeah.
you have blue balls. I don't have any balls.
Why does he have to have blue balls?
Ooh, pretty, pretty. 43, just kidding.
Why deprive me of the red balls?
I don't know what balls you're fucking talking about.
Why are you being mean to his balls right now?
Because I'm
Posting my balls.
because he's into it. He's right where he wants to be.
Silent, I have something for you.
Uh-huh.
Whenever I find
Blue
you.
balls.
Oh,
You
we're
can
going to
eat
the
it.
tree.
Yeah,
I don't
well,
think I can go there because I'm too cold.
I just don't see where
Well,
you are on the
I
map.
just need the flash travel. Oh, I'm over by these crazy towers.
Rude.
I got this.
How do I not have
Fire
any
thingy.
stone? Are you kidding me?
Because you're brand
Just
new.
just south
I
of the
guess I'm
mountain.
gonna go
I see.
around the mountain
I-
to the tree.
I think I see Pumpkin moving.
How do you see me? Oh, there's so many
I'm
eggs.
behind you.
Oh, you're over
How
there.
do I see you? Because I'm behind you. Like, what do you mean?
Oh, I don't
What the
know.
hell? There's a
man.
gap in the church right here. That's so weird.
I don't think that's me.
He was in his menu.
I don't know. What do you? Bum, bum, ba-dum, bum, 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 ba-dum, bum, 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 bum,
I'm taking a
ba-dum,
dive.
bum.
Yeah, this is where I'm at.
Oh, you boo.
Whoa, what was that?
Just south of the mountain.
Just kidding. Don't talk to me.
Near these ruins.
Oh,
North-
okay, I see now.
Northwest of the ruins.
I see where you are, kinda. I am.
Ooh, egg? No, chest.
Headed your way.
Okay. Where are you, son?
Ooh, I got a
we're on
red
top
ball.
of each other.
I got a hypersphere.
You got red balls. See, he
Donde
told you he had
está?
red balls.
I just
There's
needed a chance to
sunburn.
find some. You know what I mean?
Ah!
I see Pumpkin got attacked.
So watch out.
Oh, Pumpkin get attacked.
Oh, found you.
I want a
You
Chile.
said, ah! And a fucking Rayhound ran away from you.
Yeah, I can't go near the ice. It's too cold.
I don't have everything I
It's
need
too
for
good.
your... For that thing to free you.
Oh, there's a thingy down here.
We
Let's
are
hack.
farmers.
Bum 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 bum.
Wooden
Sorry,
boards.
you
I
triggered
need-
me.
You're just not in good hands.
Oh no. Ah! No, Bushy. Leave me alone, Bushy. Want nothing to do with you, Bushy.
Oh,
No!
well, it's over. Wait,
Are you
maybe
fucked
this
in
is
the
one where
head?
we gotta kill one.
Ouch!
I need production. Flame organs. Are you giving me flame organs, children?
Yeah, get fucking wrecked.
How
That's one
dead are you?
flame organ. I need you
I'm
to work
fine.
faster.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
Oh.
that's another. No, that's an electric organ.
Oh. Well, okay, cool.
Ruby, please work faster.
No, I brought out my Bushy. My Bushy's better. Why are you
My
Bushy?
Bushy's better
Bushy,
than your
why are
Bushy.
you mining? Why are you, what are you doing?
You got
He's like, I
Bushy.
must cut this tree.
Yeah.
Huh. I'm gonna come to the other base and get some flame organs.
You made me.
Are those Mashy, I found a giant
I
mushroom
can't
land.
believe you made me an
A giant
AK-47.
mushroom land? I just
I
built.
can't believe you made
I just built in my other
And you have
land.
2,000 gold to
Oh!
shoot with it too.
Holy!
I don't even know where you're at.
This is the best present I've ever gotten.
We are very high up. We're very north. With moose.
I have so many dark eggs, it's ridiculous.
You just murdering shit?
I'm gonna use this AK.
Damn.
And woke up dead.
Why did you kill it? This is the one I just bought.
I need to go back to my bacon and make more spears.
Oh my god, look at all this fucking mayhem. Destruction.
Moida.
Oh, I need to go over here so I can grab whale bones or ancient bones or whatever the fuck they're called. Whatever the heck. Dog.
I like this.
dog
I
doing?
like this area.
The dog is laying like he's a
I want to
turkey.
go over to the mushroom land real quick.
Oh, look at him. He's relaxing.
Are you getting beat up by a bunch of penguins? That's pretty sad.
Maybe.
No, he's letting that. He's letting them practice. Don't worry about it.
He's getting his ass beat.
I just wanted to
he's
shoot
walking
some
around.
shit. I just wanted to shoot some shit, but oh no!
Shoot him.
Oh no!
He's so dead.
Are you dying?
He's so dead.
Oh, I'm slowed. I'm
Are you
super dead.
dying? No!
Yeah, come back.
The penguin shot him out of the air.
That's
I
absolutely
grabbed some
realistic,
ingots.
and I'm not surprised
Why
even
is it
slightly.
not-
Come back.
I'm coming, I'm coming.
Why is it not letting me?
Holy
Also, I'm
shit,
actually late
those
game fishing in this game.
penguins.
A pain in the butt.
Is it?
A pang in the butt?
Like level when you get to the world tree, it sucks so
Where are
bad.
you?
Damn.
I'm going to the hacker thing. Oh no, wait, to your left.
Left.
Your other
Not
left.
anymore. Behind. Yeah, your other left. There you go. Wait.
I don't
Turn
see
9.
you.
Wait, stop moving. And turn
Oh,
directly
there you
90
are.
degrees. There we go.
God damn.
You can look on the map and see it.
No, I know. Whoa, hey! Keep your gun away. Jesus! Fucking
You
approaches
don't like
you
the
and
AK?
pulls out a gun. You just pulled out a gun!
I did? Oh.
Yeah,
Oh,
and
yeah.
I triggered and I heard the Glock noise. I was like, oh god.
You
He's
need to
gonna
make sure
shoot
you're gonna pick
me.
him up.
So is your bird dead?
E-
You
Maybe.
dingle puss.
Yes.
Oh my god.
Wait, where was that?
Right here.
Oh, it's right here. Yeah.
Okay, well, while you do that, I'm gonna go to the mushroom thing. So
But I got
can...
the mushroom tube.
Yep.
Oh, okay. The mushroom rock.
Yeah. No, not
No.
mushroom rock.
Oh, okay.
Bum 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 bum.
Oh yeah, no, I get. Oh, I thought I gave you the wrong kind of ammo for a second, but no, I gave you the right stuff.
No, that was it. Course ammo.
You know, I have a revolver.
Wait,
too,
if you
that I
have a fancy amulet, can I have the armor if you don't eat it then?
Yeah, yeah.
Well,
Well,
no, because
I don't
no,
know
it's
if it adds up
armor.
or not.
Never mind, it's armor
So
for you, so
if
maybe
you
not.
look, Silent, the Vanguard
Oh,
trinket gives
level
you more health
47.
and it gives you level 3 health, hot and cold also.
This is hilarious,
Oh, so
Nashy.
it
You
should be
need
fine.
to come here.
So
It's
you
literally
just
just
need
mushroom
normal
land.
armor from now on.
There's mushroom
Basically.
pals over
Oh,
here.
okay.
What?
Yeah.
If you could be wonderful and get me.
I can't. They're very high level.
Where are you?
No,
They're like...
not that. I want
Oh God!
I want to know
Oh
where to get
no!
the Zephyrs.
I gotta go. Oh. Yeah, sure.
Where do I get them?
Sorry, I'm getting... They're at night. You can only get them at night, and I don't know where at night. I just always stumble upon them. Where the hell is the goddamn thing?
No. Oh, I'm still muted.
Yeah, you're muted.
Our eggs. Wait, are our eggs done?
Oh,
Do you
I
lose
see.
EXP for dying?
No.
No.
Oh, okay.
You just drop your items.
There's
better
literally a pal over here called the Shroomer.
Alright, this one's done. Oh wait, no. These were mine. I am on fire.
Hell yeah. He's hot shit right there.
Okay, I got a Whispaw, and what else?
How did I miss that?
Oh,
And
that's
a
why there
Nox.
is no egg
that
here.
Large scorching egg. Huge. Oh no, I want to do the. I want to do
Fast
the
travel can only
large
be
dark
used
age.
at PAL boxes and Great Eagle statues. What am I at right now? Oh, I didn't.
I don't know.
I can't see.
Never mind. I went to a map on accident.
Hell
Wow.
yeah.
Wow.
She's so good at the game.
Shut the helly.
Wow. Wow.
Hey, I'm higher level than some people here.
Me?
Oh,
I'm probably the
Am
lowest
I?
level, to be honest.
No, you're probably beating me. I'm only level 24.
No, I'm okay. I'm making my base. You want to see? There's
I know.
my...
Oh yeah, Kit said to
I
do
built it in
some
the church because I wanted
condensation.
my pals to have a little...
Condensation.
What the hell does that mean?
Condensation. That's exactly what it
What?
means. What do you mean?
What do you mean you're gonna go do condensation?
Don't worry about it.
Yeah, they all do.
They're gonna do
Hotboxing?
condensation.
Uh-huh.
Probably.
Oh.
I need to get the little
Condensation.
52.
I'll breathe on some windows.
I'm just gonna breathe on the side of a window.
Fucking?
What?
I'm very lost.
I'm like,
I'm very, very,
How
very
many
lost.
are you gonna have?
It's fine.
You're
Don't
just a
worry. About it.
pervert. You're just a pervert. Don't worry about it.
It's fine. Don't worry about it.
I'm worrying
Pervert.
about it.
It's nothing. Don't worry about it. It'll be fine.
Am I what?
Well, you know, there's condensation
gonna
and
match
there's
the pervert?
sublimation.
When I don't know what you're talking about.
It's just,
I think you're just
it's
being fearful for no
completely
reason.
corrupted your brain. You know.
She's
You've
just
completely corrupted my brain and my sleep habits.
I'm proud of you, Silent.
No,
easy.
don't encourage him.
He's doing the Lord's work.
The Lord did not intend for any of this to happen.
I'm sorry, what are we talking about?
I don't know. It sounds like it was meant to happen.
Egg.
So tired.
Egg. Egg.
Oh, there.
Why are
I
you
gotta bring out the
egging?
actual, the
Why
actual
you
Gooner
egging?
one for Silent. Hold
Oh,
up.
they're awful. Who put this in here?
Silent, hold up. Where you at?
I'm making more egg chests.
Oh my god.
Yeah,
Damn, this
show Silent.
freaking king penguin just appeared. He wanted to build this chest so bad. Okay.
Alright, let me do the
Why didn't
paint?
it take any of my stuff?
Wait,
Oh,
it's V
that's
paint?
why.
P?
Ah!
Here,
That
Silent.
was
Here's your
B.
Gooner.
That's what it was.
Fireflies!
I'm gonna need.
I'm gonna need you to step off,
BP.
bro. E.T. phone home.
I keep
Okay,
hitting
maybe
tab,
I
not Q.
should.
Where's Pumpkin at?
I'm sorry! I need better. My fucking shit's broken.
Oh, did you get logged off?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm trying to show. I'm trying to show the Gooner.
Oh, yep. She just dances the whole time? Is there any skins for this?
Wait, you got segment? Did you get segment?
Segment!
Yeah.
Oh, she's
Give.
so cute!
Give.
If I could,
Where?
I'd give you one.
Where did you
She's level
get?
45.
Oh my god.
Why are
We get to
more
go-
of my fucking Pokeballs?
Where'd you find those?
Where'd you find?
You go
Oh,
over
I'm
the
such
desert
a
to the north.
dipshit.
Oh, it's in.
They're
it's in the
gone
north?
because I sold them.
Northeast.
Oh my gosh, you're so silly.
Yeah.
If Mashy wants to go
Oh,
over
how
there,
did
I
I
can
get
help her grab
one?
one.
Oh, it's over
Look
here,
at this
Machi.
guy.
No, it's to the.
Mashi,
Yes.
It's to the
are you here?
northeast.
At the no, I'm
Oh,
at my other
northeast,
base. You
not
should come
northwest.
look.
Can you come here real quick? There's something
Like
cute
up over
here
here?
for you.
At the
That's
I'm
really
like,
fucking cute.
yeah,
I'm
right around
almost.
there.
Okay.
No,
You'll see
you
it
can have
walking
it.
around in there.
what?
There's a
You
whole
can
ass
keep
town
it.
over there.
No. This is you.
Oh, okay.
This is you.
This is me.
It's so cute. Silent.
Hmm?
Come here. Come over to the garden.
Oh my god, that looks like a penis.
Oh my.
Isn't he
Little
so
Nutsy.
cute though?
Yeah, he is
Little
cute.
mushy
Wait, I want to pet him. Oh, that's so cute.
Oh my god. Those eyes. I
I
want it.
love him.
So
there you go,
cute.
Mashi. I don't know
wanna-
how I
I
caught
pick
him.
him.
I don't know why I have one.
That's so
What
funny.
level is it?
So you come grab him.
He is
Oh, nice hat,
level.
Mashi. What the
Thanks,
fuck?
Not
I'm
fucking-
a jellyfish.
Oh my god.
Silent, stop playing with your mushroom.
That's look at his head. Look at how bobbly he is.
It's not letting me take him.
This is amazing.
No, because Silent's holding
Because
him.
I'm holding him.
Oh.
I'm
Look
just
at
waving his
that
head around.
Oh. Oh, look
Silly
at this
as
little
fuck.
guy.
Alright, here.
Oh my god, I hold
Look
him
at
by
you
his.
hold him. Fucking
I hold him by his head.
Wait, I want to see what petting him looks like. Oh, he's
Good.
angry. Oh,
He doesn't like to be petted.
I don't know.
Thank you for the
Mashi,
mushroom.
look at I also got a cow. Look at this cow I got.
Okay,
He's so
I got 2
round.
minutes left.
Mozzarina.
I accidentally,
Mozzarina.
well, I kidnapped him
You
from the
kidnapped
syndicates, and they got
him.
really mad at me. Look at this one that I got, though. Look at this guy.
Wow. Wow.
Isn't he so? I bought this boy. He's mine.
You bought him.
Look at him go! What are you doing?
I don't know what he's
I want to
doing.
pet you. I can't pet you? Why not? Okay, there we go. Oh my god! You're so cute!
Do you want to see my other base?
Alright, my guys are
It's
back.
in the top left.
I bought another one. Oh, I bought a
The top.
foxicle. Look at the
The
foxicle.
top.
He said, oh,
the
somebody
top,
already had
the
this
top,
one.
Top. Braloha.
I bought 3 of them. Where's the other one that I bought?
You only need one food box.
That's true.
Don't make it confused on tapping.
Increase attack of. Oh, that means dragon. Okay,
Silent,
that's
you
I
get
need to
that
get a
cool.
church real
berry
quick next to
farm
you.
going.
Yes. 2 of them.
1 second. I got
Oh my god, the
2
way the
minutes
fucking
until
panda
my,
eats
or I
is
got 10 more
hilarious.
seconds.
I don't know where
Do I have to wait till
put
it's
this. Maybe I should
the
put
time is
this
negative
right
1, or else
Yeah.
it just won't work?
Oh, there's your hold control. Hold control and look at it over here. No, wait, look at this one. There you
I wish I could pet other people.
All right.
Yeah, she's really
Get
good.
fed.
She's my favorite.
Holy Jesus! Went
He's
into
so
photo
big.
mode and it just.
He's
Holy
so
shit!
big.
Oh my god. Where's the fucking camera button?
Yeah.
Rise F
I like them
space.
big. I like them chunky.
How do I take the picture? I don't know which button is the camera picture.
Juicy.
I also need a better food bag. Where
You can just make one.
level is that?
I don't understand. I'm in camera mode, but like I can't take the picture. There's no button for picture.
A bag.
Large
feed bag. Oh, it's level 23. Okay, found it.
I haven't even made a load yet. Oh, sorry, Eddie. I didn't. It's your fucking head.
I need one more cloth. And wooden boards? Why have I have no wooden boards?
Chairman of the board.
Board.
Actually, I sent you a
B-O-R-E-D.
picture in Discord because I can't figure out how to take a picture other way.
Oh, do I have
Also,
to do it at a
sent you
high quality?
picture silent as well.
Damn. Can I get some of that?
That was how I went into camera
I bet
mode,
I
and
could
that's
beat you
the
in a
position
race,
it put me
Mashy.
in.
Probably. I'm super unathletic. Hi, Cox.
Pumpkin.
Yes.
Look on the ground right here.
I'm scared. Be careful.
Level 43?
Yay! So does this mean I don't have to wear certain armor anymore?
You can wear whatever armor you want as long as you don't die.
Why am I missing
Okay.
nails?
How do I
need
put this
15
on?
nails. I thought I made a
Oh, there we go.
bajillion.
As long as you don't
That's
die,
too
it's
many.
up to
That's
you.
too many. 5, 10, 15.
Read this cotton candy. Large feed bag. I don't craft one of those.
Oh, there's my heat metal. Oh my god. No. Oh.
Oh, Mammoth. Why'd I get a Mammoth?
Here we go.
I got a frozen Mammoth from a
Pal materials.
cold, an ice fowl from a green egg.
Why
You'll
are
work
there
on this
nails
with
in
me.
my pocket? Ingredients or armor. What is this?
No, he's doing something else. I need a frog.
Production goods.
Wait, no, I need a depresso, right? Oh, big dude's gonna help me. Okay.
You can use a Catras too.
Wumpo's gonna help me.
I love Wumpo.
Yeah, honey.
What a
So good.
badass. Yo, Cox, what's up?
Max.
Is Cox gonna say some crazy shit?
You're the most athletic person I know is crazy.
Why are all these pals blacked out?
What do you mean?
All of my
It's
pals
because you have a sort on. Like if you go into your thing and unsort it.
I did. I returned to default.
Other materials.
Here, Pumpkin, come take this.
Medicine production.
Okay, 1 second. I don't want these in my pocket. Yes, sir. When am I coming?
I'm coming.
Right here.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, what the fuck is
Okay, so that's in my key items, so it's just there. Cool.
I thought you were
Thank
so-
you.
And now you got the slots.
Yay! I love slots.
Wait, oh, did you make her a pouch?
Yeah,
A
he's so
large
nice.
feed bag.
Oh, so if you make like if you look in the item like in the menu,
Where did I just
there's a,
pick
something
up?
called a pouch, and it'll increase your
Swear to God.
actual inventory spot size, like how many actual.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I need one of
God
those
bless
too.
America.
And they stack. Like so you get the small one, and then you get like the medium, and if you make both of them, it will.
Small,
Both.
a small SMOL pouch.
Yep, it's SMOL.
I'm gonna take
Small.
these keys.
If you
and
want, you can
use
do the
them,
Somali one. It's up to
because
Hey,
you.
Cox, what's up?
and I
How you
don't
doing?
care. Who's
There's four
talking
master
shit?
beads over
Who do you
here.
mean who's talking shit?
That's probably me. I'll talk to
Yeah,
shit.
that makes sense.
No, I was just saying, Cox, you should say some absolutely unhinged shit.
As per usual. As per usual, honestly. That's just Cox, though. That's what he does. Just says shit.
This looks weird. What the fuck?
Don't tell me to be quiet. Get the fuck out.
That's
You're not even
unhinged.
streaming.
Yeah, I'm not even streaming. That's true. I guess he can tell me to be quiet because I'm not streaming today. I'm just an extra.
I'm just an extra. It's crazy. I'm just-
Go eat a pumpkin. You heard him silent.
yeah, go get
Whoa.
silent.
Okay, sounds good.
Listen to your audience.
Maybe in a couple days.
Yeah, we all know my timing is not the greatest.
Mm. Mm-mm-mm. Mm-mm-mm. That's for sure. Neither is mine.
Let's see.
Now she's pissing. Another
Straight
bushy!
Oh, what the fuck's a gloopy? Get your ass over
Alright,
here,
now
gloopy.
I got three.
Oh my god!
I
I
got
got
three slots.
another! Oh, I'm gonna give this one to Mashy. Wait, which one?
She goes, oh my god!
Yeah, no, she gets to have that one. At least she gets one. Egg.
I'm actually straight pissing. Don't you worry about
Is
it.
your
Egg.
bird better?
Yes.
Okay, do you want to go adventuring?
And I also have extra burb, just in case.
Nice. Okay, I'm gonna put this one in. I think trying to get the expensive ones. Okay.
Might need some more berries, too. Where are all
I've
these
been
berries
eating
going in the
the
first place?
same berry,
They go
bushel of
straight into
berries
that,
for.
the feeding trough.
Oh, okay.
Ooh, I think, make another one of these.
I'm gonna make my guys are on. You bet she doesn't wash her hands. Disgusting.
Facts.
Rip.
She said I didn't wipe. I
That's
didn't touch
disgusting.
anything.
It's a clean wet.
Ew! Disgusting.
She just did the little shake afterwards. It's fine.
Ew! I hear you, preachers.
Yo, I'm gonna make you some hot Kool-Aid. I mean milk.
Hot
Milk?
Kool-Aid.
Yeah,
You
I mean
want
milk.
Pepsi milk.
Make this
Hot
hot some
milk.
milk.
Hot, chunky milk.
Chunky.
Oh yeah, you guys get any sour milk recipes? I need some.
Oh.
The other day, like last week, I had some fucking sour milk by mistake, and it was disgusting.
That's disgusting. That's
I
really.
poured some milk in my cereal, and it came out chunky. I said, nope. Everything.
Ew,
It's
gross.
a big nope right there.
That's a big narp. Oh, actually, I'm gonna Technology. Oh, it's the... Oh, why can't I unlock that?
Yeah, what's more calorically dense, the Raindrix stew or the freaking cotton candy?
It's just the cotton
Ooh,
candy, of course.
improved furnace. Water grenade. A fucking gun.
Welcome to being.
Welcome to
Beans?
gun.
Welcome to having a gun. You can almost catch up to Silent.
I don't want a gun. Oh my god.
You're gonna want
Jesus, that's
guns.
so
You're gonna
loud
want
in my
guns.
ear.
That's
A fishing
want guns.
pond. A high quality hot spring. A high quality monitoring stand. What's that good for? What's...
Let's look at the technology. A metal helm.
Oh, hi Shizzle. Why are you already level 45? God damn.
Yeah, I don't know when he started playing, because I swear to God he wasn't playing as much as we were.
Kez, do you want to play?
He's on.
Maya has Pew Pew? Is Kez in the server?
No, not yet. I'll send you the deeds.
$5.
$5. If
We're
I
stress
pay
testing the server today,
$5,
so
you have to pay $5. I'm just
I
kidding.
think your ping will definitely stress test.
Yeah, that's fucking real though. How many more bases can we make?
More bases. If you go up to the PAL thing and press V, it'll show you how many you can have total. I think you can probably have one more, depending on what level your base is.
We're at max. We're at max. Where the fuck are the other ones?
I don't know if you're at max.
Mashy's all the way out there. We are at max. 1, 2, 3. Wait,
I can have 6 by myself.
that's crazy.
Am I gonna have 6?
We
No,
have
because that's
3.
too
I don't know
much.
why it says, oh, max is 4, but we don't have. Okay. Well,
That's
I'm
too
in
damn.
my little dream area. It's all nice and pretty and
Too
fall.
much work.
I guess if I find another fall area over there, I'll go, because this is just one little area, but this is really pretty over here.
All right, demon.
Wait, let me zoom this in a little bit.
Okay, Cox. See,
There we go.
fucking Sai, that's the type of shit I'm talking about. Did you read your chat?
What?
Did you read your chat?
That's just normal shit.
Yeah, of course. I was making the sounds.
That's disgusting. Okay. Are you ready to go back to the tree?
Yes.
Okay. I'm cold. Okay, so you can't come here, but you can you go to the garden beneath the cliff? Oh, I can go to the coal. Oh no, let's go to the garden beneath
Are
the
you
cliffs.
speaking
Yeah.
English right now? Like, what the fuck's happening?
Garden?
Garden?
Shut the fuck up.
Where's the tree? I can't even see the tree. I don't know.
No. Hi. What is this? What is this? Oh, it's cake. I dropped it. The cake is a lie.
I'll say.
No, the cake is on the floor because you
This
dropped
is
that
thick.
shit.
Yeah, you got that thick cake. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Okay. I need milk.
Oh, what's my
I'm at
eggs
the
doing?
garden.
Oh, my egg's almost done though.
Brother! I'm leaving you.
5 seconds.
10 seconds.
5 seconds. 5 seconds. 3, 2, 1.
Busts.
Ah!
Oh my god.
You guys are so mean.
Marieth.
Mashy, I left you
You guys were talking shit the whole time I was gone, weren't you?
Well, you were shitting.
I wasn't.
Maybe.
I was
I
not
wasn't talking
shitting.
no
I was
shit.
making food.
She was
Okay, well,
pissing,
I
you're
left
right.
you a pal at the base
Pissing.
that you can have. Okay?
You gave me a
Yeah.
pal. I love you.
I gave you a pal. It's the queer. It's the dragon one.
It's
that you
the
thought
queer?
Was really pretty. It's the queervin. It's the queervin.
It's the queer.
It's the queer.
Why are you giving it to me? You don't want it?
Because I hatched it.
Oh,
You're queer. You're queer.
So it's an extra.
Obviously.
Sorry. I'm not giving you the one that I spent a lot of money on, but I will give you the one that came out of the egg.
Lavander is definitely a queer pal.
Oh, there's a pal that looked like him.
Oh, I'm inviting Kez. Is that okay?
Mashi,
Yes.
Kez is being invited. Is
Yes.
that okay?
Yes.
Okay.
So
Do we want to give
only
them...
up to 10 players at a time, though.
Okay.
Like, if
What are we
it's
at
more
right
than...
now?
Oh, I just got a fucking schematic for a gun. Let's go.
Okay.
What kind of gun?
It looks like an AK, to be honest.
Hell yeah! Now you're back. Now you're you can match with Silent.
Oh my god, twins.
Now you have to
We
make
were
ammo
just gonna make
too.
nuggets
couple
and
outfits.
sauce, but we ended up turning
Guns.
the nuggets into a snack wrap.
We can be just like Bonnie and Clyde.
That's how you do it right there. Mashy, do you want this thing so you don't have to worry about the cold?
I would
Is
love
Kaz in our Discord?
that. You should have gotten Culver. That sounds really good,
No,
Cox,
actually.
but I'm not near. It's like, you guys are on fire and
Like,
you're
enjoy the
sending
pal
it
stuff?
my way. I don't appreciate that, Cox. I don't appreciate
we all gotta beat
the
up
fires.
We're gonna beat our cocks?
Oh, motherfucker.
Freaking
Goodbye,
Canada's
pumpkin.
on fire and it's coming down. It's like, we
Canada's
can
going
like.
down.
No, it's us though too.
Well, yeah, it
Mashy, where
spreads.
you at?
I'm at my base. It's by the Kelpsy Hill.
God. Oh, I see where you are. Okay. I will spawn in your base here in 25
Hello.
seconds.
I'm starving to death.
Do you need some food too while I'm here?
No, I'm good. I have farms going.
Eat.
No, I mean like I have.
You have so much food! I'm gonna give some to my pals. There we go. How'd you get so much bread for these? What's this?
I made a.
You made a
just a
charm?
charm.
Thanks.
Okay, wait, where?
Hey, Zoe seems to be struggling.
I am.
You know, Palworld is just where your
man.
friends are, the world of pals. I'm so glad you
Oh,
guys
you
are
can't-
playing Palworld with me.
If you make the wheat farm and then the mill, you can make those with mashing.
Oh,
no, they'll
wheat,
battery.
duh.
Oh yeah, plug in.
Oh, I need wheat seeds. Okay, I'll go get some. First, I'm gonna have a bite of my snack wrap.
I have backup bird. I have.
I accidentally landed on something and killed it. Oh no.
Oh,
What
you're
the
at
hell?
a marker that I haven't been to yet.
My character's so fat he fell off a fucking cliff and killed somebody with his ass.
Oh my god, like me for real, for real.
I'm cosplaying as Pumpkin.
Oh my
Damn. Alright,
Oh my
well.
god. Oh my god.
The only reason I said it is because you said for me.
I know.
I just made my character thick as shit for no reason. Real quick.
Cosplaying as Pumpkin is crazy. Just some thick bitch.
With horns.
I'm gonna meet you halfway,
guitar.
but then also go fly past you so I can
I
get
go
that
nom,
one that
nom,
you just
nom.
came from.
Moose,
I
can I,
don't know. I
kill
think we
this
should just come
guy?
up with custom names for all of the pals.
Which guy?
Should I kill
I mean,
this
I
guy? He kind of
kinda-
has wares, but
I keep him.
you keep him. Yeah, I'll
Yeah.
keep him.
If you can kill him,
We're
go for
driving.
it.
We're driving
But
past
he's
I
all-
each
think it would
other.
be a
He's
waste
level
of
50.
time to kill him.
I'm
He's level
behind you now.
50, so he's a little bit. Also, if you have those PAL coins, you
In
can
the
buy
desert.
the extra accessory slots from him.
In the desert?
Oh, I bought this
Ouch!
hat with those.
If you need some extra PAL coins, I have.
I'm sure you have a ton.
Does anyone need
more than
worms?
enough. I just
Anubis!
I bought my point.
Oh, level 55. Ugh, I want
you
you
for the head
so
pack.
bad. I can't
You're
even
gonna
like
have a dog fight with these
rechange
verbs.
the name Anubis because it's just Anubis. It's just my dog. What the fuck?
how dare you call him just a dog?
Man, this
My
is
dog! My dog's name is Anubis!
No, I know. I'm just
Yo,
saying
dog,
just a
that's
dog.
not cool.
He's not just a dog. He's a pooch. My pooch.
Ooh.
Stamina,
Big.
attack, or health. I really haven't put a lot of effort into my health.
Yeah, can I
Actually, if you
leave this
go
perfectly?
directly north of where your base is the Sakura Islands.
I see it's all on the ground.
Why isn't my
There's no way I can
Gelroy
kill Bird
working?
without
Oh, he's
AK-47.
aggressive. Maybe I should use a different one.
God damn it. W, bitch! Thank you. Fuck!
Oh, that's good.
Okay.
Okay. Cinnamoth, please. Oh.
Okay. No, don't go that way anymore. I went backwards. You're going the wrong way.
You're going the wrong way.
Yeah, but like there's a dodo.
Oh, okay. That's what you want. That's
I'm gonna
fine.
go beat up Anubis.
They're a little high level for me. I don't know.
I know. That's why you shouldn't be over there, you goofer.
I'm getting.
You
I'm getting.
goofer?
He has a gun. Let him.
He has a gun!
I do have a gun. I do
Let
have
him live his best life.
Alright. Wow. You are really living the life of the place you live in, huh?
Don't be hating on the fact that you could have a gun too if you wanted to.
Yeah, I could. They wouldn't. I see people frickin' hipping guns all the time at my local
I believe
Walmart.
it.
Yes, because I need a fucking pistol on my hip when I go get fucking milk from Walmart.
You went to Walmart and with a pistol on your hip?
No, that's the people who come to my Walmart. I literally saw a man with 2 kids on his hip, like one on each side of him, and then a gun holstered to his hip as well. And I was like, how terrible would it be if that fucking gun just went off and shot the kid's foot? Like, that's what I thought. Because I'm like, I don't think this is a safe way to hold your kids. Where are you going? What are you attacking? Ooh, an egg. Ooh, an electric egg.
I'm using the gun.
I just want you to know I caught that Anubis, but just by throwing balls at its head.
Damn.
I didn't even fight it. I just was throwing balls at its face.
That's crazy. These fuddlers are too much for you? That's really sad.
He's like level 8. Leave him alone.
Okay, give me a minute.
I'm gonna go get this.
He's native level 7. Calm down.
Oh, that was weird.
Silent is just a little guy. That's how it is.
He is a little guy, for real, for real.
I can put the second Anubis back in the base.
Shut the fuck up. Nobody asked you.
What?
Damn.
Aggressive.
Don't touch me. Bird, beat this bitch up.
Bailiff, whack his pee-pee.
Yeah, destroy this thing. Oh my god, no! It ain't my bird! I'm fucked!
That's what you get.
Reload, please. Oh, it is somewhat homing.
The bullets?
No, the shadow ball.
Oh, like are you fucking doing the Matrix with your bullets right now? Fucking no.
Matrix with his balls. The red ball or the blue ball. Pops both.
I just need total
He
ball.
popped both his balls.
Need all the balls.
He chooses both balls and you just hear him scream from down the hall.
Why are you?
Yeah, the red and blue. You got the icy hot balls. Yep.
Icy hot balls.
That will definitely cause the screaming.
That sounds terrible.
Honey, is your rap good?
I'll be back.
My rap is gone.
My rap is gone.
What are you talking about?
He likes it.
You had food,
Yeah.
and now you don't.
Yeah, when was the last time you ate?
You should eat something.
I have so many
Alfredo.
guns. Oh, the back gun, the back gun.
Remember Alfredo?
Alfredo.
Oh,
You
you did
ate
have.
Alfredo?
Yeah, I wasn't just talking about it for no reason.
I wasn't here. I wasn't. All I heard was just the
Oh,
ending
okay.
Alfredo, so I didn't actually hear anything.
Oh, okay.
God, you would pay attention a little bit more.
So I need a wrap though. Well, I can't.
My legs?
When your internet's as bad as yours is, I mean,
That's
I
fair.
can't tell if you're here or not.
That's true, honestly.
Big shade.
Oh damn! One
The
shot these fucking
logistical shade.
gerbils.
Mm. Wait, where you go? Oh, I'm going.
I have to go back.
to
My
Mashi.
birds hurt.
Here, take this. Get a backup burp.
I gave away all my birds.
Oh. You want this one?
No, it's okay.
I would have. I lost the other burp. I would totally give it to you.
I know. I believe you.
You lost the other bird? Oh, yeah, from the...
I hate that nobody here has watched Good
Yeah,
Omens,
something
so I
happened with
can't
it.
make references that you guys just
What is
won't
it?
understand, and it makes me really sad.
Just make it, and I'll make some out of it.
You gave it away? It's literally the first
Give it
episode.
away! Give it away! Give it away now!
No, wrong.
Okay.
No. It's Aziraphale. He
No,
fucking
RCP.
gave the flaming sword that God gave him to protect Eden to Adam, and
Adam!
he's like, I gave it.
Adam.
And Crowley's looking at Aziraphale after Aziraphale told him he gave it away, and he's like, "You gave it away." It's just.
Oh,
Are you talking about Good Omens?
super British.
Yes, Mashy, I'm talking about Good Omens.
I love
said
David
this.
Tennant.
Me too.
This level 6 Wyvern is mine.
Yes.
Okay, Quivering.
Damn, it's already level
Wyvern.
6? It was level 1 when I put it in here.
Yeah, working levels it up pretty quick.
Okay, let's go. Over
Having a job
I
levels
wish
you
that's
up.
how it worked in real life.
Yeah, right?
I mean, I guess it's experience, but I wish there was like, I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe I don't. Maybe it's better to lie.
You wish
I
it
also
was
got
Black
this
Mirror
Pokemon,
shit
but I don't know
and
what
we
it
leveled
is.
up.
Look at this fucker! It's a fucking grassy Minotaur! I love him!
I
Oh, he's
love
so
him.
cute. Look,
Has he got a
look,
pumpkin skin?
Mashy. Oh. I
Oh, it's a
will.
Berloha. Did you ever catch another one of these?
I actually got it from my DNA thing and I was able to take it out and put it in my PAL box.
Oh. Oh, okay.
It's very strong. It's like proficient in a lot of things.
That thing is so cute. Oh, another
Key.
bushy. A king, a pen king. Okay. And a
do a bit of
another
pancaking.
Wumpo.
A Wumpo.
I love breeding.
Oh my gosh. Hi, Sunny.
Oh, some
Oh,
bitches
something's
decided to
attacking.
raid us. They're gonna get eradicated again. Dummies.
Why do they only attack the autumn base? Oh, yeah, they do.
know.
Is that the primary?
Yeah.
I don't think.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
Oh, Mashi's
Look,
on
it's
the
you!
Isle of Silence.
I love breeding. Pumpkin 2020. Yeah, as soon as you come in, I love breeding. No hesitation.
I like gigs. It makes me happy.
It's
I'm
good.
100% deflecting.
Again.
Wait,
Let's
does
see.
Pumpkin want to breed me?
Yeah.
If you ask
You heard.
nicely?
Damn. No, don't ask nicely.
You also have to ask the right person.
Damn.
Is this
Just
the random
get
chatter
in
all over
Palworld.
again? I'm confused. What?
Oh, shit.
We'll call
I'm
you
confused
Sunderyan.
and concerned.
Yo, what up? Oh my god. You got all the big ones.
Huh?
Don't I have?
I walk in
do I
the
not have
door
mega
and
shield?
get
Mashy's
the
got all the
token to breed.
giant ass
Oh,
Pokemon.
Must be
I don't have
Wednesday.
I mean,
mega
pals.
Wednesday.
What does Wednesday
Apparently,
have anything to do
Chilla can
with it? I
fly.
mean, it is Wednesday, but what does that have to do?
What did you say,
Oh
Simon?
no.
Chilla can fly?
No.
Apparently, his people, my Chilla, his people needed him. He's gone.
Oh, I forgot that upgrade.
His people
He's
needed
no
him.
Fredo.
He's
What is
just
up with
flying. He's just
I'm so
floating up.
confused. What's why Alfredo? What?
Alfredo.
The first time
I know,
Chatter
it's just
comes in and
Alfredo, let's go.
says, "Is this Umbreon? This Umbreon chick looks submissive and breedable."
I did not
okay.
ever say that, so. Oh, okay.
I didn't have
Chatter.
anything
thought you were
else
First time
blaming me.
funny. Shush. It's okay. It's okay.
That's wild. That's fucking wild.
No, I kind of forgot that I
It
have
seems
a
a little
flying-
hot. Are you fucked in the head?
Yeah,
You're
yeah.
doing just fine.
That's
How's
quite wild.
Palin? Nice hat. Thanks. It's a bloop 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 bloop. You like it?
Yeah.
It's all wiggly. It goes bloop 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 bloop. I love it.
Okay.
I'm a jelly. A jellyfish.
Did you die, Ice?
Ice.
I think Ice died.
Yes, Kez,
He's
as
back
long
at
as
his
you
base.
ask, it's probably fine.
This
Hey, I
Umbreon
need
looks
you to chat
submissive
like that
and
from now on.
breedable.
Damn. Jesus. Oh. Nice. Is that ore?
Wow, you have permission.
Oh. Consent
awesome.
is hot.
Consent is hot.
Did anybody see my
Okay, where are we going?
Minotaur? He's so
Consent
cute.
is
I need to name
mandatory.
him.
The game graced
I'm in-
me with a legendary
Hold on,
double-barreled
there's gonna be a
shotgun,
raid here
so I
soon, so I'm
shoved
gonna-
5
I'm at Machu
gobfins
Base.
up my ass, and now
Okay.
I can fight God. Great game, no notes. What?
What? The Goblins, though. Why?
5 gobfins
Gobfins.
up my ass.
What is his
Gobfin
name?
increases
It's
your attack by
Asterius,
10%
right?
for each one in your party. Oh my god.
For each one? Does it stack? Thought they don't
Really?
stack.
I guess
No.
it stacks.
Do they stack in 1.0?
Find out. Because I have an army of Goblins.
We gotta figure it out.
Tyrion.
It doesn't say it doesn't stack, so
Are you
it
gonna roll with
must.
Kez for a little bit?
What? And Kez isn't gonna join.
Oh.
No?
No.
There's a raid in
they
4
can.
seconds if anybody wants to come murder. I'm so
Yes,
excited to watch
you're
this
welcome to
freaking
join.
Minotaur annihilate these bitches. I'm gonna
Yeah,
chuck
while
it
in
at
party
him.
increases, yeah. That.
Come
I'm gonna have to go and
on!
get an army of 5-star Goblins.
I think Kez is doing something. I think,
Oh, okay. But they'll join later?
or it's late. Yeah. Well, it's late there.
Oh, I love him! He's my favorite. Holy shit.
Paldium fragments.
I love him so much.
I literally did not say that.
The silence told me a damn no, fuck you, Kez. You're not allowed to join us. Wow, silent.
That's crazy.
I'm sorry, Kez.
That makes so much sense.
I did not say that. Absolute slander.
Dude! Dude! You're my favorite. Oh, yes!
Stew.
You're rolling with me. Oh, you're
Pumpkin's having a stroke.
Are you strong on over there?
Strong.
He's stroking.
Oh my god.
Someone save her.
Oh, I forgot I bought this. What the fuck is this thing?
Yes, please do.
Is
Let's see this weird
is this
fucker.
breeding? Not breeding box.
Whoa!
Is this branch
Sorry.
thing too far from the?
Where?
Come to me.
Where?
Home.
What?
No.
Ball base.
If you can place
Now,
it,
hurry,
it's in there.
hurry, hurry. You might really like this
Yeah, it
one,
just
so I
seems
want you
like
to see
no.
You
it.
need cake.
Hurry.
I need
You need cake for
But that's-
breeding.
Find a fast
No, it's
travel.
not breeding. It's
hurry,
ranching.
hurry.
I need a fast
Oh,
travel.
ranching. You might
I
have
got
to
a really cool Pokemon.
break and replace the ranch.
It's
There
like
could be just a pathing bug
top
with
tier,
it.
one of the coolest looking bitches.
Is there one? Oh, there's one.
Mashy, you wanna come see my cool Pokemon?
Yeah, give me a second. Where are you?
Poke what?
I'm
Pokemon
at
game you
the
playing?
ball base. Oh my god! My freaking Minotaur Pokemon, the way he gardens is he's like Salt Bay.
Oh my god.
Oh my
And thank you guys
Dude,
for
I'm your mod. It's
fulfilling
meant
your
to
duty.
at least bully you every now and then.
What is
Yeah.
he doing? What are you doing? You're so cool.
Yep, on mouse
As
over
the-
it says
as
pal
the-
skill
I
up
literally have a
50%, so
mech
here we are.
for a
Wow.
Pokemon right now. Mashy, look!
Oh my god!
Look at my
him!
mech!
I like his little
I'm gonna
sprout.
name him Bastion.
Ew, Bastion. From Overwatch.
I'm gonna name him Bastion.
I'm already
Where would I-
Bastion.
I'm already
have gun.
Bastion. I don't want to be Mercy.
The duelit? Oh, this dude. Oh, okay.
Oh my god, look at the little guy in his chest.
Oh my god, I used my real name.
Ice, you
Oh,
ready to
shit.
fight Tower Boss?
Oh,
You use your real name for what?
Ice, you could talk in here.
did you dock yourself?
Fine.
Ice, you can talk. I was
It's
just gonna ask
fine.
why you're being so quiet and shy.
I'm being shy.
He's being shy.
Let's see.
What this?
Let me.
Whose electric egg is this?
I don't
Fine.
know. I've just been putting eggs. I've just been.
Oh, okay.
It doesn't matter. Just take it.
Like a good boy.
Egg.
Hi.
Let's see.
Hello.
Hello.
Bummy, stop crashing.
No, it's not crashing. It's my internet.
Same.
Let's see. Another
Stop
dark.
letting your internet die.
Yeah, get better internet, Rob.
Yeah, how could you
Well,
do this?
it was fine up until now. I don't know why. Or was that fine up until yesterday? Did you see my Bastion? You see Bastion?
Yes,
Wait, is he out?
he's beautiful. Well, he was working on something. I don't know where he is now, though.
This one.
Oh my god, I love his head.
I
I love his
Isn't
eyes.
he so cute?
don't think I should have
eyes
done
and
that.
too.
I think I accidentally.
Wait, is there?
Ice, come to the base.
What?
I did. I misspelled.
But is the Pokemon actually or is the pal the little thing that's
Where you at?
in the center?
I don't know, but he fixes things. Like he was drilling that satellite over there.
Well, he's almost like he's like Diva and Bastion put together.
Yeah.
Ice, I'm gonna need you to come to the base and go to
With
the
some-
stone
with
I am
some-
here.
structure.
Where are you?
In the stone structure, the pillars.
Inside the pillars?
Yeah. Go to the middle thing and see if you can go in it.
Whoa! Who the? Holy shit!
You going to the raid?
Okay, I didn't need
Yeah,
somebody to like
I
one up
don't-
me with their
I
fucking
got two
bullets,
pals on
but
me,
whatever.
yeah.
I see how
Jeez.
it is.
We got the box here.
Was that a skin or what was it?
No, it's
Oh, there's a box.
Actually, I
Like,
am
there's a
gonna
knot.
keep him at the base because
Megaform?
he's
What
really
the-
useful at the base for
What?
fixing things.
Bastion EX?
That's the
Oh, no, it's just-
version.
Wait, I do need to switch out
Oh, okay.
one.
Damn,
pretty good.
whatever.
I need a
thought I
fire
saw
type.
something cool, but oh, whatever.
Dude, it's cool.
He's
It's
level
my
5
best.
underling and level 5 mining.
Yo,
My bird is
better than your
better.
bird.
You want to fucking fight?
No, because you'll lose.
Well, my leg's getting better, so I
I'll
learned
go,
how to
I'll
do
just walk
stretches
slightly
today.
to the left. And I'll be fine.
Shut the fuck up.
Incineram or Blazeamut?
Blazamon.
My Blazemon has Flyer Emperor and Ranch Master.
I think Blazemon always has Fire Emperor, but
Mine
it's
has Ranch
level 1, so I
Master.
cannot use it.
Blazing Bergamot?
Blazing Bergamot.
Yeah, I don't
What
know if
about
it tastes very
Moltres?
good.
I'm taking that.
You see Moltres, it'll be fine.
I can't. It's too much. Bergamo. That's what we're going with. I guess I could get a secondary bird and replace.
Never mind. I'm ready. I don't
No,
have
but my
anything
devil
good.
boy.
I got a bunch of pyro stuff. I don't know if that's gonna work.
It is nice to
Yeah,
have
I
another
guess I'll
one,
try
though.
this guy out for now.
That's real brave of you to come to my base and try to attack me.
Okay.
You live here
Are
now.
we're going to the tree?
Oh, you die here
Actually,
now.
I'll use this one. One in party, weak spot damage. Okay.
Yeah, let me dish some eggs real quick. I
Okay.
need this shield.
You ready? We do only have 2 minutes.
Some of these eggs are ready. This egg is
Yeah.
Say we got 2 minutes.
Eclipsed Siren.
Oh,
Bellenor.
a Mamarest.
Are you guys fighting a
A
boss right now?
Bushi.
Well, yeah, I started a raid without knowing that this was the raid. Like the raid.
What?
Wait, wait.
Do you have any big eggs?
Did you read the prerequisites before saying yes?
No.
Yeah, they're in my
You
chest.
just clicked yes.
I just clicked
You
the one
wanna-
that said not in
okay.
my base.
I'll put
You can fight it. It would
If you
summon
want
it in my
to,
base,
if you
but
want your eggs
I'll put a big fire
specifically.
one in.
Okay. There's a couple.
Uh-oh.
There's like 2
Run.
spots I think available in there.
oh my god.
Where'd it go?
Oh, what?
I don't think I'm living. It's a level 35. It ain't that bad,
But it's got 300,000 health. Oh,
I didn't bring enough ammo for this.
Right. Are you ready? Oh no, I don't
Did
want
it just
to.
click my thing?
I am.
Holy god, we have 9,626 berries, you guys.
You can bring some over to my base if you want.
You can
Okay.
just show up real quick and give me the berries.
Yeah.
the
All right,
berries.
I'll do that. I'm gonna grab like all of these berries.
They're gonna
Bruh,
weigh you
it's just
down.
melting through my Pokemon or my pals.
Oh, I'm weighed down by 2,489 pounds of berries.
You can teleport with berry. Oh,
Can I not get on?
just teleport.
There we go. I'm on my bird. Oh, I'm encumbered with the bird. You're son of a nutcracker.
Pumpkin, just press M and teleport.
N to teleport?
Emma.
M?
Nope.
Oh, can I just do that in a base?
Yes.
Why
I had
can't
no idea.
I just throw a ball at it and end the battle.
Wait, what?
bro.
What
Oh,
are
if you're
the
in a
arrows?
base
Should
and you
I
open the map, you
craft
can.
I didn't know I
Immune.
could do that.
Yeah, I didn't know
I'm
we
gonna
did.
mash you
That makes a lot of sense.
Well, I got no ammo.
I'm trying to figure out what the best arrows are.
Mashy,
Yes, ma'am.
you want these berries?
I'm coming.
The problem is that she's so far away, but our attacks
keeps
don't
moving.
reach that far.
Are you?
She keeps moving and going
did you
upside down.
teleport
I don't
here?
understand the upside down thing.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, her head's not her weak
almost
spot,
here.
so.
I'm almost to the food thingy. Okay, there we go.
What's her butt?
Oh no, it is her head. I'm doing more
Okay, so
damage.
there's a
Slowly.
bunch of food in there
Yeah,
for you. Oh
why
god!
would it said?
This guy is so funny. He's such a funny. I love this guy.
I love him.
He's so good at digging.
He is.
Oh, yoink!
I'm here.
Bro, when does it keep targeting me?
here.
Target my
I'm
pal, bro.
Okay, I'm gonna go
Wow,
try to
that-
find
that
a night
did a
fire
fucking
since
90-degree
nighttime.
turn. I caught bull crap on that attack.
Actually, you're really close to the Mushroom Island. Did you know that?
I didn't know that. Maybe I'll go.
So that I don't know
I
if you
mentioned
can
it.
see,
Chisel hell.
but
Behind you,
do you
watch
see
it.
the island to the right of us?
Yeah. Like.
Just above
This
that
one?
island is the Mushroom Island.
Bro, of
Bruh.
course she'll just directly aim at you.
Are we going to the mushroom
Like
island?
near the tree.
Here. There is
And
it.
again, watch out.
Am I looking at it? Am I going the wrong way? This way.
Oh, I need to get that point.
Oh, I want to get that.
I didn't find a point on the Mushroom Island. It's below the Mushroom Island.
Below the mushroom.
Yeah.
Well, I found.
that-
I see one over here. Unless this isn't the island you're talking
Oh,
about.
I see one at
Wait,
the
can we still
island,
use
too. I
this?
was getting attacked by
There's no
something
way, right?
called a shroomer, so I was avoiding it.
Wait, we can still use the PAL box. Switch out your dead stuff.
Bro, just keep switching out everything. The only thing left is gonna be level 1 pal.
Where are you guys? Are you guys following me? You guys are
I'm going
literally
to-
going the wrong way.
Oh, he said no.
From your base, just go straight north, and you'll hit a teleporter.
I'm sorry. I'm
Okay.
going. Yeah.
We need automatics.
If you didn't care about it, that's fine.
I do
go
care.
get-
I
You
do
guys-
care. It just blacked out on my map, so I didn't see an island.
That's okay.
I'd help you guys with the boss
I'm
fight if I
coming,
could, but
I'm
I don't know where y'all
coming.
base
Yeah,
is.
we're just gonna not make it in time.
Oh, that Mushroom Island. Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes a lot of
The
sense.
Mushroom Island.
Because it's got like a lot of mushrooms on it.
Yeah, it's almost like it's the Mushroom Island.
It's got a lot of
hello.
mushrooms on it.
That's
We need
probably where
something that can
Machi Bay should
freeze
be,
it.
actually.
Yeah.
I'm sad I didn't find
Stay one
it.
spot.
But you're really there's a really scary boss on this island, so I probably wouldn't have put it here.
Hmm.
Yeah,
like
it's probably a
level
high
50.
too high of a level for me.
Where?
Yeah.
Where's the boss at?
Ooh, I just got a new thing. Herbal effigy.
I don't have a bird, so I can't fly to the island.
Wait, what?
Take
What were you just
mine.
next to me on?
You're paralyzed.
A deer?
Oh. What is that?
Excuse me, you fucking cunt. Sorry.
Well, I'm gonna go get.
Yeah.
I'm getting attacked by like 13
at
dudes.
least I know where it is. I will go there later once I have a bird.
No, ice is really good against her.
Like 13. By the way, all
He is?
only that part of the island is full
Yeah.
of mushrooms.
You're Australian,
I'm
right? It's fine.
I'm Australian.
Wait,
He's the fucking Alaskan.
It's fine. Right now, I'm Australian. It's fine.
Right now,
Yep.
he's Australian. It starts with an A.
600. It's a 10-minute cooldown. That's crazy.
Yeah, I'm just flying right through the center. Oh, there's.
You said ice attacks was the best.
Yeah, ice is
He
super
just
effective.
fucking one-shotted my bitch. Oh my god.
All the ice Pokemon are pal.
Oh, yo, legendary sphere. All right, please don't hit me. Oh God.
Ow.
Thank God I'm fast enough. And there's
I
a
don't
bunch of
have that
mushrooms.
many. I have a bunch of fire.
The fuck are you doing?
I'm shrooming.
Ooh, come here. Bring
I need
forth
help.
life
Please don't
I'm almost
attack
there.
me.
Isle of Murmurs. Not Isle of Mush.
I got the AK.
I got
Yeah.
the
No, he doesn't do anything.
Oh shit!
Oh my god. He one-shotted my bird.
Yeah, I just one-shot my bird too.
Most, I think they need
Actually,
help.
oh my god, I just one-shotted my other bird.
What are you fighting?
I don't... Something bad.
Oh, tornado! Ah, that got me.
I don't even see who you guys are, otherwise I'd show up.
I don't think... Wait, can I catch this?
They're north of my island.
Oh,
We're on
I'm
Shroom
on,
Island.
I'm on an island. No, I'm just not sure.
yeah, no, we're not gonna make it. Wait, what? What's going on?
Sakurajima!
Holy.
Mushroom wetlands! I missed out. Oh, there's a effigy
I mean, you
here.
can have like a whole other base too.
I don't want to build too many bases. Cause
Oh, we
want other people to
Oh
be
my...
able
I
to
have no
build bases.
pokies left.
Oh no, the shadow ball is very menacingly following me.
Oh, you could just hide it behind a
I
pop
have
box.
no
for
idea
that.
what you're talking about.
You'll block
What the
those
hell,
attacks.
but I don't do that to you guys.
Where did he go?
Our green tail's down. Oh, I just got hit by
see you
something.
guys. Is
Shoot.
this island that big?
Dude, it keeps deflecting all my fucking Pokeballs.
What are you trying to catch right now? Oh,
A
Soothsayer?
fucking Pokemon! What do you mean? I
Ice.
don't know.
Huh?
Oh, it's dead! Fuck you, Moose!
Let's
Fuck
switch
you!
you
I had to
out.
kill.
Switch you out.
I just got here. I don't know what you want from me, Pumpkin.
There's another one over there. I'm so sad. All my
Ah,
Pokemon
okay,
are
where's the-
dead.
That was a good amount of EXP, I guess.
I don't even think I got anything out of it.
See.
I'm so sad. God
This
damn
shit
it.
is
I'm
intense.
gonna go cry.
Gotta make it to this.
I did not
I
mean
gotta
to
make
kill
it
it.
to
I
the-
meant to get it low enough that you could
No,
catch
I don't
it.
think you touched it. I'm over it.
Let's see.
Ooh. He's really good.
I'm so sad.
Oh, is that you? Oh, okay.
No, they're attacking you right now. And I don't know why. I don't know what you did to that
Oh,
mushroom to make them mad, but
poor sad.
Wasn't me.
Okay.
they're trying to murder
What
you.
is
I
this
don't know what you did.
chest? Oh,
what's
no,
it-
that's a thing you guys killed.
Now they're just fighting each
it
other.
died.
I have another one of these.
Alright, where is that fast travel?
You ran by
Very
it.
end.
I got two of them.
You ran
Oh,
by
there's
it.
power up there.
Where are you?
Oh, I did?
compared to the
Yeah, you
thing?
ran
Wait,
by
there's
it.
a tower?
You're,
I was too scared.
The fast travel is to the right of you.
I was scared.
I'm so sweaty. Oh my god, I need to uncross my legs. I'm so sweaty right now. Fucking
I feel
dripping.
that. I feel that so
tried.
hard.
I'm dripping wet. My shirt's wet.
Night, baby girl.
Bruh.
Night night, love you.
Yeah, we ain't ready for that. Well, I'm not
You've
ready.
been-
Like,
you cannot have
what's
my
even the
chocolate
point
cake.
of giving it a level when it's not possible at the level it's at?
Oh, it's over here. Okay.
We just got over level.
No!
One shot?
It moves
What
around too
capacity?
much.
It does. It really does.
Oh hell yeah.
It's annoying.
I don't know where it is, Sai, but there's a thingy on that island that you're at. And if you collect it, it'll help you have better flight stamina. It's on the edge somewhere.
Oh,
You're the
okay.
edge. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, just edge.
Let me just edge this whole island.
Ooh,
I should.
EXP game.
You almost
We're edging
are
it.
killing it.
Oh, I bought
this
this
gold thing?
Sonaris, but I can't even use it. That's really sad. It's red. There you
I
go.
ain't using
yeah,
that thing again.
yeah, that thing.
That's why we have like fully automatic.
Herbal effigy?
Or rocket launcher.
Is that a key item?
Oh hell
It,
yeah! I got the first boss kill and
Yeah,
I didn't do
that
shit.
lets you get
I'm glad you got something, actually.
flight capacity.
Does that have to go to a statue?
Where's the
Yeah.
statue on the Mush Island?
All the effigies
There-
go to the. It's right where Silent is, or was.
Oh, I see it now.
It's along the edges.
Well, did you go do that quest? That's all the way over there?
I'm ready to do the tower. Yeah.
Yeah, I saw you.
Yep,
over
climb
there.
up the mountain, go back down the mountain, go back up the mountain.
Bruh.
Blech.
Bruh.
We climb those. Oh, egg.
Oh, big egg?
Ooh, egg.
Big
Ooh,
egg.
big egg.
Ooh,
What are the
egg.
chances it's that thing
Huge
that's
dragon
fighting
egg.
me? Ooh, nice.
That's huge.
Egg not done. This done.
The fuck?
Super huge.
Super huge.
Huge. Huge.
Just equip
Huge.
automatically.
Now I find
I did not pick it up. No, I picked
fast
it up.
travel again.
The blue thing in your the distance.
I
That
want
flight
this.
capacity made like a significant difference. That was
I
awesome.
want
Oh,
this.
shite.
Are you riding a Chile?
I'm riding a Chile.
Oh my god.
Look at him go.
Chilean
He's really fast in the
sea
water.
bass.
Oh yeah, Chilean sea bass.
Chilean sea bass is exactly what you're going.
Who's this guy?
I don't know. Bunch of nerds.
Let's just
The criminal is blinded by a love of sweets. She has a weakness for sweet treats and will even snatch dango from children if she finds them.
Dongo?
What is dango?
Dango, there's
Like mochi.
Yeah, it's those little. It's like a skewer with the
Mochi
3
on a
little mochi
stick.
balls on it.
Oh, okay.
It's really colorful, like pink.
You want
green.
mochi? Should we go get more
Mochi
lemon
ice
mochi?
cream is like top tier.
Mochi.
Mint lemon mochi.
Lemon mochi ice cream.
Mint chocolate chip.
Oh.
Blah, 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 blah. Are you going back
I need
to the
50
home?
charcoal.
Yes.
Oh, you went back to Mash, you said.
A pale box, the nearest pale box.
Yeah.
Let's see.
I made 400 charcoal. It's gonna take a while.
I gotta go to the bathroom. I'll be right.
Have fun.
Oh my gravy gods! Are you kidding me?
Your assembly line 2.
Oh, hello.
Circuits and nails.
Whoa! What the biscuits? Oh, it takes ancient. What the hell? Oh no, these are the dog coins. Oh.
There's a dog coin guy by my base.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at.
What did you find?
Tiger.
The lamb ball helm.
What the fuck?
Yeah, it's very cute, isn't it?
Oh, I have. Ooh.
I have 15 if
How'd
you
you
want
make-
mine.
No, I
How'd
have.
you make
I have
circuits?
385.
Where do
How do you have so
circuits?
many?
All right, here. I need polymer. 10 polymer.
I think I've been depositing all mine in the chests at our autumn base. That's why I don't have any.
Let's just go up. We go big. 100.
Is that another goddamn raid?
I haven't had I've just been getting attacked by like a
Oh, I'm
single.
about to disconnect again.
I haven't had a single
How?
raid. Oh, there it
I do
is.
not need that many bullets. I do not need that many.
So where did?
Actually, where do we go, actually? Master, you're at your base?
Yep. Wait, I don't have any pals that are traders.
Raiders? What?
Yeah, I got flea markets.
No, so that's player to player trading.
What?
Yeah, we can like
Oh,
sell
so you
to each
can give
other and
me a
stuff.
Zephyr? You can give me a Zephyr?
You know what? Maybe because there's a pal one.
Yeah, I got both. I got items and pal.
Yeah, I didn't think about that. I could try that. Because I
can try
think
and
I
get-
have 2 Zephyrs.
I should be able to get you that segment too if that thing works.
What is Zephyr again? A dark type?
Where's it? What's that thing even called? Like,
Yeah, dark type. I have a lot of van worms.
Wait a minute.
Wait a minute. I do. I have 2 extra Zephyrs.
I'm confused on how this works.
you put pals
You
in
can
there, we
list-
buy it.
But why isn't it letting me put them in?
I've never actually used it for that.
Do I need?
Click on the plus.
She'll figure it out.
Oh, I have to make a production line. Rude.
You can't put your DNA ones in there. You can't put your favorited ones in there.
You can't put your
And then you
DNA
put
in
the
there.
item what you want to trade it
Watch
for.
me.
Yeah, I can put this
Here,
DNA
come.
one in there.
Have you been? Wait, have you been near my base? Can you? Can you put your DNA ones in? You can trade out your.
Yeah, I mean, that's what this one is.
Oh, okay.
Oh, it's probably because it's in my PAL box.
Yo, why does cake take so long to cook?
I'm getting into breeding, huh?
Like, yeah, breeding's good, but for the cakes to take that long?
I just leave
Might
them.
crank them down a little bit.
I mean, I just leave them and go and do whatever.
I mean, I've had this going for like since this morning, and I've only had 4 cakes finish.
That's ridiculous. What's your I think it goes based off what your.
Yeah, I have. What are they? Both of them are at 3 kindling.
You know,
And they're
I think,
not like specialized for work speed or anything, so yeah.
Let me
and I also don't have them locked on it. They're running around doing ingots and charcoal. And...
Oh, okay. So you have to craft your own flea market and place the Pokemon inside.
Yes. Yeah, you have to buy from me.
Okay.
But you'll have to come to my base. So you will have to find it.
Not mine. Mine's trashy. I need to fix it.
I have to find it. You're not going to tell me where it is?
Nope.
It's in the game. I'll tell you that.
It's somewhere.
It's in the game.
Don't worry about it.
Wait, where's the cake thingy, Shizzle?
Down here.
I need to make
the frickin' pot.
The bees. Bio battery and power metal. Okay.
He's level 5.
Nice.
Can I make any bat? I can make a bio bat. I don't like
Do you
this.
have a...
Oh my god, stop killing the cute little innocent animals.
No.
Wait, what is this?
This is the assembly line. No, yeah, assembly line, and then this one is the gun one for weapons.
Wait, where did you get the assembly line one? Hello? Where? Am I missing it?
What?
Hello? I see the weapons, and I see the sphere.
You want to help me fight Bushi?
Where's the other one?
I haven't fought Bushi yet.
Bushi's only fit 25.
Where's the regular assembly line?
Oh, you guys are.
Where's the no regular assembly line?
Gonna be right next to my base.
Oh, there is. It is production assembly line level 29. Sphere assembly line is level 27.
There we go. So I didn't see it.
Where's Bushi
Was
at?
just holding a fucking block.
Bushi's in the bamboo forest.
I know where
the
there's a
bamboo
Bushi.
forest Oh, is that on the island next to yours?
No, Bushi
down here.
is.
I haven't been that far down yet.
Oh, the...
What is why would you think that's a good idea to attack my base? Hey, you dumb as shit.
Oh, I just caught him anyway. What?
Actually, if you go up to that bamboo groves watchtower, that's where my other base is at.
Where is your...
You gotta try to capture him when he is flinched, stunned, frozen, paralyzed, or try to get him in the back.
Or I think you get
Or low
head too.
Hey, this is just a
Help!
different thing? Hello? Huh.
Like that.
Ooh!
Help me, I died, help.
Is anybody near you?
Yeah, 1 second. Oh, wait a second. Am I near a thingy? Oh, no. 1 second. There has to be one near me. Okay.
Good job, Shizzle.
How much seconds you got?
60.
Okay, 1 second.
Ooh, Shizzle's eggs already.
Maybe 30 of them.
30
You
of
chucking
the
Shizzle's
seconds.
eggs?
Mm-hmm.
Bro, leave my eggs alone. Unless you're fertilizing them.
Look at that
fertilize,
guy.
you're touching them.
Whoa. No, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Oh my fucking god. I'm sorry. Where did you die?
I died
I had to
inside
quickly
inside the
teleport.
Bushi temple thing.
Are you gonna kill him?
No, Chillette's fine. Chillette's... I can recall him.
Yeah, you could. You gotta get the little revive guy.
Yeah, I do.
Herbal.
Sugar has that one.
Because
11
I will
seconds,
not make it
10
there.
seconds.
I'm sorry, I'm transporting now.
Just kill him. You should have just let him kill him. You still would have gotten credit.
You right below me? I think so.
Is the lantern thing automatic?
Damn, I just made it.
Shit.
Did
I
you
don't
come back
know.
here?
Yeah, I can
Mashing?
travel. I can fast.
Its health is still
Oh,
at
shit.
152.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
It's wood boards and nail. I need so much shit.
Hey, don't look at me.
Boshi time.
I hear something shiny.
Ow.
Well, it's a lucky pal.
Oh.
Damn, actually, its health is still low, so
I would love
I'm
to
gonna climb up on
capture it.
I'm gonna climb up on a wall so it can't.
Oh my god. Absolute mistake.
I'm actually.
Hi.
I'm on the wall.
I just tried to get a shiny thing and it just beat my ass.
Thank you.
Yeah, they have, what, 15% more damage?
Precious
I don't know,
entrails.
man. It just really hurt. To be fair, it was the same level as
Bushi
me,
bounty
so...
coin.
You need those to do
Yep.
either ones of the the sealed realms like this. Yeah, my base is right there.
Oh, I think I found that one. Hello.
Oh, hello.
I need to get
Thanks.
these waypoints over
The
here.
bullet to the head.
I wanted to see if it would do anything.
Damn, that's crazy. Guns hurt people, Moose.
True.
Is this
People
your
hurt people.
other base?
This is my main base now.
You have a base on each side of the tower? No, this is a gunner. Okay, okay.
Oh no, I'm not gonna build one right on this side.
Is this Mr. Bushi here?
I fought him already.
Yeah, he's on cooldown then. Yeah.
Oh, what the
Cry.
fuck?
You are
There's a
taking
shiny
too
fucking-
long.
I was running! I don't have fast
Yeah, the
travel
shiny
points all down here.
dinosaur-looking thing? Yeah,
I
it's
like fast
fucking one-shot me.
travels.
It's gonna die at my base though, unfortunately.
Ancient.
Yeah, it's probably better to run, my man.
What the hell is it fast travel right here? Is it on the mountain?
Wait, I hear a shiny.
A lucky, not a shiny. A
Wait.
lucky.
I'm calling them
Wait, so-
shinies, but it freaking disappeared. Are you kidding
I
me?
caught it.
Oh, cute.
Oh, you caught it?
Yeah, no, it was right outside my base.
I was like, I heard it and then it just gone. I thought it despawned. Get up, you dumb bird.
Can you please tell me
Oh,
where
what?
your base is? I would like that bird.
Oh,
Yes.
I'm stretching and I'm
Oh,
migrating.
shit.
Whoa, whose base is this? Oh.
Sai, come to the fall base.
Hello.
Why is this Grisbolt
Hey, what's up?
red for me?
What's that die?
Where are we at?
What happened?
Fall base?
The fall base.
The Grisbolt's red for me. He's hostile.
Your
Oh.
fire,
We're not in the same
egg.
group, so we're not. You're not like.
But the rest of them are green.
Oh well, then watch yourself. I don't know.
Where are we
I
at?
put it in the.
If it attacks you, I didn't do
you can
it. It
grab
wasn't
it.
me.
No, there's PvPs
The
not even
box?
turned on, so.
Yeah, it's in the box. It's on the. It's out. Oh my god, are you kidding me? It's the weird wolf thingy. That one's yours.
The Arsox?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
If you need to craft stuff, I can craft you stuff here. I just need materials.
Oh, I also got you something.
What?
You ready?
Spider-Man's running around my base right now.
Oh. Yes. Yes, it's perfect.
This is cute.
I needed this.
Do you have any eggs you want to put in here?
Especially with the AK out.
Yeah, with the AK.
It looks good. It looks real good.
I like the ears. The ears wiggle.
Did you get the lamb hat?
Brink, 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 brink.
Pumpkin?
Yeah, I got
you
one
did.
for side too.
Cute.
Do they wiggle
I also
when you're
got this
dancing?
one if
Oh,
you
you
wanted
can't really
to
tell.
play with this one too.
The Bastion?
No. This thing on the ground for you.
Oh.
Chisel. What level armor are you wearing? Like, how hard?
It's over
how
by
hard is your
Mashy's
armor?
base. It's by the.
This thing is like
trader,
the first. It's like a little more than the pelt armor. It's 51 defense.
but I only got
You
matching.
want a refined metal armor?
coupons.
What quality is it?
That's 220 defense.
What color? Like, is it a blueprint one or is it the?
I can make it right now.
Oh my god, you're so cute. I gotta
It is
pet
a
you.
So I got one. I just gotta get materials for it.
It's blue. It's rare.
Oh, you're so cute.
Like I said, if you want, if you,
Bones.
I can make it here. If you have the, I could. If you need the workbench,
Oh shit.
drop it for you.
That's not doesn't sound like good things.
I am just out here murdering and collecting everything.
Yeah, caught a univolt.
We're gonna make it so that Little Silent can't die as easily.
Just a little guy.
Just a
little guy, exactly.
Just a wee guy.
Get this out of here.
Follow the path.
Growth acceleration bell
This
schematic.
way.
What is that even for?
It's a accessory.
Wait,
Oh,
didn't
okay.
capture that one.
But I got
I did
permission to
not
remove
mean
structure.
to do that at all. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god, I'm so
What happened?
fucked. I accidentally attacked a mamma rest.
Chisel, not let me destroy this pipeline.
It's over.
No.
Chisel.
Suspicious juice.
No, not let me
What?
destroy this power box.
Sorry, I put that in there.
Wait. No, did you like build one?
Well, the one that's up on a mountain with
Oh wait, I
Doesn't,
gotta.
Oh,
I gotta.
doesn't
Do you want it gone?
Lavander drop cake?
Yeah,
Or
I'm
is
moving
that...
to
Yeah,
a different place that looks better.
Okay.
Incubators.
I can
Or
delete it
They
from the map.
they
I don't
should
know
be
why
like
you
available
can't.
in like
Honey.
The materials I can
Yeah,
build.
take.
Oh my dark egg is
Oh,
almost done.
bruh.
Cause I got
Honey,
a huge dragon
Huh.
egg.
if you
I
get a
need to
Lavander,
do.
you can make her drop cake.
Drop her cake.
Yeah, you can
She
make her
dropped,
drop her cake.
bruh.
She
The
drops cake.
suspicious juice. I don't know. It seems suspicious. I don't know if I should.
Drink it.
I don't know if I should.
Kissing all by yourself,
Kissing all
handsome.
by yourself, handsome.
Suspicion
how's your
all
trip?
by yourself.
Suspicion.
Suspicion.
Oh, this
How's
is
your
a 20.
trip, Mikey? How's California?
Nice.
This is a big one.
Nice.
California.
That's a big one.
Yay.
A puppery.
Kill Amari.
I'm just trying to make space with all the eggs that we have.
You
Yeah,
have
nice
a
and
lavender, honey?
cute.
Uh huh.
Or Did you read about what
Well,
they
that one's
dropped?
ready.
No.
If my Chillette dies in the water or runs out of stamina, will it die?
Oh my gosh.
It drones because it's an ice type, not a water type.
Okay, well, it was nice knowing you guys. I love you, and I'm gonna drown to death.
Oh, rip. Wait, where?
No, she doesn't drown immediately. Okay, she doesn't drown immediately.
Not immediately, no.
Okay, that's fine.
Silent canoe fast.
Are those Gupfins? No, those are Doomuds.
How fast?
Like to your right.
Should I become encumbered and then walk over there?
I'm literally right behind you.
Oh.
Literally right behind you.
Ooh. That's refined.
Okay, who wants to help me kill the Fenglope? Not kill, but
Where's that at?
I got you. Actually, if you don't want to kill it, I don't know if I got you.
Yeah.
Ascetic Falls.
Wait, how'd you make this? Let's see.
If you look at my stream, you can see. It's by.
Yeah. I'm just.
That is a level 37.
That's where I'm running from right now.
Oh, I haven't unlocked that one
What
yet.
is this thing?
But it's a higher tier than that.
Quality metal.
It's a higher tier because you can, if you look at it, it's blue, so it's
Ice
rare.
resistance? Pangolin effigy.
Oh, you just need one level.
I low-key wanna try to unlock. There's a really whoa.
What's up?
Where are you going? You going, handsome?
I don't know. Let's see. Well, we gotta explore more over here about the mushroom thing.
Oh well, I'm just gonna fast travel.
Yeah, I got
Silent,
I got
always
some fast.
become cucumbered.
You want to
I
go
got
to
some
the mushroom
speed.
land, or
Yeah.
our goal is just to go as
Carrots
north
from?
as possible, right?
Mhm.
Well, do we want to go through mushroom land, or we just want to go over the mountain, since the mountain is the fucking
You
ice
talk,
land?
Pumpkin. I believe in you.
Thanks.
I don't.
Oh
I
well,
don't
we're
know.
just going over there. He's already there. I'm sorry. I get tongue-tied when I'm talking to such pretty people.
Yeah, she'll stop being so pretty.
I'm sorry.
Give me a second.
Witty.
Oh, mother!
That's somebody adding the fucker to it.
Oh wow, I didn't even fully No, I did.
What
Hello?
about
Oh my god, I only
Whoa.
slightly disconnected.
Oh,
A little
okay.
bit.
The interval, it's like lightning. If the intervals are getting quicker, it's just getting better. Ooh, I feel like I'm gonna be sick here. What is this?
Hell yeah.
Why does it look like this? This
I'm
feels
sure
like
it's
bad for my health.
knocked.
Run.
I'm running.
I can't find the
I'm
freaking
gonna go to that
bird.
thing.
Sad.
Frog.
Okay, chill it. You
Frog.
can chill. Oh my god.
Oh, frog. 49 frog just is getting absolutely pelted
Level
for no reason.
49
He got
frog?
paid for no reason. What the fuck? He was sleeping.
Okay,
Oh,
where are
there's
you
an
now?
effigy right there.
I'm
Hey.
near the
I just got-
of our birds.
Bro, I don't got permission to play structures.
Oh, I didn't even see that one.
Please.
Yeah,
I'm near the
What?
Fenglope.
Bro.
Gib.
Oh, I forgot to go to
This
the
guild
Anubis
sucks.
statue.
You are. Can you now? Can you?
Oh,
As you said,
what
you're
is
over in
going
Bangalore.
on? Why are what?
What?
What are you?
Now I
You're my
can.
fingerlobe.
Oh, you're
Do
just.
I
Let's see.
want
Place and
Fenglope?
remove pal box is turned off for all roles except for guild
Do I want
master.
help
So
with
cute.
Fenglope?
You're like a
I
cat.
said you're over
a
by
cat-
Fingalore.
I am over
in
by
the water.
Fenglope.
Open your map
A Kit Kat.
because I don't.
Oh,
I've not been
it's
over
like a
here, so I
little
don't see where anything
armadillo.
is.
That's so
Oh,
cute.
back to
Oh,
that way,
my God.
bro.
If you go towards the, you have to go towards that
I have
water
yet
over
to
there,
see a
Macri.
living armadillo. When I
Towards
was
the water
driving
where?
through
There's a waterfall
Oh,
that's
God.
Bullseye,
the river to the
there
north
was
of
just a bunch
Fengalope.
of Missouri.
It's actually
north.
underground.
Oh no,
that
he
right?
knows
Yeah.
earthquake.
To
The little
north.
What are you doing touching a level
escape
46,
symbol, Nick,
brother?
It's fine.
Don't fucking. Oh my god, you dumb deer. Fucking.
Yeah, what if we go build a base over here? It's so pretty.
Oh.
Oh, I
this is-
want you.
Honey, look at this area. This has a lot of ore.
Did you see it? Did you see it? I want to go. I want to build a base
gotta
in
touch the
that
statue.
area. We should build a base over there.
Oops.
Ouch. Ouch. I need to upgrade from Megaspheres. This is painful.
Oh, you're cute. What level are you?
Saying over
54.
by the tower? Or...
Oh, look at how pretty it is.
Yeah, this is like those trees that were in the end area. But wait, no, these
The
are
heck are you holding, Ice?
Pretty. Is
No, it's
everything
red.
magenta that's slightly pink to you?
Yeah, basically.
I don't got anything.
Moonflower Tower? This
Bruh?
place is
Do you have
so
the-
pretty.
Do you have
want
Aesthetic
to
Falls
live
unlocked?
here.
Good
On the other
luck.
side there.
Yeah, pumpkin. They're gonna they're level 53.
Oh
Ice.
shit! Oh,
Or you could
don't
go
look
down
over the
from the
top.
bamboo
No,
ropes.
don't look.
No, I don't.
Holy run.
Yeah.
You should be able to make
Running-
this.
Oh!
Oh yeah, but
Run.
it'll just be
Dude, I
slow. It
what the
won't be as fast as you.
Oh my god.
Alright, I can just do.
Run.
Okay. Well, okay.
Oh,
maybe
this is
we're not
a
ready to
giant
live
ass
here yet.
wumpo.
Yeah, don't
Yeah.
touch it.
Touch it.
No,
No.
touchy.
No touch.
Touch it. Don't be a pussy.
All right, Mashi,
already
where
lost
are
one
you? I
bird.
should be
Oh my
close
God.
to you.
Is that a
What?
fire chile?
I'm like,
Where? Where are you?
looking for a
Oh, it's so
waterfall.
cute! Oh, look,
Oh,
it's
Mashi,
magenta!
Is it this
It's
right
here,
here?
right? So there's that.
That's
actually really
Do you
cute,
see the
though.
fast travel point near you?
Yeah.
That
Yeah,
one's
it's
actually
that. It's that
really
water.
cute.
Okay,
I want them.
Okay, I'm
Oh,
at the
I want
Aesthetic Falls fast
wait,
travel,
no, we cannot.
baby.
I
Okay,
will
that's
not
what I'm
play
going
that
to.
game. I just got fucking obliterated by some bitch ass ninja looking bitch. I ain't gonna do that.
Is your bird okay?
I see.
Oh, I got another one.
No, there's a baby.
I
Oh, okay.
remember
Mandatory
now.
2
Oh,
birds
there's an
per
effigy.
travel. Ooh, an effigy.
We found one at the same time.
Yeah. So I like these ones because it gives me stamina for my bird.
Yeah, it's invaluable.
Okay.
Valley bird.
What is this?
Okay.
I'm popping away.
My Wispaw is pretty strong, so hopefully it
just a little
doesn't kill it.
Hmm?
You just gotta let your thing do an attack and then desummon it.
Oh, that thing is cute.
Will I get the saddle the first
Run.
time I catch it?
Oh, why have you pissed it off?
You can
I
unlock.
don't know, I
the
just
ability
walked
to
in
Where
front of
is
it,
the-
maybe slowly.
Mm.
Oh, it's all
We have to go to the waypoint.
I'm going over here. Away from your
They're
problems.
aggressive.
They're pretty good.
I can't see.
Rock
I can
throw?
spot.
Oh, jeez.
Ooh, more
Okay.
effigy.
I
Yoink.
can't
Don't kill without
see.
This
us.
place is pretty.
No, I can't even get to it. I can't even see
That
in
little
here.
dude almost sigmaed my ass.
Oh
I'm gonna
god.
fire guy.
Ooh, what is that? What? Oh,
I
another
think you just
effigy.
follow me in here.
Oh, we owe 6K?
Please let me have it. Please let me have it. Please let me have it. Please let me
These
have
And
it.
then
dinos.
it is. It's
so
down
cute.
below, right?
Look at the electric dino!
There, I know.
It's through the
This one caught my
waterfall.
eye. It looks so cute.
Yep, right there.
Level 64. No.
Hurry
thank
up,
you. Ooh, a
honey.
chest.
Hurry up.
You want it?
I'm trying to get it to attack.
Oh, that's right. It's not shared. I'm sorry. You should have had it. It had
You want
bullets in it. I can drop the bullets.
Oh, okay. Are they
drop the
are they
bullets.
the
I don't know.
are they the course ammo?
Assault rifle.
Oh yeah, I could use that.
Okay.
But I guess
Where
the
are you?
course ammo like works for a lot of different things.
Force ammo is for
Right
the big
here.
guns.
Where are you?
I'm in the water.
Oh, I need
Why?
these for medicine.
Come out of the
Where you
water. Up,
Oh, there.
up, up.
Alright, all pals are put away, right? Okay.
Another effigy right here. I swear. Where? I saw it. I saw it. I saw it.
Don't shoot
trying not to
it. Don't shoot it.
I saw it?
Don't shoot it.
Am I high?
Or-
I swear.
You wanted to
Oh, there's one
catch
here.
it.
I wanted to catch
Where?
it.
No,
Who's
yeah.
shooting it?
I have a ring of mercy on, so I can't kill it.
I was
I
not touching
stopped
it.
shooting. I stopped shooting.
That's not the one I saw.
Oh.
I saw
I have a ring of
Probably
mercy as well.
it was
so-
probably desync.
Uh-oh. What have you done?
Uh-oh.
What did you do?
Oh,
Why have you done this?
okay.
Run.
Mashi,
That's okay.
this is what you do with it.
Oh, God.
You do this.
please.
All over
You
the
do
place.
this.
Oh,
You take
No!
That's an hour.
Are you
It's
okay?
an hour.
Oh no.
Get that shit out of here.
Yeah.
Are you dead? Oh shit.
Sorry,
You're
I
gonna
don't know
get
why.
pelted
We
by
have Ring of
water.
Mercies, which brings them down to 1 health.
Yeah, I don't know.
It was probably just a desync where we shot, but then your shot came
there's the
after
other
someone's.
RPG. I found it.
Maybe.
It's okay.
There should be wild Pangalope running around on them.
Yeah, there's wild ones we can catch. There's nothing special about that one.
It's just bigger. Actually,
Oh, here's
there is
the
something
FG.
special about it. It has
I found another one
generally
over
they're
by me.
larger, so they can
Well, yeah, they're like alpha size.
yeah,
Alright.
they have more health, more
Yeah.
stamina, more.
There's a good
Defense.
FG
I mean,
up
if I
next
catch
to
more than
me.
one, I get the unlock for the saddle.
Why
You just
why
need
is
to catch
everyone
the
so
one.
mad at me?
No, you just need to
the
catch
one.
one to
Oh,
unlock
no.
the saddle.
What have you done?
Yeah.
Okay.
Just one.
I didn't do shit.
Oh my god. I've done nothing.
Bro, you move
Oh,
too
shit.
fast. Come back.
Bro? I'm on foot right now.
Exactly.
Oh my god,
you
I
move too
can't,
fast.
I can't. Oh my
You got your
God.
grapple and stuff.
I didn't even use the grapple. I was just using the jumps.
Let's,
Now I use the grapple.
Bruh.
Attacking.
Oof, the. Ooh, ouchie.
Did you make it out?
I did.
yeah, can I catch that?
Okay.
Alright, I just
I'm
have normal
up.
verb now.
Okay. I need more health.
No, I'm not a high
Where
enough
did
level, I think.
you go? Are you right below me?
I'm
Levels
at
don't
the,
that much actually. It's
I'm
just
at
your
the
spears.
sandstone monument.
Oh,
I'm right above you.
oh,
Rip chill.
No,
I have a hyper one.
we can't revive you because we're not in the same guild.
Are you
Yeah, I wish
fucking kidding me? That's so dumb.
I'm level 26.
Oh, that's a lot of them. Hello.
It shouldn't just be a guild system. It should be like if you're friends, you should be able to like interact and stuff.
Oh, are you
Hold
down?
on. Wait.
Oh my jeez.
Oh, there's a.
I just
there's
wanted
a
a
thing right
damn
there.
bird.
I'll see if I can make it to you, Mashi.
I'm
Where's the
pretty
thing?
far up. I'm 200 meters
Oh, it's
away
over there.
from
Might be able to make it to that.
170 meters away from fast travel.
Oh,
I
I
don't
don't
get hit.
know.
Desummon the les punk. No, it died. Oh well. It was on fire.
I'm not gonna make it to you, Mashi. I'm sorry.
Why is everything so mad at me?
I don't know. You're really pissing everything off. Can you please?
I ain't
Yeah,
done
let's see.
anything.
Well, you have
Hold,
murdered a
join
lot of
guild.
things.
Oh, goodbye.
Goodbye.
I ain't never done anything to anybody.
It's just
Yeah, if there were more than 4 max guilds right now, if I could figure
Those
that
are
out,
friends.
You
I would
yeeted
say we
stuff
could
at
just
me.
Why was it?
Wait.
Why did it sound?
took her while she's
Cajun?
down.
Actually, you know what? I can still make it.
Oh my
I'm just
god.
on slow burb.
Holy crap. He's huge.
I can hack
Ouch!
this thing.
That bitch one-shotted my fucking bird, and I wouldn't even fly
you?
on it. You son of a bitch!
Is this you?
Here, Les Punk.
Oh yeah, because it's the lucky
I'm
one.
dead.
This is
I
Moose.
need help.
Where you at?
That's Moose.
Can you
I don't-
crawl behind a rock somewhere
Yeah, I'm near an F.
so that I don't get killed by these fucking...
Actually, if you need in, I
Can I
can.
grab this effigy?
I'm trying to. I don't understand
Um,
how to do the sales
No, I can't
thing.
grab the effigy. That's really sad.
How to do the sales
You
thing?
you gotta put
You
a
put a
pail in the
pal.
pal thing,
Right.
and
Oh, I don't think
And then
you.
you
Magic
put an
you click the
item.
slot, then click a pal.
Don't think you grabbed this.
Actually, come in my base real quick.
I'm getting my stuff real quick. 1 second. I'll be back.
Ooh, the back of my muscle hurts.
Well, look at this man
Like,
making
you're looking
at the
4,000
water
assault
warrior.
rifle ammo.
I
Oh
am.
no, wait, you're way over there.
Yeah, I am.
I didn't realize you could see how much I was making.
Those freaking little
Moose,
green
are you
things are
cheating?
mean.
Uh-oh.
No. This is my.
Uh-oh.
I was finding eggs. Oh, but for this stuff,
How
it's
long you
because I'm
got?
higher level.
Hi,
40.
I'm in.
Okay.
Come over to over here real quick, Meshy, to the
Are these pals DNA'd in? Or did
No.
you get these in here?
I got them in the game.
I need to be up
I was running around.
You just know where to get them.
at.
Yeah, I've on my personal save. I beat
Come
the
to the
game.
effigy.
Huh?
I'm sorry, I can't
Come to
see
the effigy.
you. Where,
I am at this
where-
effigy.
No,
I'm at
Meshy, over
a
here by the
effigy.
gate.
Oh, there's another one
a
also.
selling thing.
Oh, no,
I have 10
um,
seconds.
Oh,
coming.
is there another floor, or is this the
Oh, I'm not close to you. God
gate?
damn it.
So,
Gate.
towards the
That's
door.
Hey, you're
okay.
okay.
I got the fast travel. That's right there. So
So
Okay.
let's for Meshy.
Be goods.
See,
I'm
Oh,
trying
oh,
to.
yoink. Yoink.
don't die for
gold
me. I'm dead.
coin. Yay, bird! Thank you, thank you, thank you.
He ripped you off. That should have been 2 gold coins.
I only got
she
one.
got a
It
good
was
deal.
only
What do you
one. Oh, I ripped
I'll take
him
these,
off.
God, I'm gonna have to swing.
yeah.
Wow.
You know, yeah, as
Anubis.
you level up-
What's your Anubis got?
Where's Sekhmet? I want to see
What do you mean?
Sekhmet.
Does he have anything like
One?
passives? Yeah.
Oh, he's a workaholic and diet
Azurobe.
Okay.
Is there any
He's
way I
making
can make
ammo
the map
fast.
like
Oh, is this
Oh, I
powering
my
the?
orientation?
I wish.
This powers
As
the.
Because the map is
assembly
super
line?
confusing.
you can get the books to raise his handicraft. So that's what every time I've gotten one, I put it on the.
I haven't
Anubis.
been able to figure it out.
Oh, I should do that for my Splatterina. Can you let me out, please? I don't. Oh, I guess I could climb
Just
out.
climb.
Ladies
No,
first.
just kidding.
But yeah, no, you can find these guys. I just throw hella balls at them.
I'm
If I'm just
going back.
spam hundreds balls at him and
You can
hope.
throw white. You can
Wasn't
throw
an
blue
effigy
balls
over
at
here,
them to
wasn't
get
there?
them.
There was right next to the.
If you have a 1,000 blue balls,
the
you can
fast
just use
travel.
them.
I have
Yeah, but how?
1,000
Because it
blue
deflects them
balls.
if they're
The
full
only one I
health.
saw was the one that was
It'll
over
just go
here.
through eventually. Like if you try it on something that's on a blue ball, just throw as many as you can. It'll go through. Like I did that not
man.
like an hour ago
Just
with
brute
Anubis.
force it.
Yeah,
When I have more birds.
you did that. I did that with the boss Anubis again, not that long ago, just to say fuck it, because it punched my bird in the face.
You're not.
Get the hell out of here.
Good idea.
Crit catches do exist in the game. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I need.
Am I cheating, man? She's crazy.
You're cheating.
How am I cheating?
I'm kidding.
I'm stealing everything. I'm kidding.
I'm stealing
everybody play-
everything.
I'm just a thief.
I'm
Yeah,
just
just
a
get it
thief.
right.
I'm not cheating. I'm just a thief.
I'm just stealing it
Oh,
from the
Freaking
world.
rocket power ass. Team Rocket? Team Rocket. What the fuck?
Rocket power.
Rocket power.
Rocket power.
I remember that show.
Also,
Did that entire show take
Fizzle.
place in Hawaii?
Yeah.
The big dragon you saw, you can get from breeding the mutated eggs. They're kind of rare though.
Rocket power.
Mutated eggs.
Yeah, there's mutated eggs, and that's where you get a lot of the bigger ones. Like that really big guy. He only ever came out as a fucking what's it called? As a alpha, which is he's too big.
I just did a crit thing. I just did a thing. Nice.
Yeah, Master, you should have a pumpkin make you that saddle.
What
A
saddle?
pumpkin.
The bird?
Can I have a
Did I not?
Zephyr
I thought I
saddle?
made you one.
Oh, did you?
I
didn't-
thought.
I didn't have a Zephyr, so I don't know if you like
Oh.
were waiting
Oh,
for
go
me to
ahead.
I
get
have
Yeah.
one.
4 of them. I can't really spare any.
Go into
Do you
your
have you
pumpkin-
got
I gotta
any?
knuckle them.
Have I
Go into your
what?
key items
Have you caught any?
Zephyr gave, oh my god. Moose gave me a Zephyr.
Oh, okay. Oh, look, another circuit board for Sai, because he loves that shit.
Man. 7 mining?
I'll eat that. You want to split it?
He wants to crunch the circuit board. Like fucking the little girl from Pragmata eating the ram sticks.
That's wild.
What? Oh, I used
most expensive dinner on the face of the planet.
It's how she gets like learns things. It's how she gets her abilities.
Me too.
Yeah, that's
ram.
Yeah. Everyone does that.
Yeah.
Right?
Oh, getting rammed? Yeah.
Yeah, you download more RAM.
Huh?
You're so cute.
Thank you too. I'll make you one, but okay, yeah.
Damn.
Let me go
Epic Palmetal armor?
get some electric bitches.
Oh, I might have some at my base.
Okay, go get some, bring me them, and then I'll make one for you.
How many
Or at least I'll start it. I will not
Rocky
touch
egg.
it because I will accidentally absorb it
Okay, yeah,
into my body.
I'll just craft it.
I'll set it up for you, and you can have.
Actually, I don't think I can see because I don't have the bench for Palmetto yet.
Okay, let's see.
If you trust, I can tell you, and then you can, because I just need palladium. When I've been making it, I can probably make you the
I want to
armor.
explore with you guys too.
Is there any
They go
Is there any eggs left over?
Oh.
She didn't have a fire until.
No.
Now you do.
I do.
Oh,
I
okay.
do now.
Maybe they're very tiny ones. They're like 2-minute long. There might be one ready in like
How many do you need, Pumpkin?
I gotta wait 10 minutes anyway.
I have 25.
I need 20 in total, but I need 3 more. We have 17 here.
Okay, I have 25.
Oh my god.
What?
Oh my god.
Sorry, no, I was looking at something else,
like,
not
what
you.
did I
I'm
do?
sorry.
I'm sorry.
No, not you. Sorry. No, sorry. My fault.
What
I just
didn't
want to
you-
see what this will do. Oh,
20.
we need more palladium. How much? Wait, how
You
much?
need 7. 7.
I can collect my $1. Hell yeah. I was trying to see
He's
if I had...
fixing it.
Here you go.
Okay, here you
Also,
go.
I don't know what
This
level
is
that
good.
bird is,
Nope.
so you gotta be careful, Mashy. It might be level 1.
You did not bring me electric organ. What did you bring me?
What are those?
Where did it go? Oh,
Electric
That was
organ.
Chromite.
Chromite is
Did I
on...
not bring you enough?
So for Chromite, you need to go to the island to the bottom left, not the floating one, and then you have to have the metal detector or a Smoky with its ability.
I disconnected.
Yeah, that's what I was looking at. I was looking at a
Oh,
Smoky that I can breed.
A Smoky normally... So if you have the Smoky out when you're mining the Chromite, you get
Is it still on the
double
ground?
the amount of Chromite.
No, you picked it up.
What?
Okay.
I gotta go get me a good Anubis.
Okay, there it is.
Like I said, just try chucking a bunch of balls at it and see what happens.
There you go.
Yeah, what do
I
I
was
do
just
all
checking.
these-
Anubis is so last year though. I need a different handyman.
If you have an Anubis and
I'll do it.
Flattery
I'll level up.
now.
All my stats to working, and then I'll
Bruh. But where's the stat reset thing? Is that on the electric
Hell yeah.
bench?
You talking about the mind wipe?
Yeah.
I don't think you should learn it.
Damn, that bitch builds fast.
I have no idea
She
where.
does.
I'm assuming it.
She's handiwork
Oh,
level
I
I
6.
think it's on the electric
she looked
medicine
at me like I needed to
workbench.
praise her. Good job.
I have one of those. Let me double check.
I
That she
just don't
grabbed
have
before I
the
accidentally
circuits yet.
absorbed it.
Mind wiping. It is 99 beautiful flowers, 50
Can you-
horns, 50 bones,
Can you throw her
and 50
at
aquatic top
this
fluid.
one?
I have none of the flowers. I forgot where to get those from.
Any of the shielded areas. Or you can get in
Oh,
dungeons,
yeah.
too. I need 10. Come on.
This is gonna be really
Yeah, I messed up and I put points into work speed at the start. Shouldn't have.
I mean, it don't matter. If you have you been
Let's
doing
see
the
the
dungeons?
Not every single one.
If you do the dungeons, they give you
Do you
those
want to try out a dungeon?
Yeah, the potions.
yeah. So at that point, it doesn't really matter.
Okay, what do I do with these seeds? I plant them, right?
Oh my god, you
Put 'em
have
in
a
your
The
butt.
pals do.
grenade launcher? Damn.
Oh, did they pull from a particular place, or?
I think it's
And
cracked
No,
the
origin.
chest.
seeds are only needed to make the
Initial.
one
Oh,
building.
really?
You don't need seeds
Oh.
to, yeah, you don't need new seeds to keep planting.
Oh, okay. So if I make a farm, well, not berry plantation, wheat plantation.
We don't need any more berries.
We do not need any more berries.
We do not need
I would start
any more
making wheat.
berries.
I would start making wheat so you can make a
Berry
jam,
seeds and
jam bread,
tomato
jam
seeds.
toast or whatever.
Yeah, turning off spoilage. Yeah, I've got. Oh, I finally ran out of cooked berries. Now they're all eating.
I have too many berries
Okay.
because of the spoilage thing.
Do I
Yeah.
turn it?
No, leave it.
Nope, it's too late.
I'm getting rid of
Okay.
it. I've been making what the fuck is it? Salads for 'em.
Yeah, all right. I'm turning spoilage back on, but I'm doubling the rate. Everything spoils twice as fast.
Are you fucked?
Hell yeah, that's what I want.
Please.
Bro,
I have
I'm
so
already
many
You
berries
better
in
make
my
4
pocket
berry
that I'm
farms now.
sustaining on.
Well,
I'm
it's
almost
over.
starving to death. What do you mean?
Thank you. You're so cool. I'm gonna give you a pet. How do I can't pet you. You're not mine to pet.
You can pet her.
They wouldn't
Oh,
let
she
me.
probably has to be in the base for you.
Yo,
to pet
Ice, I
her.
need my cake done.
Yeah, what do I do with these
What?
beautiful?
Building my base, man.
Oh, I don't have
I'm
them.
just gonna cancel this cake.
Oh hell,
Show me your
fucking
cake.
yeah!
I need to.
This guy's-
That's what I need to do. That's what I was
this
gonna do.
guy's
I need a
so
bee guard. Thought I had
Alright,
one.
we do the eggs.
I need
No
to-
way. Let's go!
What, the rocket
Cricket.
launcher?
Look at me!
Hold on. Hold on, I need to drop shit off.
You got the rocket launcher? Oh, I was excited about this one.
Oh my god.
Look what I got.
Mashy, why is your inventory so full?
Leave
Yeah, okay,
me
but
alone!
look what I got.
It's so full.
I know it's full!
Oh, cute.
Look what I got! Oh my god.
Machina, you can press
but
C
can
to
you
quick
write
store
it?
into chests.
Yes, I can, I know.
With the
I didn't
AK.
have any
Okay.
duplicate items.
Oh, okay. I always keep one of everything,
Sorry.
Yes.
just for that.
What the f- No fucking way.
Get
What?
fucking grenaded.
Holy shit.
Don't you guys know that it's a mistake to give her anything that goes bad?
This is fantastic.
Okay, I'm coming.
Get fucking Sigma'd.
You just fly around, rock people.
Seed
in the face.
machine.
You fucking Sigma, bro.
Get Sigma'd. Let me see, where are you?
Holy shit!
That is amazing.
Did you see that fucking rock go flying?
Accretion.
Bye. Holy god. Mashy.
I see, I'm looking... Oh my god! Ah! It seemed like you really hurt me. It like made contact.
This is fantastic. And then watch me throw this. Watch me Sigma.
What is that? Oh.
It's a rock.
Oh my god.
It's not a
Watch me
boulder.
What am I,
Sigma.
Popeye?
Yes.
With the arms.
Bruh.
Alright, it might be time for a real base location now.
This is awesome. This is the best mount of my life. And then he just flies. He just bounces. Whee! Whee!
I don't like the fact that this game is making me make this item and I don't.
I love this.
To level up.
Huge.
But where base location?
Huge.
What are you looking to make?
Ooh, pretty. Whoa.
I'm just
look
looking
at
for an
that.
empty place. I'm gonna work
Oh.
out of using the base mines. I think.
Literally
Oh, I
anywhere
can't stay
flat.
on that thing forever.
Anywhere
Yeah.
It's
flat.
gonna be a huge egg haul.
Oh, I'm going so slow because my fucking inventory's full.
Oh, look at this! Whoa! Look at this guy.
Encumbered.
Got a giant rack.
She's cucumbered.
You need what? Just flat places?
She's one.
So look at the rack on this
Oh, did
one.
you see
What
where
did you
I
do
put
here?
the info box?
Yeah, I'm looking. I just teleported to it.
Yeah,
I'll
just
check it out.
Ore there though.
Oh my god.
Biggest rack you ever seen.
It's
Damn.
weighing me down.
Definitely
Majestic.
need a build.
I don't.
Majestic as fuck.
What the heck is quartz used for? I haven't found a use for it.
Wood.
I don't know if I'm
Quartz?
just dumb and missing
Boards,
it.
I think.
It is used quartz, like pure
Yeah,
quartz.
pure quartz.
want-
Can you?
Yeah.
It's used in
Oh, circuit boards.
circuit boards and
Okay.
there's something else that you need it for, but
It just has stone, quartz, iron, and coal, right? Is that coal? Or
then
is that
there's
just
sulfur.
quartz? Well, that's just quartz.
No
Never mind,
coal.
coal here.
You cool.
Yeah.
Also, they
I have so much
You wanna try doing
quartz.
some
there also is hardwood that you guys need to get.
I want to keep
for
the star
higher
on with me
level
so that I get some
stuff.
actual leveling on it.
dungeons.
But I want that RSOX too.
Dungeons?
Oh, you want to do actual dungeons? Oh,
You wanna
okay.
try doing a dungeon? You wanna do dungeons?
Actually, I guess we should build
actually
somewhere
good
near water so we can half
we
water,
need,
half land
good
base.
ones.
I mean, choose a spot.
Did you actually
What
turn
the
on
heck is
I
spoilers?
kind of
this?
started building a
No, he
better
had to
house
reset
than
the
my
server
old
for
one.
that.
No,
right?
he did.
Deserted
I think
islet
we-
level
He
70.
would need to turn off the server to do that. For it to actually
Okay.
take
Do what?
effect, I'm pretty sure.
Okay.
What?
Turn off spoilage.
No, I'm not turning it off.
Okay, good.
It's
Somewhere near water.
we're not being that hardcore. It doesn't matter.
You're
Because the bad thing about it is, like, you know, me and Ice will play like all day and nobody will be on. All your pals are gonna starve. Guaranteed.
okay. Good. I'm glad
That's
we're
why I just have constant food production.
Yeah,
So
that's
they
why you
start-
always want to have some, at least berries constantly producing. And like, if you think you're not going to be on for a while, at least lock people into your farms so that at least they're constantly making berries so your guys don't get depressed and go on strike.
They go on strike.
Although it looks like they made it a lot easier to get recovery though, because there's like nursing tents and stuff you can make now.
Yeah.
Just for like sanity, I think.
Well, there's one that says it helps recover from statuses too.
Oh, I haven't looked.
Yeah,
don't fuck
I crafted the clinic and I crafted a medical
Okay.
bench and a medical
Yeah, the
cabinet.
clinic, because that's a whole new item I've never seen
I've
before.
never seen
Clinic.
it either.
Yeah, I didn't even touch it because
So it helps reduce sanity depletion and prevent illness and injury. It has limitations.
Why is
But
it
then
not
there's
letting me
also
pick
the
up this
medicine
fucking berry?
rack.
Lumbering ability. What is? Oh, okay.
Why can't I pick this up?
Jump.
There we go.
Jump. There you go.
I got it. The little alpha wave
Yup.
generator
Alright,
thing
we're
just
actually-
passes
we're
sanity
building.
restore.
You might have to
Alright.
fly around.
What about this place where the
Has anyone been to the arena yet?
Arena? No.
oh yeah, do you want to
Okay.
go try one of those things?
you're trying to fight each other. Oh, here's a bunch of Masander.
The arena?
Let me take
Oh.
all of your eggs, you stupid little.
Yeah, let's go. There's one really close, isn't there?
So where Ice? You can just stream.
Oh, you mean a dungeon?
No, like there's like, you know, those big platforms on the ground
What are you showing?
that are
I
like
got
those
a
little circle on it.
mouse.
Yeah, like right over
Thinking
there.
like over here?
Ow.
Up there?
Oh, you mean the
Ooh, I wanna
exclamation
get
mark?
this.
Let's go check
No,
it.
I don't have that waypoint, but
I think that
Oh,
thing
I do
right
have that
there,
one, though.
that platform.
I think you have the one in the middle.
feel like it's just like platforms that go on the water. We don't get to go in the water.
No, yeah, it's platforms above the water.
I'm curious if they like did anything different with these dungeons. You could fish in
They
them.
have. They're a little bit
We also
different.
need more palladium, palladium.
Pal.
La la la
Paldium?
la la.
La 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 la.
And better monitoring stand that also reduces sanity drop. They make it
Who's
pretty
this?
easy. Just like slept 4 hot springs and a high quality one, and life's good.
Enter dungeon. Yeah, dungeon, this thing. It's a level 15 boss, but probably one-shot it.
Yeah.
Oh, you made the sword.
Entering now.
I'm sorry, Ice. It's really
wait,
bad.
hold up.
Wait. Oh.
Yes,
I
dungeon.
have to unlock.
The
What
sword
level
is-
is the
It like kicked me out.
high
I don't know
quality
what's
hot
going on.
Wait.
Oh.
I'm in though. I'm in.
What's all over there? I'm going. Goodbye,
I
Ice.
don't have my mount.
Bro.
They're
Here.
all sweeping.
Kill
Come
this
here.
We
bitch.
hit them all at once.
House sweeping.
Fucking grenade launch.
Need rock.
Did you kill everything? Did you kill everything? Oh no.
Kill the whole family right there.
I'm
2
almost there.
grenade launches and one
Oh, that's a good
just
flag.
destroyed.
Artisan
our
and
little
Serenity.
fucking
Ooh, good
obliterated.
flag.
I love
This is
you.
fucking-
I love
this is
this
fucking
guy.
Ice, come here.
The
Where you at?
best thing ever. Oh
Fucking
my god.
gun.
Fucking grenade.
Get your pal.
They were sleeping too. It's so fucked.
Get your pal, Ice. You need your pal,
Get me
okay?
out of here.
I told you to want guns, pumpkin.
Why?
Yeah, but I don't want guns. I gave guns to my pal.
Chill. There's no chill.
Same thing.
Thank you.
Gun.
Same saying.
Boss is a really
Nice.
good pal to go
Did we even
for.
get very much out of that?
For what?
Oh, I got 5
go
civilization
for.
parts.
Go
That's
for
pretty
it.
nice.
He's still.
Well, technically, our
Why
Can we do
pals.
another
Wait,
one?
Do I have to go do the actual? Because I don't think I got anything for that. I don't know.
No fucking way. Okay, here. Do you want to go?
We're
Oh,
still
I
basically
can't do
early
it.
game for our pals.
Oh, I thought I crashed. Holy shit.
Oh, is the maximum amount of pals at the base 15 still?
Yeah, pals isn't
Wait, they're
increased, but
definitely
there's more
gone. Okay,
bases.
whatever, it's fine.
Damn. Well, let's go do
Hey,
another
which
one. That'll be
one?
easy. I promise I won't one shot him
I
this
guess.
time.
I'll have to check
I'll
the
let
config
you
of
touch him
15's
first,
max.
and then I'll kill him.
Because
Yeah. Okay.
I don't know, because I've seen it to 25, that's why I wasn't sure. Maybe it could just be the level on that too.
That was fucking hilarious. That was glorious. Okay, where? Okay, what does this look like? So this. Are all of these? Because that's not a dungeon. That's not a dungeon. I don't know what. It's hard to tell what a dungeon is.
It's
Okay,
literally,
now I can click writing.
you'll see a blue light, like coming off a wall. And
No,
stuff.
I know, but I mean on the map.
Yo, you don't see them on the map.
Yo, Prickster?
What?
I think this is too much ore.
Oh, he's level 48. I can't touch that. There's a golden effigy over here, though.
That's a lot of freaking.
I snooze.
Well, effigy.
That's a
Free
lot of-
revive?
Let me ride. There we go.
What's one of these chests?
Let's
Which one? What do we
see.
need here?
So that's the oil tanker. I think it will just be one target, but I'm not sure.
Electricity. Yeah, electric. You got one on you?
Nope.
Oh,
but
there's
you
another
can,
one over there, I
on
think.
my thing.
I wonder if that's
Right?
too high.
Ah, Ice, watch out!
Towards north.
You could
On the
probably be
sand
fine doing
island.
like.
Full
What
sound
level are
chicken!
you guys?
Whoa.
You lost your Gillette.
Fuck
Bro.
you.
Actually, I don't think I have any of
Nope,
these.
put them in the box. Electric.
Jam filled bun. It's jam and
Wait.
toast.
He's not
Criminal
electric. Why is
activity.
he
What the
going to the
heck?
top? Oh, because kindling's at top.
Oh, why all of a sudden?
Got it.
Bruh. Oh, artisan.
Geeky bastard.
Here, I dropped that.
I killed an officer and they
What?
brought back
What
up.
was that?
Oh, he doesn't.
Oh,
Run.
Oh.
Yeah.
yeah, I've been saving
Do I
all
go-
of
Shit,
these.
they're in the
Fucking hell,
water.
bro.
What the fuck? Get out of here.
You
You
are
can't
You need
swim.
this box for anything?
Oh, is that it?
I am. I'm proud of it.
Yeah.
We have a waypoint up top, so.
That's not
They have
it.
another mount.
I feel like this
Nope.
one over here might be too high of a
Well, I have
level.
other mounts, but I don't have their saddle things.
Oh,
Bro.
I don't think we've gotten that tower over there. No, I have not.
Why is there no like 2-person mounts?
The fuck is that?
Because that would be so broken for this game, they would never be able to do it.
Oh, actually, this might be simple too.
I don't know, but he's taking like no damage.
What level is this?
He's hacking.
Level 28? This is fine. I don't think I'll one-shot it.
Were you guys fighting? Or is it...
Weird.
or is the-
Kit Kit.
Oh, we needed that to open
You want that
it.
egg?
Oh, that's why it was immune to spears. Bruh.
There's an egg over there.
War 6
Hey.
Terra Belt?
Yeah, over
Terra Belt? What the heck is
by the
this?
rock
It's about for the subspecies.
Lag.
over there.
I don't know what they do, but...
War 7.
Where'd you go?
Okay.
What the fuck?
So many new items.
I don't see egg at all.
Where are you?
Oh, over
Nope, mine
there.
is-
Oh, okay. Right above you.
Aw.
Right there.
Oh, circuit!
Yeah, I see.
Who do we got over there? Turtle Para.
Yeah, everything's above level for me.
Oh yeah, we're just running through. We are not running through. They're mad
No,
at us
no,
for
no,
some
no.
reason.
Wait. Oh no, this is 28.
This is fine.
Oh, they're
Oh,
fighting each
26.
other.
level
Yeah.
They're one-hitting it.
Are you
Masher,
able
you
to
want a
join?
segment?
Yeah,
Well, there's a Kit Kit that
Okay,
you
one
wanted to capture.
second.
Oh god, that one's Angies.
I'm in already. So
Actually-
you have gun and I have.
What?
You want a segment?
What level?
No, I'm gonna. It's like level 34. I just bought it. If you want to
Yeah,
come
yeah,
and
yeah,
grab
yeah,
it.
yeah, 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 yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
did you shoot it? Are you in here?
I'm going.
If you
No,
go to
forget
my
this.
page, you can buy it for $1 again.
Sorry, I spy.
Yay.
One-shotted my bitch.
And the eggs up here?
I forgot where your base was, Moose. Bamboo
Oh,
forest.
there's oil.
Bamboo
Oh,
thicket.
God.
Oil
No.
hole
Oh, is
here.
this where we get oil?
Bamboo forest or the one near
Yes.
Bushi.
One near Bushi.
Hey, we're gonna build out there, right, Ice?
I
Yeah,
just
yeah,
have
yeah,
to
definitely.
find,
Easy.
fast
Oh,
travel.
that'll be our base.
Let's
Nobody will
go.
find us.
Did you get it?
Yeah.
I already
Cool.
can't find it.
Hey,
What are you
I'm
talking
taking
about?
Wixon bounty coin.
Bamboo Groves Watchtower. I'll find them.
Oh, that's an
I
alpha
wonder if we
kit.
should have tried to catch that. No, we
Wait,
can't.
where, what?
We can't catch these
Alpha?
ones, that's right.
But that's an alpha fucking turtle. Bro.
No, alphas are big and glowy.
Are they? Oh,
Bamboo
Boston?
Grove
Yeah.
is big. If they're a boss,
Yeah,
they're,
like
they're an alpha.
Nice.
Well, what can I-
What level are you at now?
He's just way over our level. That's what that.
Do you want to go?
Are
26.
you guys in the desert right now?
Have you gotten that tower up there?
Somewhere.
On the very west side. Oh, I'm leaving.
One
Oh,
second.
west side. Are you guys in the volcano?
No.
North of the volcano.
North of the volcano.
Oh,
I
you guys
one-shotted
are
my,
in...
or
Oh,
didn't
you guys on that
one-shot my
beach?
panda, but it did hurt my
Oh, you're on
panda.
the...
So my
I
panda's
think I know.
gone.
Yeah, we're on a big beach.
Actually,
Ow,
you
ow,
want to
somebody
be
got it.
at the Bamboo Groves Watchtower over by the Bushi.
Ooh,
There we go.
he's low. Can I capture him? Please, please, please.
Gonna
please.
die. I'm stuck in dialogue. I'm dead. This. Oh my god.
I'll
I'm
be
gonna
right
die.
back. I'm gonna go put my panda in the base real quick.
I got one. I got a
This one anyway.
prickly whatever.
Oh,
Who's this talking
I
about?
got you. You're on an island. I got you.
I
got
need
you,
one more
got you.
premise.
War sect.
Bro, there's everything. Watch out behind you.
What's a war sect?
Yeah, I know.
Master.
The
Palworld.
trainer started to fight me. Now everything is after me. I'm leaving.
I'm leaving.
I'm leaving.
There's a chicken.
And Pumpkin's getting banned. Oh, there's an effigy up here.
Why? What did I do?
You mocked him.
No, that's fair.
We're on ice. We're on. Oh, he's getting messed
These
up
things
though
are
by
hard to
the.
catch.
Trickster. Capture it.
I'm trying. They're too unbelievable. Oh, I got him. 2% chance.
Okay.
Ain't no
so-
way.
Oh, rip.
2% chance.
Yeah, I got one
Literally
too.
need one more premise. and I get a boost.
Oh, my gun's damaged. Oh, did we win?
Did we win?
Wait.
How
What?
dare you capture Blossom?
I just help.
What?
This trainer. My gun's damaged. And I don't have a oh, that hurts.
Wait, what the fuck? Who the fuck is... That was
Wait, can I
weird.
capture the...
Trainer?
Yeah, you can.
Get me the heck out of here.
Why is there always? Why is there
We're gonna
always
die
only
by
4 and I
suicidal
need
birds.
5 to get the freaking up? Like,
Uh-oh.
Ooh, learned crystal breath. Yup, they're after us.
Chicken!
Gotten this already. There we go. Nice.
Find the correct position.
Hmm.
Better for hurry fast. Chickens are coming.
Go, 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 go!
Where are you?
Oh, it's a generating
Far
buck.
away.
Pick
We
up
can
that
combine
piece.
that.
That's fair. Oh, did you
And
find
eggs.
some?
sorry.
Yeah.
Alright, we're going to the tree. What the heck is that? Flamethrower fuel.
I'm making my way to the tree.
Oh, the tree is so far
It's
away, you won't make
scary.
it.
Don't look over the fence.
There's a little way tower.
I almost got hit by that.
Yeah.
I want to at least get
That's
that.
that's pretty
AK
much as much
47
as you
is
can
OP
go.
as
Once
well.
you get that way
See,
tower, you
ice
just leaving.
over here. Oh,
Where's the effigy? Where's the effigy?
that's the alpha.
It's
No, the one that's
it's in
purple
the
cloud around.
it's like hidden in the rock.
Yeah, those are the alphas, and they got
I
a
got
big old
them.
AOE.
Go to a little
Dude,
up here.
Manjo, hi.
Oh, it died.
Oh, it died.
There's a white one.
It died.
Oh, there it is.
Oopsie, I didn't mean to do that. Cancel.
Okay, we're
like
safe.
100 blue balls that were useless.
Where are you?
Oh, effigy.
Right behind you.
There's a big
I'm
guy.
on the other side of the rock.
Oh, whoa.
Oh, hi. I'll go get that
Hey, there's a
tower.
building up there. Hello?
Yeah.
Did you go get the
The pals are over 55
There
here.
was there's
Ooh.
the hacking thing up there.
This is
Oh,
the
this is the island.
That one. Oh,
Alright,
okay.
we're taking it.
Yeah, we're building here. We've
Wait,
laid
we're
claim
waiting for
to the
Mashi?
Cherry Blossom Island.
Are you kidding me?
Oh,
I didn't know
Mashi
you
wanted
were-
to explore.
wanted to
Oh,
build there,
Mashi, you wanted to
actually.
explore?
I did.
oh, Cherry Blossom
Oh, I'm
Cave, boss
sorry.
level 52. I'm gonna
Oh, yeah.
pass.
Okay, I'm getting this
Huh? I don't
waypoint
pass.
tower thing.
You want to go in there? I'll show up. I got you.
Fuck off! I
Um,
saved
I'm
you
le-
from the fucking
I'm level-
syndicate.
Just no, don't
piece
look
of
down
shit.
there. Those are 63 and 62.
You guys are. Where's this boss at? Or where's that dungeon at? I'll go do it right now.
Cherry
Just
Blossom
come on.
Island. I don't know. We're running away from level 58 Samurai or something. I'm leaving.
good.
Okay, I'm gonna go get my segment.
Yeah,
and
Yeah,
then-
there's a level 62 alpha relax
this
down
map
there.
is so
I
massive.
don't want to be here.
It is. It's a
Oh,
lot.
look at this chest, Ice. Oh, that's the...
That's the dog.
That's a tower, yeah.
Yeah.
the Mimog.
A Mima.
Chest.
Bruh, it's level 53.
Uh-oh, crash?
Crash?
Wait, now we're good.
No
Oh,
crash.
oh god, oh god.
Crash?
I'm
No
frozen.
crash.
I'm frozen.
Crash? No crash.
Okay, I'm fine. No,
Oh
I'm not.
shit!
I'm not. Okay, I'm fine.
Did you freeze at the same time?
I guess so.
No, I didn't
Kind of.
freeze.
This one.
I guess I did.
It's all Pumpkin's fault.
I didn't do anything. I'm like not crashed.
I'm not.
You didn't
crashed.
crash. You pushed on.
No, I just lagged out really hard.
Ow. Fucking kill this man.
Oh,
Oh,
attack my booty cheek.
my Chillette finally learned Crystal Breath.
Get absolutely eradicated, you dumb butt.
Yeah,
Is that
we're
what
gonna
you
build
did?
here. Ooh, and it's hardwood here too.
Do you need gun?
Everything
No,
here,
I have
everything on
bushy.
this island should be
Okay.
hardwood, so you can make the
If a G over here, Shizzle.
I'm going out.
mining thing whenever.
I'm standing.
I like
Yeah,
these
no,
tatami
100% I want to
mats.
build here.
I really like these
Oh,
tatami
it's the
mats.
Yakumo.
Did you just add these or
Same.
have they been here?
Yeah,
Oh,
whenever
we
you
get
get to
ice.
level
Yeah,
49,
so I
you
am.
can,
Just put the
you
bell
can
box
put
there.
those as your floor.
Effigy.
I'm gonna keep looking. Oh, there's another building up
Thank
there.
you for the segment.
Yeah, where's an FNG?
Right here at the base of the
course.
tower.
Yeah,
I found a second
I'll build,
one.
I'll build
okay.
one here.
No reason to be stingy.
There's
My
also
next
egg.
Is it like a
one I want
perfect-
is that Solenne.
No,
Oh,
it's
Solene?
not PAL box
Solene.
size.
Going
I
up.
got that. I can. I know where to get that one too.
But there's no
Oh, she high
no.
level.
Level 50.
Oh shit. I can wait.
What? Oh, Buckton Quivern.
It's so serene up here. Oh, there's another littler.
So, place could be good to build, but there's
Widow
no
Mountain?
resources in here.
Oh, wait.
Oh, look at that.
If you look on
So
the
we'd have to
map of the
manually.
there should be. Actually, they might have changed it. From
Oh,
first
that
came
opened
out.
up. Oh, this
There was one
opened up the
spot that
whole
had
mountain.
metal, sulfur.
Yeah.
I want that. Where is it?
I don't want to be here. Yakumo's scary.
It's right. Oh, it's right there. Whee.
Moonflower Tower. That is not a map tower, is it?
That's the
There's
boss.
an
Nope,
egg
that
right
is a
here.
boss
Where is it?
tower. That's the new boss.
Oh,
Oh, there's
there's-
a waypoint
Take it
too.
out.
Yeah, I'm at the
I got it.
actual map tower.
Okay.
I emptied
Oh,
my
where's
inventory,
that
so
at? Oh, down there.
Where I'm at.
Yeah, yeah.
I am egg picker upper.
You
Okay,
are the
so what do we got here?
Eggman. Oh,
there's
this
a lot of
guy's so
spots. I mean-
cute.
Does that make you the walrus?
So the mushroom biome is down there.
Oh, okay.
I am the walrus. Ooh, another moss panda. Give me your soul. I want you.
Cuckoo Kajorb.
That one's outside the biome though. That looks cool.
Oh, scheisse!
Oh, there's a spot. Oh,
No,
What the-
come on, Bushy! You're too strong for your own fucking good.
but
God damn it.
Rip.
Wanted.
Actually, I want to look at
What?
this. I want the
This is
views.
what I also brought.
Oh, Mashi,
Need
there's a
more
whole
very
mushroom
graceful gun
area.
wielder.
Yeah, we were there.
Oh, you went through there?
Yeah.
Actually, have
everything's
not
super
caught
high
a
level.
Mammoset yet.
No.
yeah, you went to the
Yeah.
mushroom, but you could have gone a little bit left and found the
Oh,
boss
another
biome.
one.
Sure. They're right next to each other.
Yeah, I saw. I got the watchtower, so I uncovered the area.
It's gonna be either that top one, Shizzle. Wait, we looked at
That's
that
a
one.
leaf
So
fan.
it's either that one or the one to
Yeah,
the
we
right.
looked at this one.
If
And
you
then
go
there's
to
that
the
right one, and then there's
northern
that
part
top
of the
one.
island,
But the top
can
one.
I
show
want to
you a
be
spot.
in the. Well, let's go check this one out.
I'll show you. This is a pretty decent spot right here for building a base.
Holy.
Where?
If you go north of
Yeah.
that watchtower, the Moonflower Tower, there is
Yeah.
that big brown spot on the map. If you go there,
That
it's,
one? Or the big one?
That's where we're going
Yeah.
right now.
it
There's a
has
bunch. Yeah, we're just gonna
stone,
check out
Oh,
all.
100% capture
copper,
rate.
and it has the only thing it doesn't have here is metal. It has sulfur, coal.
You
wanna catch this
oil.
leaf
it said 100%. What do you mean?
Okay. That's fine. We can sub that with the mines. So
And then there's a couple different
Oh my.
spots for
Hey, are
dungeons
you
to spawn
good?
around here too.
I'm getting animated on.
Absolutely-
Normal, it's too easy. It's a good spot. That's where my buddy likes to build. I just don't like building on this island.
Ouch! Oh my god.
I missed. Oh, swag catch?
Did you get it? Did you get it?
I'm tossing regulars.
Did you get it?
Maybe? No.
Oh, that's a big pal soul right there.
Okay.
If I throw
I just had
anything
to use
out,
it.
it will, in fact, kill it.
I
So.
had to use an ultra.
It's just okay. You wanna touch this one?
No.
Leaf
Not
fan.
even gonna try that.
Wait, is this
Blindfold,
a-
Why is that one just-
blindfold.
Why?
What's
up?
Oh, we're in a little
Wait,
village.
I'm gonna mine this
Okay,
real
okay.
quick. Damn, I haven't mined in forever.
So what's here? Who's here? Is there any merchants here?
No, there's only
Me-
2 towns in like the whole
Palladium.
2
How is
towns.
everyone tonight?
Caldium.
Okay, there's some too.
I'm good. We're good.
I thought there would be a new town, but I
Okay.
haven't seen
How
it.
you
Um,
guys?
Damn.
Yo, here's another Masta. A mossy guy.
I wanna go
A
home.
Massey.
I wanna go home.
Please let me
Good
ride
dog.
you. Thank you.
Dogen.
Just because you said
Never again.
please.
Oh, there's a schematic
Oh wait,
thing
I'm
over
gonna
here.
go over here and look at this one.
Ooh, ooh, ooh. Okay, calm down. Okay, calm
Okay,
down.
there's 2 oil
Okay,
cores,
okay.
2
Oh,
sulfur,
well, there's another one.
2 rock, 3
No,
rock.
please.
I'm not doing anything. I'm just making sure.
There's a
no
pink
things.
chillette.
Bro.
And there's
Okay,
a
calm
coal.
down.
Oh, okay.
Oil, and rock on this one.
Come on.
Sulfur and
Go.
coal.
This one has
And-
oil, rock, sulfur, and coal.
We'll do that one then.
Bruh.
Grit?
Get in the flask.
And there's a teleport right next to it too, if you need to get over here.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm not following. I am following you, making sure these guys.
I'm
don't
just
try to
waiting for a
murder you.
crit.
I don't know why it won't fucking capture. It's starting to piss me off.
Shizzle, when you want to put up your walls and stuff, let me know and I'll come and I can
Please
hunt to kill
just
these guys or
accept
whatever.
my love. Please.
There.
Brother on God, thank you.
There we go.
Jesus. Oh, that's not.
A pink chillette.
Wait, why can't I make the jam and toast?
Yeah, I
is
want-
that is that only
You have to. Have you been making the flour?
Yeah.
Um,
Then you and then it should just be raw berries.
anything
It's called the Chillette Ignis.
we want
Yeah,
to...
fire chillette.
Flour
wanna
and
It's a
get-
fire
berries?
dragon
Where
Chillette.
are we going to?
Oh,
Yeah,
do I
for
have to
the-
upgrade my fire?
Is that
No, it
a
should be. You might have to make the cooking pot.
Lulu?
The cookie.
Where are you at?
Over the water?
What
I
the
don't know.
fuck is this
I'm at
one?
I'm at the
Oh,
spot. No, I suppose I
I've
gotta
never
go get
seen
that.
this.
You want to
No
go
blue
to
before,
the
but I need it.
Panthalus? Since we're so
Well, we
close
haven't-
to it?
What's it called?
It's the exclamation mark.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Snuggloo. Snuggloo is adorable.
Oh, another panda.
I'm pointing right at it. So.
Yeah, no.
Which is
There
look
should
at
be so on the around there's 2 spots near your base that you're gonna build, Chisel, that have the meteors come down, and since you're on that island you can get the Solenne that Nashi wants.
Ah, that spawns here.
Yeah, it only spawns on that island.
Oh, it's
Okay,
that
okay.
fucking panda bitch. Oh my god.
Am I even
Never
gonna be
mind.
able to get
I'm
up that?
leaving. Ouch. Never mind.
Oh,
I'm going to the exclamation mark.
That's down there.
Yeah,
Big
me
chest.
too.
Hell yeah. Then we got that. Ooh, how do we get up there? Wait, what am I saying?
A
pot?
watering cow.
I need a pot.
How do you get up there?
I'm on the wrong exclamation mark. God bless.
So you got a watering
Oh,
cow?
I'm coming. I didn't go very far.
I can get
where'd
one.
the other one be?
It's
Air
not
Walker
here.
2.
I just
Oh,
picked one on the
Ooh.
sky and went to it. No! Oh my god, I swear to God.
Yeah, Mashi,
I do
you
not
don't
have
need
a
the
water.
cooking pot.
Okay. How's this egg?
This
It's
one's
a
on the-
little cold.
Holy Jesus, this panda bitch is following me.
wait, there's a big egg over here.
Not the panda, bitch.
Panda bitch.
Are you guys on the beach right now?
Yeah. Well, we're gonna go over to the megalith or whatever, the skeleton. I don't know what's there, but we'll see. I think it's
bring
just
my
a
serpent over.
it's just a thing for a quest.
Mm-hmm.
That's for that's a level 70 quest, but you can get all those parts. Oh, what level 2s are you guys using right now?
The ones that you gave me.
I'm using refined. He's on metal.
Hi, how was your
Raiders.
I haven't even upgraded my
You're still on stone, bro.
Come here, hold on.
Bro, I haven't
I got
used
you.
them.
Yeah, I haven't
I
used them in
don't
a long
really
time.
go mining or anything. I'm just touching
there's
everything.
a waypoint
These are
right there.
The
these
Wolf
are in
Among
my
Us.
inventory.
I love that game. How
Oh,
was
but
it?
that's-
Yeah,
How are
he
you?
made the PAL one, so
I had to get off my dude to pick it up.
Oh, what's this?
Mm.
So they were in my way, so I was
I had
trying
to
to
go
not just
verbalist.
toss them out, you know.
Damn. Ew. Get the. Oh my god, get off. Get away.
What is it?
We tossing them?
Ew.
We're playing Palworld. I've created my bait. It's not cute
my
right
God,
now,
please.
but you know, it's a work in progress.
Is that a tower over there?
Here's the
Oh, let's go to this tower.
beds.
I'm
Here's
trying.
the
I want to
trading
ride my
Ice,
bird.
come here.
Am I gonna disconnect?
Here's my
If I
medical
drop in, man.
station.
He's on my
Here's
ass.
the
Where's it?
spa
Where's it?
area.
Ride him.
First one.
Here's the incubation
This happened to me.
area.
I had to put them away and then take them
I
back.
haven't played it in
Bro, I did
forever, and it's
already.
amazing to see it all again. Oh yeah, I should
had to do
play
it.
it. I only
I had
ever
to do
watched
it
someone
9
play it.
almost got hit.
There's a waypoint right here too. I'm just gonna backtrack
chest?
a little bit to go get it.
Is that electric
Oh,
bird?
yeah.
It's
Oh, a
attacking you.
Gyarados.
You made it, Engie.
Wild.
Yeah, I want it. I
Following
want
you.
that
We get
one.
him? We get
Oh
him?
my god, my chisel.
It's a level
Among Us 2 is
55.
officially coming out.
Holy sh!
Ooh,
Leave
that's
it alone.
exciting. Is that why you're
We don't touch
replaying the
that.
first one?
No.
We don't touch that.
Oh, there's another. Oh my god, there's so many.
And then I'm gonna get this hacking tower.
I'm not a Leaf fan.
Ooh.
Give me some arrows. I could always use arrows.
Oh, here
Ooh,
we
some
go.
ammo. Oh.
Is that
There's some
is
ammo
that what's
I
in the
just
hacking?
found. I don't know, but I just picked up some coarse ammo. You want it?
I didn't
Yeah.
mean to do that.
Okay, here you
Oh,
go.
I'm hacking.
Oh, Mashy, if
Got
you get an Anubis and put it in the base with the Sekhmet will make the Anubis work better.
There's some
That's
ammo.
That's
here on the
really
ground.
funny. What does
Looks like you.
Sekhmet do?
She's a
She
crafts and
dances.
stuff.
You gave me a boy Sekhmet!
These guys.
No, I know you
I-
want it. I know you want it, but no.
I didn't realize I just gave you the.
You gave me a
I'm sorry.
fanboy
It's very
Sekhmet!
Hell yeah! This is why I play
I
my
gotta
own
take out my
answer.
hubby that you've been rest. Oh, okay. Bye
To
bye.
the tower.
Have a
Where's the
good
tower?
rest.
The one that's
Good
right
night.
across.
Uh
away
oh,
from us?
run.
We love the fanboy Sekhmets.
Fanboy Sekhmet.
My son was mad at me.
Also, Mashy, make a lantern.
I'm
You'll
dodging.
be able to see in
Dip,
the dark.
dive, dodge,
A
duck and dive.
Oh, I'm here.
Yeah.
Who's that giant scorpion?
Really? What the fuck?
That should be a.
Okay.
I'm leaving.
That's the
The tower.
boss.
Sorry.
Where's she
Did you
going?
push
Fight the
off the
big boss?
freaking Gyarados?
Holy
No.
shit. Look at her! She's so
Mhm.
cute. Oh. Where's she?
No.
Why'd she leave? Oh, she's going to bed?
Yeah, let's go to that tower up there.
There was the little blob.
Look how she sleeps!
Nice, there's a bird right
Oh.
underneath you.
My god,
Hello.
that is too cute. Honey, look at my
night,
stream.
It's Engie. Ah!
Look at the Sekhmet sleep.
Let's see.
She sleeps like Gigi.
Was that an effigy over there?
Oh, I opened the
Whoa!
wrong thing. I need my
That's
There you go.
not how she was sleeping before. That's wild, Palworld. Oh my god. Palworld devs, you're crazy.
They knew you specifically would be creeping on her.
No, she woke up. Oh.
Uh-oh.
Oh, there it goes. Oh my god. Braloha! Get your ass away from me.
Bro, aloha?
Braloha.
What's called?
Bruh, aloha.
Oh,
Bruh.
you're over here.
Bruh. Bruh. I'm going to the tower.
Okay.
Oh, wait, there's a dungeon here.
I don't think we can do
Oh, wait,
that.
no,
dungeon.
no, it's not a dungeon. It's a trader, dude.
No, I'm stunned.
Let's
Goodbye.
ask. Let's see what he's got.
Oh.
Oh, I can't afford any of this.
Oh, they
Yeah.
get aggressive. Ooh.
You can sell your Pokemon.
Who's
to get
this
gold,
ghastly
right?
looking
Yeah.
I don't know, but they're aggressive.
suit seer?
Attacking me.
I don't know.
Oh.
There's something I really want here.
Shizzle. Suits here will give you bone in a farm.
Or maybe there is. Let's see.
Okay. I got that plague doctor bird too. Does that?
This has a
Does
worse.
it? I thought that it was only the. They might
I
have
need
The
to
changed
whole
my
it.
plague.
save.
Yeah,
I
that
need to get to
plague
my
doctor
save
bird
pictures
dude.
in Steam.
Because you need it for the cement or whatever.
Mm-hmm. Stone's been my issue for cement.
Normally I keep
Nice
a
work, yeah.
Kelsey. I need
Really funny.
something that makes wool,
Sweet
baby
Dawn.
mud, and one of those.
Fucking running for my life.
Where's?
All curled
Oh, you're
up.
over there.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah, I'm at the
that
tower.
was so cute.
Nice. Oh, that's how I have so many by doing the. Okay.
I saw that effigy a mile away.
Ascending.
Hello.
Oh, why is this little guy not sleeping in a bed?
Bruh,
Is
this
that
is
her?
awkward. Why?
There's
I wonder
13
how
out
high
of
the sky
12.
box is.
Oh, shit.
No, I killed her.
It's low level. I want it. I want it. Oh, you're fighting it, brute.
Just throw balls. Just throw. Just throw.
I only got
Throw.
one. One purple
Bro,
one.
you got it. You got it.
Oh no.
You gotta believe.
Whee!
Oh yeah. All right, now I can fight things here.
No, you can't because it's going to de-level
I
it.
know.
But
Alpha?
where'd you go?
Yep.
Alpha suit? Let's do it.
Did you also fly up?
Bro,
Where are you?
I don't even got the
Yes.
L.
Oh, there. Oh well. You wanna go to those islands over?
Now we need weapons ourselves too.
I'm gonna go get this
Oh,
one.
we need to start.
Ugh.
crafting
Fuck.
shit.
No.
Okay.
No. We're gonna go like this.
Yeah.
Oh.
We just need to set up and focus
I'm
on
gonna go
one
this
thing.
way.
Weapons now and then
Grab
breeding.
that one. Go to that far one. Scoop back around, and then grab the one at the edge of this thing over here.
Oh, he's here.
Yeah, he teleports. He's fast.
Yeah, they're all over the place around.
Mm-hmm.
There's also that little island way out
Yeah,
there.
it's
I
the
don't know what
golden
that is.
one.
Yeah. I don't know either. Yeah, we'll go around, come back around, hit that island, and come back to this one. Ooh, a ship!
Messenger of love.
A ship?
A ship.
The shit?
Yes.
One ship. In
One
the water.
ship.
Oh, Sheeta.
Shit in the water. No, I don't know if I want to do
What?
that. He said it one shit.
What?
It's clean water. It's fine.
Uh-huh. Not after you shit.
Okay, I know you can't read, but
What's her emote?
What do you mean reading? I don't have to read. I'm not streaming.
now you can't listen either.
I can't listen.
Yeah,
I
I'm going
can't
to the
hear either.
I'm going to the stream.
Huh?
I mean the ship. I mean the shit.
What?
All right, we're going in.
Yep, we're going in.
What? Stop saying
Bro.
what?
You got me stuck.
What?
Have fun.
Watch it be one of them. Watch it be
What
just
are
the
you?
instant.
Oh,
just
you're cute.
chest.
You're level 11.
Ooh.
Get into my pocket.
Crazy.
I am lagging in here.
I'm loading a new
if I hit
area.
you.
Is it a chest? Chest?
Oh.
I don't know, but it looks pretty.
Oh
Do I have
my
to do something to
god.
unlock this one? Oh no, we're good.
Can you please just hit the damn fucking squid? Like, they're low level, but they hit hard.
Nope. These guys teleport around. Hell no.
Are you getting your own?
Yeah, I need a gloopy.
Now Mashy's fucking
yeah, get it.
flying.
I'm
Fancy
flying. What's this thing?
I got a crit?
What's this?
Nice, nice.
What's this?
I don't have any copper
What's
keys.
this? Oh, I did.
turtle.
I grabbed all of them. Where is it?
Cappuccino.
If
Ballo.
you have firepower, you can kill it.
Erengi.
Oh, there's like
What is... that's a big AoE. He's scary.
Okay, I'm leaving. Sorry for bothering.
Sorry for being in your general area.
Oh shit, he's throwing tornadoes at me. I'm gonna
No
fucking
touchy.
die.
No touchy.
you being touched over there.
Yeah.
Ooh, what's
Yeah,
this?
Scary shizzle.
Whoa!
He's coming right after you again.
How? There's just a bunch of gold over here.
I love gold.
Literally, and when I walk over it, it makes like
Why'd you
gold
murder that
noise.
man?
You're gonna tell me I can't have one?
I want him.
Really
Tax,
rude.
dude.
Oh, this is a nice little spot.
Chill out.
Why?
Look how much of
what
the
is
map
it?
I've uncovered.
I'm so proud of you.
Wait, where's our... Where are we building? Is it right... Oh yeah, it's right across.
Hello.
Yo.
I could probably go get that Fengalope now.
What the hell, Zephyr?
Hell's that?
What is this?
You want this one since I got the other chest?
The heck?
Bushy.
Requires resummoning of watering pad.
Don't want to mess with that bushy. It
does that
teleport. It
mean?
has a teleport attack.
You just need to have a cow that can do watering on you, Silent.
Oh.
You can have that one.
And then it'll open. It'll like spray water on the flower or whatever, and you can open it like that.
Oh. Damn, I don't have one.
What do you need?
All I got is
Yeah,
this
with it.
Gillette.
So that should do it.
Whoa! Oh.
Can I not see the circle? Oh, I can't even see the circle.
I don't have any water type.
Oh, okay.
Oh yeah. Oh god, that bitch just squirted all over
Halfway.
that thing. Alright.
Oh yeah.
Very nice.
So I could go. So that's going up on the hill. That is right at the bottom of the hill. I want to keep that coal inside though. Actually, it doesn't really matter. We can mine those ourselves.
Well, I mean, your level. What level are you, Shizzle?
Almost, I don't know, 50?
You should be able to make the
There's another chest over
There's
here.
coal
Side.
and
That looks
sulfur.
like the one you just
thing.
opened.
Yeah.
It's up at the top of this rock.
I mean, keep the coal.
okay.
You can keep the coal inside. I mean, that sulfur over there doesn't really matter because we have this one time stunning on.
Yeah.
I think it's the same one.
What are these guys?
So maybe I'll make it go
Summoning of a
over.
kindling pal. Oh no, kindling.
You're right there.
What about
Fucking
how far does
bloopers.
it go that way?
Yeah. We'll just do this and see
Oh.
where it
Well,
goes.
I summoned him, but I guess he's just gonna Moida.
Well, overlaps.
Oh.
It goes all the way out here.
Oh, I tried.
Probably move it in a little bit.
Give it
there
to
we
me.
go.
Yeah, move it. So
Do
you
it.
said this one goes.
Move it in and
Oh,
move
this
it
one's a
Oh.
fire
to the
one.
trees.
Oh, okay.
Move it
Yeah.
left and
Oh,
move it.
fancy.
Oh, I think just
Alright.
left because
So now that makes a little bit more sense.
Then it's up on the hill too much there.
that's why I said just move
This
it
is why you
left.
need a diverse
You're-
team.
Good distance. And
Yeah.
Just move it left. This is gonna be.
Where's that? Okay.
Yeah, perfect. It's like
Come on,
right
bring
on
it.
the lip here.
Nope.
Bring it up. No crit.
Why does it have to be a circle? That's my question. Why can't it be a square?
Yeah.
There's a crit.
Why can't it be expandable is the other question too. All right, sort by level.
Bro?
Oh wait, it's under me.
What? This is our defense. While we build. We're gonna get our walls up.
Oh, off the bounce. Come on, yeah.
Well, we need to build a chest first, so we can put everything in it, and then build.
Okay, do I have 5 of these yet?
Gosh. All right.
I'm
You know what?
catching
No,
things.
this is not.
Right, a little wooden.
Well, that's all I
We gotta
have.
get the miners. That's what we need. The
I'm
miners
saying-
and the transporters.
What this island is. How far are we?
No, I just
This
need to
is best
bring over
transporter.
all of our.
Reload
Let's
faster.
see. I don't need any of that right now.
Right, screw it.
Give me all of. Oh, I need to sort my inventory first. All your base belong to us now.
I've used so many mega spheres trying to get crits.
Oh,
But do you have that thing unlocked yet, Sizzle? The...
Holy shit, the fucking turtle from fucking Mario just tried to beat your shit out of you.
Have what unlocked?
It's a blue shell?
Yeah, from Mario Kart.
There we go. Come here, Gangler.
Is it this one, the item retrieval machine?
What a name.
A visitor has arrived at the base, huh?
Merchant.
It's probably just a merchant.
Someone is plotting against you, is what it said.
Oh, you
the
can.
raid is starting up.
It's
Negotiator?
It's probably a negotiator. Yeah.
Yeah, I just.
Where is he?
I
I'm talking
captured
to
him last time he tried to.
He's over here at this one. Sizzle.
You
Oh.
captured him.
I did. I'm like, you want to fucking come into my base and
Raid
fucking
approaching
meet
in
me?
4 minutes. Bro, we don't even have a base.
Wait, Fade Deer, right? Wait, I didn't even get to read. What,
Mimog
cheaper than
average-
Bloodshed, anyways.
Okay.
3,000 gold.
Pay
Well, I don't care
3,000
to
gold.
pay it. Oh, bro, we're getting
Wait, is my
is it
audio
because we
dude-
built on this island?
No, it's
Back.
because they can get to
It's
you.
better now, yeah.
Yeah. You want to go to that one over there, or do you want to go over there?
Like if you completely encase the build,
Um,
you shouldn't. They shouldn't be able to
Yeah, let's go straight
attack
out there.
you.
Okay.
He ain't leaving.
Got him.
Yum, yum, yum.
You threaten us, you ain't leaving. Now you're working for us.
Negotiate this.
Yeah, honestly. And then I sold him.
There.
And I
He
sold
wasn't
him.
working hard enough around the base, so I fucking sold his ass.
Negotiate this.
Yeah, send more of your twinks. See what'll happen.
You leave Silent out of
Look
this.
get tied up.
Why did I capture him? I gotta butcher him now.
What are you saying?
Huh?
What are you?
Let's see.
49.
Oh, you just got the fucking item retrieval machine.
Are you guys on this pirate island? No, you're way past the pirate island.
What is that?
We were. on the power. Are you right behind us?
This item
Yeah.
retrieval machine,
Oh,
does
shit.
it work for just the
Ashy.
base that's at, or does it work
I
for all
wanted to
bases?
explore.
It
I don't know
works
what
for
item-
if you die.
Come on, we're
If
waiting
you
for you.
die. If you go down, it'll pick up your item, so you have to go get it.
We're about to go out to this island that's all the way out
Trying to
here.
catch this Gloopy. Okay, I'm not catching this Gloopy
Item
anymore.
retrieval? Oh, that.
They're low level, but they hurt.
No, we would use the
I caught one
Yeah,
of
they
them.
chest.
Well, I think it's because they're ground. They might be ground. I don't know, or they have ground attacks or something.
But this one says that lets you
And of
freely
course, we're
access
flying
items
this
from
whole
borrowed
time. So.
chest and the
Yeah.
base.
Or rock attacks maybe. I don't know.
Does it mean all the bases or just the base it's currently in?
Oh, I don't know.
Wait, I'll be right back.
Okay.
We'll let this egg hatch.
Catching up.
Oh, that's what we need. Large scale stone oven. Ooh, Japanese style structure set even?
Yeah, it looks nice.
Yeah, that's what I wanted the cushions for, to make my little farm area.
Yeah, level 49.
What about the glass? When's the glass get unlocked?
I don't know, unless it's part of that. Because
It's
there is
not.
no glass.
Glass is 45.
Bushido!
45?
45?
Hey,
Yeah,
Nashi.
45.
What,
Hi.
drafting table?
No, level 45 is the crystal.
Oh, glass structure. I see. Yeah, I see it now.
How are you?
Oh, God. Getting kind of
Bad.
Me
sleepy.
too.
That's what I'm
I'm
saying.
probably gonna go to bed at midnight because I have to be up early
That's
to go
what
to my
I'm
physical
saying.
therapy appointment where they're actually
What?
gonna hurt me.
Yeah, yay, I'm boo. Alright,
I
y'all
had
have a
a
good night.
check. Oh, good
Oh,
night.
I don't.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
I had an appointment today, but it was kind of just like a Q&A, and they're like, "You
So we're
want you
definitely gonna
available
need
tomorrow
that.
for an actual session?" And I'm like, "I guess so." So
Let's see. And you have to
So
drive
he's gonna-
how far for that?
half hour.
Wait, why are you mining? What's your mining
It's
level?
not too bad.
Oh,
No,
7?
not too
Go
bad.
at it, big guy.
I've uncovered a lot of the map.
Yeah, we've done a big.
I'm happy we
big
uncovered
section, but-
Sakurajima because that was what I was hoping to get to.
The tree
Yeah.
area.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's so many little spots that I didn't get to though.
Are you ready? We're off. I'm leaving. Bye.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Your characters aren't showing up, you're just birds. Just
You
birds.
too. I can't see you either.
That's really funny.
I can see Silent. It's probably because we've been with each other for. He's been loaded in for a while. Oh. Bye-bye.
Okay. What do I need
Ooh,
for
what's
half
up
this
there?
crap? What is the drafting table? Facility lets you combine multiple schematics to create more advanced ones?
I'm not gonna be able to make it.
The heck is
No?
that for?
No, I'm running out of stamina.
I'm gonna need more ingots. I'm gonna cook
Oh, you're
ingots
not
up here
updating
before we
it.
do anything.
You can sit on the edges, you know.
Yeah, I'm gonna.
Okay.
Yeah, I updated.
Have you not been
my...
upgrading your stamina
Yeah, I
for
guess I
your
just
bird?
haven't found enough.
What?
I only found 2
No, not
so
too forever.
far.
The effigies. You need to get the weird herbal the gerbil effigy.
Gerbil.
The heck
There's
did
nothing
you
up your
do?
mash, don't worry.
Hmm?
Why is everybody dead?
What? I don't like that
Because the
big
Bushido
hole.
decided to attack everything.
Ooh, big hole.
Fucked everything up, man.
I want to go in it.
Maybe moving there right now is not a good idea.
Islet of circular ruins.
Oh, we're doing it now or never.
It reminds me of that fucking.
We're just gonna keep
sinkhole
dying.
in the middle.
Oh,
of
there's a
fucking
hatching
Brazil.
gonna keep
area
getting wiped out.
right here.
Fun fact: Pumpkin fucking hates sinkholes.
Oh yeah, I hate water sinkholes. Those are fucking
I just
terrifying.
fucking hate massive holes that you can't see the
You hate
goddamn
massive
bottom.
holes. Yeah.
I like holes.
Yeah, I'm sure. Valet ring schematic. I don't know what that does, but I found it. What's in the hole?
Dang, look at him cook. What's a flame cauldron do? I forgot.
Oh, is it a box?
Fire making speed. Yes, we need that.
It died! It died.
It died?
The little golem pal, it died.
No, he's right there. It's a little green guy.
Freaking! Why did you do that, you dumb bird? Oh, I'm fucking so dead.
Roll.
I'm so
Uh-oh,
sorry.
battery low.
I'm so sorry, guys. I'm so sorry.
My headphones said my battery was low like 2 hours ago. So I may or may not disappear real soon.
Where'd Pumpkin go? Did she disconnect? Okay, I think he's done. He's calmed down. We're good. Thank you.
Guy's going ham on my repair bench.
My fucking bird perished so fast. I was like, no, he's dead, and then my bird fucking attacks him.
What do we need for
Nightmare Boton.
What?
That's scary.
Do I really not have any? I don't.
Yeah, that's what I'm at. So
Is there any... Oh, okay, there is a rest point. Oh, yes.
I should just dismantle everything and you get your materials back anyway, so.
Mm-hmm.
Dismantle that, dismantle that. Don't need the power.
I'm gonna dismantle that other base that you put down. Since we're not gonna use it.
I mean, if you want quick ore, you go over there
that?
and grab a bunch of ore.
I'll keep this one here.
Cute.
Or maybe we'll just take that top one, go there, mine it all.
Cute.
We won't actually build anything there, though. So, yeah. Dismantle this. Travel here. Works.
Oh, God. Okay. That was quite the
Bruh, and I was just building
exploration
my
I had
stone
with you guys. A few seconds in almost kills them both.
I've arrived. What is
Pumpkin,
this?
I almost killed both of you.
Oh!
No,
Nice.
no, there's a boss in the hole. As long as you don't touch him, you're fine. My bird accidentally attacked him. But he's not aggroed anymore.
Well, I disconnected. I was back on the...
Okay,
I was back on the pillar.
So yeah, so just so you
you
know,
only
he's
killed
level
Silent.
55.
Where is he? Oh, there's an effigy down there, though.
Yeah, you can grab it. He won't wake up unless you touch him.
Oh, it's the little
It's the little guy, the golem guy. Yeah.
Yeah, it's Bastion.
Okay.
Did you guys get the fruit? The pal fruit down here?
Oh shit! No, because I was getting attacked.
Nice.
Norm. There's a fast travel on the edge of the beach.
Hmm.
I'm gonna go fight this Fangalope and catch it real quick, and then I'm probably gonna go to sleep.
Sleep. What's that?
Yeah, what is that?
Oh, that thing's cute. Night Mary Botten.
Yeah,
cute.
it's really cute. Sleep is for the weak. Yeah, I suppose. I'm a fucking weakling.
I have to be up at like 7:30.
I should be up before 7, but
Sleep is for the weak. My name must be weak.
I leave at 7:30. And I have to be at work at 8.
Gross. I have to leave at 8:20. Be at my appointment at 9. Hello.
Hello. Hello. Of course she joined when we're
Of
about to
course
leave.
she joins as soon as we're about to fucking leave. Sugar.
It's
Sugar.
It's not early. I still have to shower.
Oh, you
Damn,
stinky.
actually stinky.
It's midnight
Yeah,
for me.
smell me.
Bet.
I dare.
Boy.
First.
Hello.
Bruh.
Why
Just
can't I
die
hear you?
already. Oh my god, this freaking
can't hear you.
Bengala won't let me catch it.
I can't hear my cornbread boy. Why aren't you talking?
Oh my god, have I been muted this whole time?
Yes, you
Oh, I
have!
don't know, I went to the bathroom,
I was like,
so-
why is he
Oh.
talking? I was like, I'm sorry I almost killed you, but you don't have to give me the silent treatment.
It's pretty
We're over here.
crazy.
Why isn't he
Silent
talking? He's over here.
treatment.
Why are they ignoring me?
So how has Palworld been today?
Eventful.
Good.
Death.
Oh,
Death?
Yeah. My bird's stuck.
that's not good.
Do you like my muted emote?
Yeah.
Yep, that's the one.
Are you screaming, but
one.
you're muted?
Basically.
Oh, there's a chest
Yay,
over
I
here.
caught my Fangalope.
What's up here?
I don't know.
No stinky boys to kill it.
That's
Anything
the
up there?
real silent Dudicus.
Here's me trying to catch up
I'm
again.
looking.
Yeah, but you were
What
up like
level are
so
you?
late.
Like 27.
I'm level
you're at the-
25.
Okay,
I think I'm the only one that has a high level, and I don't know
Oh no,
why.
actually I'm level 30. It's
Yeah,
probably
I'm
because I've
level
been
thir-
catching everything.
I'm
I'm
only
level
level 28, so
I'm 39.
What are you, Sugar?
I mean, I had to get a fucking
coming in.
AK-47 to be good at this game, so
I think it's because I was catching stuff and you were just killing it.
Yeah, you gotta catch 5 everything.
Gotta catch them all!
Gotta catch them all. That's the game.
That's the game!
That's
Beat
the
'em
name. That's the name of the
That's
game.
gotta breed them all is
You
crazy.
gotta beat 'em
Alright,
all.
question. Did you all put up four bases already, or am I still able to pick?
You can pick. I put up where I want it to be.
Okay,
yeah,
because
there's nothing up there.
that's what I've been spending my time on. I've been spending my time on upgrading the base.
I mean, if
Mashi,
we
is
wanna,
your bird good yet?
my bird is deceased, and
I don't mind making my base the breeding base because I really enjoy having
You
to
like to
the
breed.
eggs. I do. I like the breeding, or at least the eggs. I like the eggs, so if I already have eggs, I don't mind being having
I
the
guess I'm
breeding
kind of
too.
like the medical base.
You don't mind
so
being
if you
I
bred.
might
want
have
to
to go back because I
bring,
got full inventory.
if you want to bring any of like
Okay.
the medical
wanna-
supplies over here, you can.
Do the one? Oh, you're already over there. Okay, well.
I'm gonna look
Okay.
at your base, Mashi, and I'm gonna judge it.
Oh wait,
somewhere.
yeah, I guess we could go
How
to
are you
the
gonna
next
judge it?
thing
The
and then I
next one,
could
and then
go back.
go. Yeah, because there's
Yeah.
one at the edge of this island right here. And then we can go home. And then
Smart,
I'm probably gonna
smart.
go to bed after we go to the base. Where is my baby? My cornbread boy.
Corn.
You should just went. I made our base at the very south.
Meow.
What do you think? What do you think?
We zoom in.
It's very
He's
smart to
doing-
use the desolate.
Oh yeah,
church.
there's one right there.
Yeah, I like the.
Have
the
you ever had
church.
spoon bread?
Wait, what? Say that again?
Spoon bread. Apparently, it's what they call it. It's cornbread, but it's like extra thick.
Did you see my Sekhmet? Look
and
at
you
her.
have to eat it with like
Like, you
a
have
Your
spoon.
sex what?
It's
My
not dry.
Sekhmet.
It's like moist. I think you would like
Yep.
it. It's really,
Look.
really, really yummy.
Oh,
Oh,
that
where
is
did you go?
Need
so
a Sekhmet.
cute.
What is this?
Oh, that's fucking
There's
adorable.
something blue over here.
Is that just an effigy in the middle of the water?
I think it might be.
She's so pretty.
She's so pretty.
Where the heck did this sword come from?
Yeah, it
Whose
is.
base is the
Oh, and there's a
lavender base?
lavender.
The lavender
Ooh.
base. Pumpkin's the one who did the lavender base.
Oh no.
Okay.
If Sugar wants to be the one the breeding place, that's fine. I'm gonna have a lot of eggs. So
I think Sugar just wants to find a spot to make a base.
Yeah,
That's fine.
I don't care what the
Holy
bases
shit.
are as long as they're
Oh, it's a level
producing
32?
well.
Get fucking wrecked.
Come on, Chisel.
Did you fall asleep, honey?
Huh?
Did you fall asleep?
No.
Did you zone
No, he's
out?
just carrying a lot of shit. He's moving slow as fuck.
Did you want to catch this one?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, go ahead.
How do I?
Might need.
Oh, this is a weird building.
But no, wait, that
Is
didn't
it
spawn here.
Sekhmet?
Oh, we crit.
Hell yeah,
Let's
let's
go.
go.
Yes.
What the fuck is this thing?
I ain't coming through then if something's spawning there.
This is the fucking ghost.
We don't touch that. But there's another lavender over here.
Oh shit, I pissed off the thing.
Yeah, this is a regular metal test.
Oh
Run.
shit.
We run.
Oh, look at these guys.
No one's allowed to get off until I say so.
Hot.
Oh, Lux?
God, I
Oh, okay.
was
Yeah,
flashed by
those
your
guys are still out here.
thighs of your character. I opened our DMs for a second.
You got flashbanged by the picture. Sai, did you look at the message in the one app?
No.
You should look there real quick.
Oh, okay.
It seems hungry. What do you mean?
My
I have
thighs?
so
Yeah.
much food in this fucking chest. Where's the fucking jam?
There's the fucking jam.
What am I looking at? What the heck? Why is this surrounded by like a white?
It's an island.
Well, yeah, I know that, but like, even the map shows like a white outline of a circle,
Oh.
like around your base. Like, why?
Oh, it's just sand.
Oh, are you starting to go after that lavender? Okay.
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah,
No more
lavender is good
muffins.
for breeding.
Oh, I'm cold here.
Oh, I'm
You're
cold,
cold?
here.
Yeah.
Stop doing
Me
that.
when I walk into the
But she's
freezer.
not
at
even enough
work.
food right now. We're moving.
I'm just seeing what we have. See what our options are except for berries, but I think berries are probably just the best thing for the pals.
The
There
guy
we go.
in the church,
You
Sugar,
get
has a bunch of hats for
Yeah.
sale.
Oh, hell yeah. Come here, dude.
Like if this was one flower, one berry, then yeah.
so
But
You
guns
need
are
the
OP?
dog coins though, or
Yeah.
something.
Absolutely.
You want to keep going, or did you want to go back?
What can
Yeah, I got
buy?
too much shit.
Okay.
Mystery
Which one are
accessory
you going
box?
I
to?
don't know if I want to move tonight.
The one that you're going to.
Oh. I'm going
What
to
does
the
this
fall
do?
one. If we're all having our own bases, do I get to keep the fall one?
Oh,
then?
this needs hardwood.
If you want to keep
Anyways.
the fall one, or if you want to disassemble something and make your own.
I mean, I like my little fall area here, so
Ooh, let me hydrate.
Okay.
Let's go.
redeem
And,
that for everything.
do a little stretch.
Oh,
Stretchicus.
cool. You can buy these.
Hell yeah.
books.
Hell yeah. 9% flight capacity.
Alright. So, Pumpkin, where are you keeping your base? I don't want to make my base too close to you.
Mine's gonna be the fall one.
We Stretchicus.
Okay, the fall one.
Yeah.
I might have to just keep searching.
So I'll probably reorganize some stuff here once I get the
Yeah.
I don't know. The feeling to do so. Not tonight.
The desire.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Ooh. Gloopy tentacle. Grand.
Yeah, that was from the Gloopy.
Yeah. Wonderful.
I think the lavender base would be a
Yeah.
good, just general base for people to come to and like build
I need another.
whatnot.
Yeah.
Just like for general
Ooh,
use for
cold
anybody, you
resistant
can do whatever
pelt.
with it.
Oh, I don't want that. That's boring.
I think
That's
it's
bad.
good just because of how flat it
I wish
is.
there was something we could do with
Open.
garbage. Like, what do I do with garbage? A whistle! Grass support whistle schematic. Huh.
Alright, tech, where am I? Right there.
Need another schematics case.
Go
I
and
wonder if
take
I can
these
sell
somewhere.
schematics.
Stretch done. Very good stretch. Very much
Congratulations.
appreciated.
Heat resistant metal
Glad I could stretch you
armor.
out. That was so
Decisions. Old in real life.
I can't remember if I beat Zoe yet or not.
Oh, I forgot how my.
We
You
beat
did.
Zoe together.
Yeah.
It was
guys
Zoe.
should
that
do-
was it?
you guys
we
should
did
do
it,
the
and then
second,
you missed it, so we did it again.
Oh, that's right. Okay, okay.
You
Yes,
guys should do
yeah.
the Free Pal Alliance Tower. I'll help if you want.
Zephyrs stuck in the tower. Get over here.
Can you guys believe this? Silent told me you will never be as cool as us, and DMs, and mocking me. JK, JK. Oh no. Can't believe it.
That makes sense. I believe it.
Gloopy schmoopy. Gloopy's actually super cute.
Please? Excuse. Oh, did I disconnect? Ah!
Oh, rip.
God damn it.
What does Gloopy do? Transport? Okay.
12 minutes? Damn.
Well,
2
okay,
minutes?
I'm not gonna walk back in. Well, no, I want to put the freaking eggs in. Oh God.
I can do it, but
Okay.
you want to do it.
No,
Unless you have the eggs.
I have eggs in my pocket.
Oh, okay.
Not important eggs. They're just eggs. Do you have long eggs? You have
Long eggs.
You have they take long
Bruh.
time eggs. Egg
That's
long
funny.
time.
Are you okay?
No,
I think she needs to go to sleep, guys.
I'm not.
Egg long time.
Long eggs.
Long eggs. If you have any long eggs, put them in there, please.
Yeah, I'm putting them in.
Large eggs,
Eggs.
yes.
Well, I brought all the building materials in mine.
So I guess I won't bother putting incubators on my.
I mean, you can if you want. If
Yeah.
you want for like, you
I
can't
gotta
take
put my
it
long
away.
eggs in.
Yeah, you
value
don't have to.
keeping eggs that you find.
Lumberings.
I just know I really like the incubation aspect of it, so I don't care.
Okay.
Yeah, it's cool.
It's I like it. Let me in.
Honestly, my favorite way
Let
to
me
explore things.
in.
How do I get beautiful
I
flowers?
found an assault rifle schematic.
The
Wow.
There,
The
I have
No,
The
there's no way
domes.
because
Those
I
Where
had
did I find
one. And I
The
don't know
dome,
where I
what
got
else?
it. It came from my
Dun-
pocket.
dungeon. Dungeon, maybe.
Oh, dungeon. Mysterious accessory box.
I've arrived. Okay, so
That's
damn, this one's already ready.
Oh, cognito hat, gloopy hat. Oh, I want the gloopy hat. It's time to be gloopy. Yes. Yes.
I broke it, Shizzle.
Hell yeah, dude.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah,
I need
dude.
those.
Nice.
Head.
He's
Hell
broken.
yeah,
He's
dude.
mining a invisible tree that's not there no more. But
And
there's-
when you
he's
get
getting
the
some
antique
wood.
dresser, you can transmog the hat over actual armor. Oh,
Does he stay there?
Uh-oh,
very
my,
good.
If you move too far, he'll
My
fall.
ammo went
Stay inside
somewhere, and I
the.
don't know where it went.
Nice.
Need to get to this chest.
Okay,
Stay
here's
inside the
some
pal base
metal.
area.
I had
We're outside
over
the
1,000
Mushroom
ammo.
cake.
Where the fuck?
hell?
Oh no.
Yeah, but now that you
Meow
went in
Meow's
it,
in the freaking game.
No, he's still mining over there. Look at that. Look at all that wood. Hell yeah. Easy.
Baby Meow Meow.
I mean,
Ah,
I got
ew.
600. I know.
I want to grab
How do you
Meow
know?
Meow.
It's just so weak, though.
Is it weak? Sad.
Yeah.
Just have your pals do everything.
Well, there's 199.
Can't you
items.
like? Can you
I
like make
just
it
put it away.
better?
What the frick?
Is there a way to make weapons better?
Yeah, you just get better schematics.
Oh, there it is.
There's no schematics for that one, though.
No,
Which
it's a
one?
research. It's
Oh,
a
the
research.
sword?
Meowmer.
Yeah, Meow Meow.
Yeah.
Meowmer.
Get the antique dresser.
Yeah, they need to add a refinement system.
Transmog the hat.
Weapons.
Food.
Can you believe this? Oh my god. Kez, I never fucking said that. Okay, maybe I said that. No, I'm just... Kez, if you have the password, you're as cool as us, so... Lavender!
Oh, it permanently raises work speed?
Yes, for you.
Oh.
What's that thing on the bottom?
This is a
bracelet
valet ring
looking thing.
schematic. It,
That's
I
a
don't know what it
schematic.
does.
It looked like it was a crafted one. I don't know.
I need to craft it at the production line, but I don't have a freaking production. I was trying to get
What the
ingots.
frick is going on here?
Alright, so how are we building this then? Seems like base will probably be best, or main
Very
building
tall and
best
very
over
big.
here. Very tall.
Alright, my
very
base
big.
is just gonna be filled with lavanders.
Oh, no.
Bruh.
Alright, I think I have the gear on where I can explore your area.
Very tall. Oh, we can't walk under these, but that's bullshit.
Oh, that's a big boy.
Yeah, a
So
big
what's
boy.
good about lavanders anyway?
They drop cake, which lets pals breed.
Oh. Okay. Cake.
Yep.
I'm looking at the wiki
Ice
right
cream
now.
and cake and cake. Ice cream and cake.
No ice
Oh,
cream,
the
only cake.
sulfur's right here. Crap.
I wish I could
Okay,
have like
I'll
a
wait.
spiraling staircase.
It's gonna be.
That'd be cool.
Yeah, you could, yeah.
And I still... I mean...
Ballet
maybe I
ring?
can-
I don't care about this rock though. This is just
Big
stone.
ground damage. Okay.
I can't
I mean, we still got two other
Oh,
stuff.
resistance.
Box
Oh,
over
okay.
there.
build foundation on...
We can just make the mine though.
Damn. Extremely specific, but could be funky at the right time.
Yeah, let's go.
Ballet rings gives a big ground damage resistance to your pal and a huge grass damage up at the same time. Oh, weird.
Just looking at it all. Want to see what it all looks like. Well, they went all out with this set. They got interior doors, exterior doors.
For what?
The Japanese set. So
Hmm.
this is all exterior here. This is like kitchen door, bedroom doors. Okay.
Only I can look at it
Oh,
too. Right?
too
That level.
Yeah, it's not letting me.
I mean, that's all there is, and then there's like floors and
Not enough support? What do you
There's little
mean? This is a flat
fences,
ground. What do you
big
mean?
gate.
Oh, it's a
pillar.
roof. Oh my god.
Roof tile like that, like that. I got triangle pieces. So it can go like out. These are the stairs. I got triangle pieces. Oh, what should I do?
Ugh.
I mean, back here we're gonna do. I mean, I say like a little back balcony.
No, why does this? Oh, you've
It's a
got to
really
be
big
kidding me.
area. I'm gonna freak the fuck out. Whatever.
That does what?
It won't line up the same way. There's no
What are
mirror.
those things called again? Pouches?
There's not like a mirror mode.
Small pouch?
Oh, I see. I see what you mean.
You need
Those stupid
boards.
lines on the ground.
Boards.
Yeah. Bruh. I can't. I don't. I cannot look at that. So.
Oh, wait, no, this is fine.
Support.
Come here, Wumpo.
Maybe I could do like.
Okay, bye, Wumpo.
Mashi, I'm gonna bring one towel from my world tomorrow. Some Dragon Ball Z stuff.
Oh, banned.
Bruh.
Band.
Oopsie, oopsie, oopsie. Band is crazy.
Band is crazy.
Why can't I snap? Why can't I snap to this pillar? Oh my god.
Sure.
Hold control? Or does that not work?
This not doesn't work. I mean, guess.
Put a floor up. Put a floor up there first, and then put the pillars on the
It wouldn't
floor.
let me. There's no support. That's why I'm building the pillars and then.
Not that floor. Not the
roof.
roof piece. Not your. Yeah, you need
Roof.
use the other floor piece.
Roof piece. Roof.
It's on the right side.
Right. All the way to the right. There you go.
It's still not working.
What does that say?
Don't move.
What does it say?
Oh.
So build support from the bottom stairs. See if you can
put a
support
wall.
it up.
On the bottom stairs.
Yeah, we gotta get into some base building.
Here.
I've done that.
Yeah.
Well, she doesn't play games like this. She doesn't know how to use the game.
What do you mean? It's dumb mechanics.
You're holding
sure it's
holding
mechanic?
control.
Is it the game or is it the
I am
player?
holding control.
Whoa! I just pressed control and it made me fucking roll.
While you're building.
That's not the problem. The problem is that I can't build.
I'm the problem.
Won't let you put a roof on the floor.
So boards.
Where are my?
I have pouch. You want a pouch?
You can have my pouch.
Here, take a pouch.
Okay.
Oh god, this is gonna take forever.
What am I doing? I forgot.
I'm pouching.
Oh, you got a friend helping you pouch?
Freaking Wumpo's up my ass.
Damn.
Come back.
Can he? Oh, nobody wants to help you with yours. Good job, Wumpo.
Hey, where is
I guess I could get a Lovander to help me with it. But I don't know if they will.
Oh, pretty.
Let's see.
I'm also building them.
Okay.
This is a interesting situation.
Oh, wow. You're just getting pet up by Lavander.
Mm-hmm.
This is an interesting
Nice.
situation.
Where'd you go?
Settlement. Why? What'd you need?
When you get back here, can you come and move the chests?
Okay, bye.
Move the chairs, but they got shit in there.
Yes, because I need to build that. I know I need to build out that way though. Trying to think of how I want to do this.
I wish I could not. Why can't I just like move stuff? Why do I have to break it and then move it? Like,
Maybe
Palworld,
this
please.
is why the key item thing happens. Is because pouches stack, and you could have multiple of them, and they add.
Palworld, please.
Well, they're different pouches. You can't stack two
Oh, you
small
can't stack
pouches. You have to
pouches?
have no, yeah, it's a small, medium, and large pouch. There's 3
Oh.
different ones. And I
Oh,
think
so you
it's
have
like
to-
2
you have to
extra
have-
lines of inventory.
Okay.
The little one gives 2, and then it gives 3, and then the last one probably gives the full 5. Or
I
6.
see. Okay, so you have to have a small, medium, and a large.
And a large, yes.
All at the same time? Okay.
Yep. Yeah, like I have the small feed bag, average feed bag.
Alright, pouch here.
Ouch. Okay.
Oh, bro, no way you're building this.
Poucho.
No, just put everything in there, man. I'm full.
Thank you.
Yes, KT. Those mechanics
Tell me what it
I guess
does.
it'll
game are
work.
not good. I remember that being a thing.
Allows you to
We're
carry
gonna dismantle it anyway,
additional
so we might as well just put everything in there for now and then take it apart.
items. Holding it increases your inventory slots.
Let me just move the.
Oh, I have
thing.
more inventory now.
Why do I have to do that?
Why is it the other worst act helping? Hello?
Is there a work mode
he's
that
stuck-
makes them
he's stuck in
finish
it,
whatever
so-
they're doing and not switch around?
I'm unsure.
You can use the podium thing to like force them on one single thing, but then they just stay on that until you take them off. Bro.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, this isn't gonna work.
Badass.
There we go.
Get out of the way, my god.
I should probably be updating weight, but because if I'm crafting pouches, then
Oops.
I need more weight. You know?
Hey, where is...
Mhm.
I think that's good. I think that's as.
Oh, biscuits. What the okay, what? Farming, right?
Okay, so that's what each one of those do, so...
You're the only thing that does
So capture power,
here.
I can go
God
there.
damn it. Okay.
Swimming ability, movement.
That's some interesting building. What is that?
I don't know what the vision was here, but
Oh damn, that bitch is backwards.
You just gotta keep playing. You just gotta keep playing around.
I guess I'll have my pal sleep on.
Get
This
that
dude needs
Yorgum
to
out of
fucking.
there.
He needs to
Get him out.
leave.
He
No,
needs some
You need
milk.
to not use him.
He's very helpful with watering and stuff. The crusher.
There are smaller pals
I know, but
that
I
have
like
better
him.
stats.
I like him. He's big boy. What are you doing? Jorman died. Why are you there? Oh, he's eating. He's eating.
Wumpo.
Am I disconnected again?
Why is he following?
No.
Yeah, you're not moving.
Okay, fine. I'll put him away. He needs to not.
Oh, no,
be
you
here.
can.
Damn it!
Oh,
I'm so afraid of breaking anything because I don't want it to just all come crumbling down.
hi, Hess pouch. Oh, okay, cool.
How dumb does that look? Pretty
I'm making an
freaking
OP
dumb.
Zoe.
Bro, you have to catch Zoe
Okay.
158 times.
Jesus, that's a lot.
I'm going to sleep. It's late.
Me
My
too.
Well, you
eyes
said that
hurt.
like 3
But
hours
I
ago.
needed to finish something.
I need to finish
But it's gonna
sub.
take me fun.
You need to
I can
go
finish
get your
tomorrow.
stank away.
I
don't work
am I smell
Friday.
way better than someone.
Damn.
Damn,
That's
she's a
fucking
stanky?
throwing
Damn, that's hot.
shade for no
Damn,
particular
I want to
reason.
smell those pheromones from Chisel.
No, I'm talking about you, Ice.
Oh.
What?
You're stanky.
No, I don't.
Stanky ass.
I'm on vacation. I've
Swamp
been home. I've
ass.
been clean. I've been.
You're on vacation.
Uh-huh. A vacation from work. That's what I'm at. I'm just cooking.
We're gonna go over to
What the
Joker. Bye bye.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna read Joker too.
Good night.
Bye. Good night.
Good night, Stinky.
Good night, Stinkier.
Good night.
I'm not stinkier. You're stinkier.
All right.